In knowing George Lucas all these years, I've experienced the Force. He's a pathfinder, a pioneer, like Edison, Bell and Tesla and Jobs, in the way that everything they touched changed a paradigm. Steven Spielberg, at the Kennedy Center, December 30th, 2015. For my mother, Thelma Imber Seifer, and father, Stanley Seifer. Preamble. In 1896, Nikola Tesla receives Swami Vivekananda in his laboratory. And what is the laboratory for Tesla? It is not just a location, some place where he sees some experiments to sell them, as many scientists do nowadays. No, it is his temple, where he explores, where he is in connection with the universe and higher beings, and where he works. When Vivekananda came, he was completely shocked because Tesla first attached himself to various currents and glowed in the dark, and these were emanations of Indian gods. Indra is the one in Indian mythology who throws lightning, and the other divinities also appear for certain visions that are very similar to the electrical sights Vivekananda saw in Tesla's laboratory. These were strong electrical discharges to which Tesla was attached. He would calculate the capacitance of his body. I mean the electricity, so that it doesn't damage him and he can glow for half an hour without a problem. Vivekananda was completely puzzled. Tesla is the only Western man who was granted the status of a saint in India, for example. If you go to Kolkata, you will find Vivekananda's center there, and if you go inside, you will not see either Ramakrishna's or Vivekananda's portrait. You will find Tesla's portrait in the first place, because Vivekananda says in his letters, "I met a man who is completely different from all the other men here in the West. His origin is above the origin of some Indian divinities." He discusses Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna. In Tesla's electrical discharges, Vivekananda says, I even felt the presence of Brahma himself. Velimir Abramovich. Chapter 1. Introduction. Wizard at War. On Saturday, January 9th, 1943, I was on the staff of the Office of the Alien Property as a custodian, senior examiner attorney, stationed in New York office, 120 Broadway. At about noon, we were alerted by telephone from the Washington office that a Nikola Tesla had just died and that he was reputed to have invented and in possession of a death ray, a significant military device capable of destroying incoming warplanes, presumably Japanese on the west coast, by projecting a beam into the skies, creating a field of energy which would cause the planes to disintegrate. Moreover, it was suspected that Germans, enemy agents, were in hot pursuit to locate the device or the plans for its production. I was instructed to proceed to the hotel where Tesla had died and to impound all of his belongings. Irving Giraud. Personal letter to Marc J. Seifer, July 5th, 1993. Irving Giraud, who was a young attorney during the height of World War II, recalled that Tesla's nephew, Sava Kosanovich, had already been to Tesla's room and had removed at least one item, presumably a photograph. Giraud was told that Kosanovich was an ambassador from Romania, although he was actually the ambassador from Yugoslavia, but at this point he had no idea who Tesla was. Here it was, 50 years later, and Giraud recounted that his first impression of the inventor was that the deceased man, whose body had been found by a maid, naked except for a pair of leg warmers, was a deadbeat who didn't pay his rent to other hotels and that his trunks were filled with birdseed and newspapers. Giraud had received working orders derived from a bevy of top officials who were concerned that the Germans were trying to obtain Tesla's death ray, a number of whom were in direct contact with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States. The initial order to impound Tesla's effects stemmed from Vannevar Bush, founder of the Raytheon Corporation, former dean of the engineering department of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and then head of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, OSRD, who was also at that time in charge of the top-secret Manhattan Project. Bush sent his directive to LMC Smith, heir to the Smith Corona fortune and head of the Special War Policies Unit in Washington, D.C., who alerted J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI that the Office of Alien Property, OAP, had jurisdiction and that they would take charge. Walter Gorsuch, head of the OAP in New York, was given the directive. He gave Giraud the order to seize Tesla's estate, and the young attorney complied. Giraud stated that there was the fear that the Russians had offered Tesla $50 million for his death ray, and because of that he was accompanied by military advisors from Army Intelligence, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and the Office of Strategic Service, OSS, to the Hotel New Yorker, where Tesla had lived, to impound his effects. In short order, Giraud verified that indeed Tesla was a deadbeat who still owed rent to the Waldorf Astoria, the Hotel Pennsylvania, the Hotel St. Regis, and the Hotel Governor Clinton, where he had in some or all of these places various trunks being held as collateral against his various debts. One can only imagine Giraud's state of mind when he was told by the people at the Westinghouse Corporation that there would be no Westinghouse if it weren't for Tesla. I first became aware of Nikola Tesla in 1976, which was 33 years after his death. Clearly, Tesla's name had disappeared from the mainstream, his legacy kept alive in the underground by John O'Neill's 1944 watershed biography, Prodigal Genius, which was being distributed by a UFO organization. What this meant was that very few individuals in the country knew who Tesla was, and that many of those who did know Tesla's name connected him to occult circles and extraterrestrial beings. The 1970s were an exciting time for me. In the early part of the decade, I left a job in New York City to begin graduate work at the University of Chicago. I had no idea that the university was such a prestigious place. Already, by that time, there were something like 50 Nobel Prize winners coming from that school. To add to the university's cachet, it sat at the site of the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, with the science building from the fair just several hundred feet from my dorm. When I had a class in a building along the Midway, that referred to the Midway from the fair, where the great Ferris wheel had been situated. I had never heard of Tesla at that time, circa 1972 to 1973, so I had no way of knowing that this location would later loom so large in my research and my psyche, because the fair marked the introduction of Nikola Tesla onto the world stage as the inventor of our AC power system, the global electrical network often called the grid, which is essentially unchanged today, well over 100 years later. I decided to make the study of the unconscious the subject of my master's thesis, and this took me beyond the theories of Freud and Jung to the realm of parapsychology and the topic of telepathy. To my astonishment, I found that J.B. Rhine had conducted many successful telepathy experiments at Duke University stemming back to the 1930s. I also became aware that in Great Britain, such famous scientists and electrical engineers as Sir William Crookes, Lord Rayleigh, and Sir Oliver Lodge, who I would later find out were all close associates of Tesla, as members of the British Society of Psychical Research, also studied telepathy, and were thus able to verify this ability in human beings. This work enabled me to design a course on parapsychology, which I taught at the night schools of the University of Rhode Island and Providence College. And that endeavour led me to such books as Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain by Sheila Ostrander and Lynn Schroeder, and Andrea Puharich's masterwork Beyond Telepathy, wherein Puharich discussed his experiments with various psychics, in particular Eileen Garrett, who was able to obtain telepathic information when seated inside a Faraday cage, which was a mesh enclosure that blocked out electromagnetic waves. Talking with the Planets. In 1901, Tesla wrote an article in Collier's magazine with that fantastic title. I can never forget the first sensations I experienced when it dawned upon me that I had observed something possibly of incalculable consequences to mankind. I felt as though I were present at the birth of a new knowledge or the revelation of a great truth. Even now, at times, I can vividly recall the incident and see my apparatus as though it were actually before me. My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural. It was shortly after a massive thunderstorm in the summer of 1899, and I was alone in my Colorado Springs laboratory at night. This article was written in conjunction with a letter to the Red Cross, which was penned during Christmas of 1900, shortly after Tesla's return to New York from his incredible experiments in wireless communication out in Colorado Springs. I have observed electrical actions which have appeared inexplicable. Faint and uncertain though they were, they have given me a deep conviction and foreknowledge that ere long all human beings on this globe, as one, will turn their eyes to the firmament above with feelings of love and reverence, thrilled by the glad news. Brethren, we have a message from another world, unknown and remote. It reads 1, 2, 3. Nikola Tesla. Caught up in extraterrestrial fever, the March 11th, 1906 issue of the New York American newspaper began with an opening headline by Nikola Tesla which read, "Only a matter of patience now." Covering a full 2-page spread, the article was adorned with several creative drawings of what extraterrestrials might actually look like, some resembling animals, bug-eyed with antennae, and the so-called canals of Mars. Also seen on this fantastic spread was Tesla's iconic Wardenclyffe Tower, which the artist placed at Niagara Falls, and a gigantic fairy rising up from the tower to whisper to a man on the red planet. But the piece was headlined by Tesla's arch competitor, which read as follows: "Marconi says, 10 years from now we may be talking with inhabitants of the planet Mars." Not to be outdone by the Italian upstart, 5 years after announcing to the world that he may have received signals from Mars, the Serbian wonder-maker got a bit bolder. New York American, 1906. With 1 billion horsepower drawn from Niagara, Tesla said, he was not only going to send a signal back to Mars, but 100 times further to Neptune. Whether we can get an answer or not depends on who is there. More than likely the first answer from my neighbor will be, "Well, at last. We have been calling you the last 10,000 years. Nikola Tesla. In 1975, I met Howard Smuckler, who was teaching a course on UFOs at the University of Rhode Island and also the New School in New York, and so together we created an academic journal focused on the topic of parapsychology. Soon after, he became editor of 2 national magazines, Ancient Astronauts and ESP magazine, and I became one of the main writers. This work led to my discovery of an odd book on avatars that suggested that a man with the strange name of Nikola Tesla had arrived to the Earth from the planet Venus to give us such inventions as the induction motor, the hydroelectric power system, fluorescent and neon lights, remote control capabilities, and robotics. I thought the story absurd. However, since I was in the New York Public Library, I looked up the name and found, to my astonishment, an article by Tesla on high-frequency phenomena. When I returned to Rhode Island, Howard handed me 2 books, Prodigal Genius, an exceptional biography of Tesla by science writer John O'Neill, and a nutty book called Nikola Tesla and the Venusian Spaceship by Arthur Matthews, which contained Tesla's entire autobiography, unavailable in any other form at that time, and a ridiculous story that Tesla was still alive at the age of 114, flying around in a UFO, occasionally landing in Matthews' backyard, which was someplace north of Quebec. By that time, I had met Andrea Puharic at a conference on consciousness held at Harvard University, and thus became aware that Andrea had visited Arthur Matthews to find out more about his so-called Teslascope, which supposedly interacted with extraterrestrials. The rumor was that Puharic was funded for his ESP work by the CIA. So I suggested we set up an interview, and Howard agreed. Andrea's living near Sing Sing Prison in Ossining, New York, added to the allure of the meeting. Andrea cordially invited us into his living room. Among other things, Andrea stated that everything in his room had levitated except for the piano. I asked him what it was like working for the CIA, and he said he felt like he was sitting in the dentist's chair with his hands holding the dentist's testicles. With regards to Tesla, he said he had met with Matthews at his home north of Quebec and accepted at face value the possibility that the Tesla scope was real, but was disappointed that the odd fellow was unable to demonstrate the equipment. Fearful of secret agents, Matthews told Andrea that he had hidden the various components in different places. We also discussed Puharich's work with the Israeli super-psychic Uri Geller, who by this time we had also met, and we tried to find out more information as to why their relationship fell apart. While we were walking the property, Andrea showed me his watch, which he said was controlled by extraterrestrials. When they wanted to contact him, the watch moved. Clearly, spending time with Andrea Puharich strained one's credulity. The field of parapsychology was a minefield, and it became near impossible to determine where reality ended and fantasy began. However, Andrea also had written a well-constructed book on technical aspects of Tesla's wireless tower at Wardenclyffe, and he also had a great deal of information about one of Tesla's engineering associates whom Puharich had worked with. Many of Puharich's telepathy experiments were conducted with John Hayes Hammond, Jr., at the Hammond Castle located in Gloucester, Massachusetts. Jack, as he was also called, a wunderkind inventor himself with over 700 patents, as I would later find out, was a pre-World War I business partner of Tesla. Hammond's father, who had made his fortune in gold and diamond mines from South Africa, had helped fund Tesla's remote-controlled robot, according to O'Neill, giving Tesla $40,000 towards the creation of this invention. So Hammond had known Tesla ever since he was a boy. Having studied this device, which Tesla called the telautomaton, Hammond duplicated and improved on what became known as the radio guidance system, which the younger inventor eventually sold to the military. The basis of this invention, which Hammond hailed as Tesla's prophetic genius patent, also lay at the heart of protected privacy, Wi-Fi, and drone warfare devices. Tesla's ability to combine frequencies and alter their sequencing as far back as 1898 enabled him to create a virtually unlimited number of separate wireless channels, and that set the stage for what became cell phone technology, radio guidance systems, encryption, and even remote-controlled robotics. Tesla's particle beam weapon. Western Union telegram, March 1st, 1941, to Sava Kasanovic. One will need 9 stations for Serbia, 3 for Croatia, and 2 for Slovenia, and everyone needs 200 kV, which can defend our dear homeland against any type of attack. Nikola Tesla. In 1940, at the very outset of what came to be called the Second World War, the actor and later-day President Ronald Reagan starred in a movie that capitalized on the public's great interest in secret weapons, and in particular Tesla's so-called death ray. Join Ronald Reagan battling 20,000 unseen enemies in Murder in the Air, 1940, a major motion picture. This is the most terrifying weapon ever invented, the death ray projector. Well, it seems the spy ring has designed one of the greatest war weapons ever invented, Ronald Reagan, as secret agent Brass Bancroft warns, which, by the way, is the exclusive property of Uncle Sam. This new weapon not only makes the United States invincible in war, but in so doing promises to become the greatest force for world peace ever discovered. Join Ronald Reagan, Operative 207, battling 20,000 unseen enemies to protect its amazing secret in Murder in the Air, 1940, the most exciting story of the Secret Service. This theme of portraying Tesla as a fictionalized madman actually predates the Ronald Reagan movie by a year, with the very first 1939 Superman comic made into a 10-minute cartoon 2 years later under the title Superman Captures Mad Scientist. In the premiere cartoon appearing at the height of World War II, the diabolical mad scientist not only threatens the modern city of Metropolis, high on a mountain top with his laser-like electrothansia ray, the crazed genius actually kills a bunch of motorists as he zaps out a bridge resembling the Golden Gate, and then, after capturing Lois Lane, starts to take down a major skyscraper before Superman comes to the rescue. January 1943. It was the height of World War II. Ignoring yet another treaty, the Germans had invaded Vichy France. In retaliation, D-Day was imminent. US troops were impinging, and Berlin and much of Germany were being bombed with impunity. On the Eastern Front, the Battle of Stalingrad was in full swing. Having already perfected their death-dealing V-2 rockets, Germany was getting closer to manufacturing jet planes. The actor Ronald Reagan was protecting America in the movies with his death ray, and way off in Illinois, at the University of Chicago, below the bleachers at Stagg Field, a team led by Enrico Fermi initiated the first nuclear chain reaction. President Roosevelt was now considering two separate kinds of superweapons, a nuclear bomb suggested by Albert Einstein and a death ray suggested by Nikola Tesla. Had he listened just to Tesla, the president would have never considered the bomb because Tesla had no belief whatever in Einstein's theories. It would be by far the inventor's greatest theoretical blunder. Concerning the properties of long-distance wireless messages, Tesla said, "This bending of the beam is not so much due to refraction and reflection off the ionosphere as to the properties of a gaseous medium and certain peculiar actions, which I shall explain some time in the future," emphasis added. However, the downward deflection always occurs irrespective of wavelength, all the more pronounced the bigger the planet. It might be inferred that I'm alluding to the curvature of space supposed to exist in the presence of large bodies, according to the teachings of relativity, but nothing could be further from my mind. I, for one, refuse to subscribe to such a view. Although Tesla was wrong about Einstein, having completely misunderstood the potential for the atom bomb, hidden in this revealing passage is the hint of one of Tesla's greatest secrets, his so-called dynamic theory of gravity. Replacing a curved space with a force field surrounding stars and planets, Tesla hypothesized that this view accounts for the propagation of electromagnetic surface waves that bend around large bodies. This is a far-reaching idea directly linked to what today is called the God particle, the particle that gives matter its mass. This idea will be explored in the last section of this treatise. Embedded in Tesla's FBI files was the highly classified Trump report, which was an official dossier drafted shortly after Tesla's death in January of 1943 by MIT physics professor John G. Trump. Assigned by Vannevar Bush, head of the National Defense Research Committee, NDRC, and his emissaries, Irvin Stewart and Carl Compton, president of MIT, Trump was tasked to study Tesla's notes and determine if they contained information that should be prevented from getting into the hands of a foreign government. Trump, who it turns out was the uncle of a future US president, was a close associate of both Robert Van de Graaff, inventor of the famous Van de Graaff generator, who also worked at MIT, and Carl Compton's brother, Nobel Prize winner Arthur Compton, who cabled New York to express his condolences regarding Tesla's death. Where Trump's specialty included the ability to generate 1 million volts for X-ray machines for hospitals, Arthur Compton would use information derived from this research for top-secret participation in the Manhattan Project. An expert in the construction of high-voltage particle accelerators, Trump was a superb choice to study Tesla's papers. Spending just a long weekend, Trump concluded in his report that the last 15 years of Tesla's life were primarily of a speculative, philosophical, and somewhat promotional character, and thus his papers did not present any lines of research for the military to pursue. This was not at all the view of the people of Serbia, who expected the elderly wizard to return to his native land and protect them from the Nazi invasion, recalled Mike Markovic, an economics professor from New York University who had escaped war-torn Yugoslavia and emigrated to America. Attending one of my lectures, Markovic told me that the Nazis and their allies located in Croatia had murdered 90,000 Serbs. "I saw the bodies floating down the river," he revealed. "How did you survive?" I asked. "By sheer luck," he stated matter-of-factly. Western Union telegram from Nikola Tesla to his nephew Sava Kosanovic, ambassador from Yugoslavia. New York, New York, March 4th, 1941. Although I am poor with words, I still didn't explain what would be necessary to increase up to 12 stations, 8 in Croatia, each of the same construction like at Wardenclyffe and only 20 metres high, a ball 5 metres in diameter. The station would be using diesel oil for energy with mechanical action. My air turbines, steam-powered electrically or other manners of transforming into alternating electrical current with 60 billion volts pressure without danger. I'm waiting for Governor Subasic to select one station on top of Mount Lovchen. There will not be any light. Electrical energy will deliver particles through space with a speed of 118,837,370,000 centimeters per second, 3.9 times the speed of light. The particles can be larger than that of the diameter of a hydrogen atom, with metals of all kinds of materials sent to all distances with good results in war and bring about peace. In my attempts with an effective 20 million volts, electrons carried 40 times more electricity than normally and penetrated 2 meters in depth and terrible damage in a moment each. I have to finish so that I can later give you a fresh view. Warm greetings. I remain your uncle, Nikola. Throughout the 1930s, Tesla made no secret of the fact that he had invented a particle beam weapon, as he revealed numerous details of the device to a plethora of newspaper reporters. However, it wasn't until he alerted William Lawrence of the New York Times in 1940 that his prognostications gained the attention of the FBI, as well as various members of military intelligence and individuals associated with the White House. As World War II approached, and Roosevelt began to investigate seriously the possibility of creating an atomic bomb, a number of scientists associated with the Manhattan Project also became privy to details of Tesla's secret weapon. These individuals included James Conant, a chemist and president of Harvard University, Richard Tolman, a physicist, theoretical cosmologist, and associate of Albert Einstein, who speculated that the origins of the universe were oscillatory in nature, Frank Jewett, first president of Bell Labs, Leo Crowley, head of the OAP, who shortly after Tesla's death joined Roosevelt's cabinet, and Vannevar Bush, an early administrator of the Manhattan Project and head of the OSRD, who, like Crowley, had a direct line to the president. When Tesla's body was discovered on January 7, 1943, management from the Hotel New Yorker alerted Tesla's nephew, Sava Kosanovic, ambassador from Yugoslavia, and he in turn notified Tesla acolyte Kenneth Sweezy, George Clark, who ran a research lab at RCA, and Hugo Gernsback, editor-in-chief of a variety of science fiction publications. As Gernsback ran off to get the materials to create a death mask, Kosanovic, Sweezy, and Clark entered Tesla's apartment, supposedly in association with 2 managers from the hotel, who in fact were from military intelligence, Colonel Ralph Doty and Army Private Blois Fitzgerald. Noticing that Tesla owned a sizable safe, Kosanovic contacted a locksmith, who successfully picked the lock and then changed the combination, giving Kosanovic the key. Looking for a will, which turned out not to exist, Kosanovic removed 1 or 2 photographs, and Sweezy took a book he had put together in 1931 containing letters from numerous dignitaries such as Nobel Prize winners Wilhelm Röntgen, William Bragg, Ernest Rutherford, Robert Millikan, Arthur Compton, and Albert Einstein, wishing Tesla a happy 75th birthday. They also noticed that Tesla's Edison medal was there, along with a set of keys, one of which was to a safety deposit box at the Hotel Governor Clinton, where Tesla had claimed a prototype of his particle beam weapon was housed. Other keys presumably were to other safety deposit boxes throughout the city, probably at the Hotel Pennsylvania, where Tesla owed the hotel $2,000 in back rent, and the Hotel New Yorker, which had a massive bank of safety deposit boxes on its main floor. Along with other papers, these keys and the Edison medal were returned to the safe. Although the FBI had been following Tesla for several years, it was determined that Tesla's estate fell under the auspices of the OAP. Kosanovic was a foreigner. That was the rationale, and so the FBI yielded jurisdiction. At the time of Tesla's death, the world was embroiled in the very height of World War II. As OAP Councillor Irving Giraud intimated, there was indeed a 5th column of German sympathizers centered in New York City, and that was probably one key reason why, Wild Bill Donovan, head of the OSS, was interested in the Tesla death ray. In August of 1942, 2 German spies who were American citizens and 6 infiltrators from Germany were dropped off by a German U-boat and were later captured before they carried out plans to sabotage railroad lines, bridges, tunnels, hydroelectric plants and dams, when several of them defected. In the loop and concerned about the possibility that the Germans could construct an atomic bomb before the Allies did, President Franklin Roosevelt explored the possibility that Tesla's particle beam weapon might be viable. On January 2, 1943, Roosevelt issued the following memorandum. The White House, Washington, January 2, 1943. For Mac, FDR's appointment secretary, Marvin H. McIntyre. To call Dr. Nicholas Murray Butler, President of Columbia U, and ask him to give you the lowdown on Dr. Nikola Tesla, whom the President thinks was formerly a professor at Columbia, and ask a bit about this letter. Signed, FDR. The letter no doubt refers to Tesla's so-called death ray, and it would seem that FDR was exploring the possibility of setting up a meeting, not realizing that Tesla was withering rapidly and would be dead just 7 days later. Then, 1 year after Tesla's death, with the outcome of the war still uncertain, Hitler tried again to directly attack America, sending out 2 more submarines to surface on the banks of Amagansett past the Hamptons at the far end of Long Island. 4 Nazi saboteurs emerged. Although they were spotted, it was dark and they slipped their tail and somehow made their way, most likely by rail, 107 miles to the heart of New York City. Their targets were the great Tesla turbines that ran the subway system, hidden in a colossal sub-basement beneath Grand Central Station. Their weapon, sand. Had they succeeded in simply infiltrating the great generators with their sand, they would have literally brought the city to a halt. Commuters, supplies, and troops would have no longer been able to be transported. This act, had it succeeded, would have crippled the Big Apple and made it impossible to ship goods to the ports, and thus to the front lines. Fortunately, they were caught. 2 of the men were executed, and FDR commuted the executions of the other 2 in exchange for them to reveal the details of their orders. The Trump report was explicit in expressing Trump's opinion that, although Tesla sold the details of his particle beam weapon to the Soviets, there really was nothing of military importance to the details of its construction. Although the investigation brought to light nothing of value of significance to the war effort, the OAP's Homer Jones wrote to Lawrence M.C. Smith, chief of the Special War Policies Unit, War Department, on February 4, 1943, it is believed the search was entirely worthwhile and justified as a precautionary measure in the national interest. In a few years hence, it will be possible for nations to fight without armies, ships, or guns, by weapons far more terrible to the destructive action and range of which there is virtually no limit. Any city at any distance whatsoever from the enemy can be destroyed by him, and no power on earth can stop him from doing so. If we want to avert an impending calamity and state of things which may transform this globe into an inferno, we should push the development of flying machines and wireless transmission of energy without an instant's delay and with all the power and resources of the nation. Nikola Tesla, circa 1925, as told to John O'Neill. Even though Trump was dismissive of Tesla's invention, Exhibits D, F, and Q of his report refer to the highly technical and heretofore underground Tesla treatise written in 1937 titled The New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media. This article, in contradiction to Trump's statement, seemed to offer the promise of describing explicit information on the actual workings of a particle beam weapon for destroying tanks and planes, and for igniting explosives. So, where Trump had overtly written off Tesla's weapon as non-essential, other branches of military intelligence continued to search for a working model. In September of 1945, Colonel T.B. Holliday, Chief of Equipment Laboratory, Engineering Division at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, wrote to the Office of Strategic Services wondering if they might have information as to the weapon's whereabouts. And James R. Murphy, head of counterintelligence for the OSS, wrote back, Dear Colonel Holliday, since receiving your letter of September 5th and following my conversation with Private Blois Fitzgerald, We have searched the records of the office and have talked with Major Coolidge and others concerning the data you mention. I shall be pleased to cooperate in every way possible to make available the copies or translations to which you refer." Murphy explicitly mentions later in the letter the Tesla papers, but regret there appears to be nothing in our files. Yours very truly, James R. Murphy. So, throughout the 1940s, and from then on, the search continued. And thus, for most of the next decade, that is, in my case, from 1976 until 1984, part of my task was to track down this elusive and highly sought-after paper. Summer 1984, Tesla Conference, Colorado Springs. Toby Gratz, head of the International Tesla Society, and physicist Elizabeth Raucher decided to put together the first of what would turn out to be 7 biennial international Tesla conferences, most of them run by Steve Ellswick. All were held in Colorado Springs, near the site of Tesla's 1899 experimental wireless station. At this first conference, I was invited to speak, along with War Games analyst Colonel Tom Bearden, ozone therapist George Frybott, MD, Tesla researchers Dr. James Coram and his brother Ken Coram, Robert Golker, who had built 2 enormous Tesla coils, Tesla's grandnephew William Terbo, Serbian theoretician Ratko Majlik, researchers Oliver Nicholson, Charles Yost and Murray King, and the medical doctor and parapsychologist Andrea Puharic, who was scheduled to speak about the problem of using Tesla technology to alter brainwave patterns at great distances. My talk was centered on Tesla's relationship with J. Pierpont Morgan. I explained, with slides and a discussion, precisely what went wrong with their partnership, and at the same time showed that Tesla's handwriting fell apart when their deal finally fell through in 1906. This was the first time any researcher, as far as I knew, had speculated that Tesla suffered a nervous breakdown when he finally realized that he would not have the funds to complete his wireless plans at Wardenclyffe. My plane landed the night before in Denver, but my bus was late in arriving at Colorado Springs, so I came into Puharic's talk about 10 minutes after it started. Puharic had been to the U.S. Psychotronics meeting, and Bob Beck, head of the society, had passed along Tesla's particle beam weapon patent application. This was the long-sought, top-secret paper, and Puharic was presenting all of the details right before my eyes. It was history in the making. What most likely happened was that one of the military personnel, and a veteran from World War II who had met with Tesla during the last months of his life, Ralph Bergstrasser, whom I would later interview, had sat on the paper for literally 40 years, and then finally turned it over to Beck, who gave it to Puharic. Soon after, War Games analyst Colonel Tom Bearden noticed tremendous similarities of Tesla's schematics to the designs of a Soviet particle beam weapon published 7 years earlier, in the May 2nd, 1977 issue of Aviation Week and Space Technology, before Tesla's long-sought paper had ever surfaced. In comparing the drawings, I agreed, and therefore speculated that back in 1943, when Trump issued his report, in which he downplayed Nikola Tesla and his inventions, this top-secret paper was not removed from the estate, and thus its details were smugly allowed to be sent behind the Iron Curtain, where they were analyzed by the Soviets. Ironically, the details of this weapon were barred from American public view, yet it was studied, worked on, and developed in the Soviet Union. However, as it turned out, as discussed later herein, Tesla's link to the Soviet Union was a lot more complicated than I had first assumed. One of the key features of the death ray was the realization that this was not a ray at all. What Tesla realized was that if the device remained a ray, the electromagnetic beam would spread out too much and lose its effectiveness. Tesla's genius was in conceiving the idea of shooting out a thin beam of particles, tiny pieces of tungsten that would be propelled out the barrel at a terrific force. I had learned from Nancy Zito, the granddaughter-in-law of Tesla's right-hand man Coleman Zito, that around 1918, Tesla and Zito's son Julius Zito were bouncing laser or laser-like beams off the moon and timing the impulse. I knew that Tesla had designed laser-like effects as far back as the 1890s, but Tesla soon realized that if he wanted to design a weapon that would have a range of several hundred miles, A beam of light or electromagnetic energy would be ineffectual. That is when he came up with the idea of shooting microscopic pellets. Since they would not disperse, they would maintain their destructive force. Andrea Puharich, for me, had come full circle. He had notified me of important Tesla archives at the Hammond Castle in Gloucester, Massachusetts. He had given me inside information about Tesla's biographer, John O'Neill, including the speculation that Bernard Baruch had played a role in dissuading Morgan from completing his funding of the Wardenclyffe project. He had written an important treatise on Tesla's magnifying transmitter, and now he had brought to the world the long-sought top-secret Tesla weaponry paper. Tesla's life pattern is so rare as life patterns go, even among extraordinary humans, that it needs to be clearly explicated at the outset. Tesla himself considered that he had only one life, which was his work. It is true that he had never developed any emotional relationship outside his parents and siblings to any human, male or female. I say this with some confidence because I was privileged to know many of the people who knew Tesla as closely as anyone knew him. John Hayes Hammond, Jr., whose father was a friend and financial backer of Tesla's, told me many a story about this relationship with Tesla for some 30 years. Agnes Holden, who was the daughter of Robert Underwood Johnson, Tesla's closest friend, knew Tesla both as a family friend and as her escort to some of New York society's parties. I spent many an evening with John J. Jack O'Neill, Tesla's official biographer, going over his intimate personal recollections of his prodigal genius. From these and other intimates of Tesla, I caught glimpses of his presence, his mind, his ideas, and his personality that are nowhere to be found in his dry and dusty archives. How this absence of close human relationship came about can be traced, and it has meaning in his work and ideas. Andrea Puharich. Disappearance from history. Unknown to me, my real introduction to Tesla began when I was a boy, in the late 1950s. My father, Stan Seifer, at the time was a TV repairman, and I would go out with him on some of his jobs. At that time, he would go up onto the roofs of the various houses to install TV antennas, and also wire their homes for TV reception. My father also built TVs from scratch, and there were a number of them at his workbench in various stages of completion, along with testing equipment, many varieties of radio tubes, and other electronic paraphernalia. With my father, I constructed an induction motor, using large nails and wires wrapped to create magnetic lines of force, and with his help for a Boy Scout assignment, I constructed a fully working crystal radio set made out of a jar with wires wrapped around it, a dial made from a beer can, a crystal detector, aerial and ground connectors, and earphones. In 1986, under the tutelage of my mentor, Dr. Stanley Krippner, I completed a 715-page doctoral dissertation, Nikola Tesla, Psychohistory of a Forgotten Inventor. And 10 years later, I published the book, Wizard, The Life and Times of Nikola Tesla, Biography of a Genius. When Wizard came out in 1996, it was several years before the Internet became ubiquitous and what we call smartphones really took off. At that time, Tesla was still a very obscure individual. Yet, surprisingly, as early as 1992, when cell phones were the size of 16-ounce beer cans, Tesla was listed by the New York Times as being in the top 10 of people of interest by scholars using the Encyclopedia Britannica's Instant Research Service. The other 9 individuals were, in order, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Albert Einstein, Adolf Hitler, Edgar Allan Poe, Abraham Lincoln, Jesus Christ, Pablo Picasso, and Al Capone. Tesla came in 10th. 20 years later, on April 11, 2013, GeekWire announced that Nikola Tesla had won a contest, crowning him greatest geek ever, over such rivals as Bill Gates, Alan Turing, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Gordon Moore, Linus Torvalds, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Tom Edison, Galileo, Ben Franklin, Archimedes, Guglielmo Marconi, Madame Curie, Gutenberg, Alexander Graham Bell, and Leonardo da Vinci. Clearly, Tesla's name was back on the rise. When I wrote Wizard, I set out to uncover Tesla's actual role in the development of the many inventions listed earlier. At that time, there was a lot of disinformation about Tesla's role in the development of his most important achievements, especially in regard to the invention of the induction motor, the AC polyphase system, our hydroelectric system, remote control capabilities, robotics, and wireless communication. Even now there is a myth that Tesla was incapable of understanding James Clerk Maxwell's equations on electromagnetic theory, even though his journals, such as Colorado Springs Notes, 1899 to 1900, are filled with incredibly complex equations. However, since my biography contained a strict chronology and cited all its sources, I found that disinformation about Tesla generally seemed to dissipate, and I'd like to think that my book helped spawn the publication of a number of new books on Tesla that are a welcome addition to the literature on this topic. Excellent new works that stand out include the well-illustrated Tesla, The Wizard of Electricity by David J. Kent, Lightning Strikes, Timeless Lessons in Creativity from the Life and Work of Nikola Tesla, which contains singular insights by John F. Wazik, and a new, definitive, highly original, beautifully illustrated coffee table-sized biography, Wireless, The Life, Work and Doctrine of Nikola Tesla by the director at the Tesla Museum, Branimir Jovanovic. Other works include the impressive picture book, The Truth About Tesla by Christopher Cooper, with an introduction by myself, the weighty compendium Tesla, Inventor of the Electrical Age by W. Bernard Carlson, which argues that Tesla used illusion to sell his wares, an attractive oversized picture book, Tesla, The Life and Times of an Electric Messiah by Nigel Cawthorne, and a well-written compact text, Tesla, Inventor of the Modern by Richard Munson. Although most of his creations were generated in the 19th century, in actuality Tesla was a modern thinker. For his entire adult life, the wizard cautioned the world to stop its dependence on fossil fuels and seek alternative sources of energy. In his article titled Our Future Motive Power, written in the 1930s, Tesla discusses the very topic that Tesla Motors CEO and SpaceX founder Elon Musk propounds as the most pressing problem of our time: how to obtain alternative sources of non-polluting renewable energy. In this comprehensive piece, Tesla suggests not only waterfalls, but also harnessing the tides, wind power, solar energy, and geothermal energy, all avenues that would, in Tesla's words, harness the wheelwork of nature. It was not by chance that Tesla sought to solve the electrical power distribution problem, filling his notebooks with advanced calculations. He was also always thinking of the best way to help humanity move forward, but be respectful of the planet at the same time. This present book is centered on Tesla's link to war, particularly his connection to Telefunken, the German wireless concern, during the run-up to World War I, and the related complicated legal battles in wireless when Marconi sued Telefunken and the US Navy and Tesla countersued. With regards to World War II, since both the FBI and CIA have recently declassified their Tesla archives, I was able to compare redacted with unredacted passages. Along with new information I have obtained from the Tesla Museum in Belgrade, from the research facilities of Prometheus Films in our production of the Tesla Files TV show, and from Tesla aficionados from around the globe, I have been able to greatly expand my understanding of what Tesla's role was during these wars, including which world leaders he interacted with, particularly during the onset of World War II. Further, I was also able to shed a great deal more light on the rather complex story of discovering precisely what happened to his top-secret papers after he died. Tesla is becoming more and more a household name, in part because of his take-your-breath-away photos that grace the internet, and because he appears frequently on TV shows such as American Experience, Ancient Aliens, The Tesla Files, and in particular, The Big Bang Theory, 2007 to 2019, with a worldwide audience of nearly 50 million. Tesla also appears in motion pictures such as The Current War, La La Land, Tesla starring Ethan Hawke, Final Frequency, and also The Prestige, whereby the wizard is played by rock star David Bowie. In print media, Tesla graces such popular books as James Redfield's The 10th Insight, the sequel to his blockbuster breakout book The Celestine Prophecy, and Seventh Plague by James Rollins, and Tesla's name plays key roles as non-human characters. The advanced roadster in Razor Girl by the sardonic author Carl Hiaasen, and the self-driving electrical vehicle in Origin by mega author Dan Brown. In 2010, Tesla was mentioned by President Barack Obama when he was listed along with Sergey Brin, Andrew Carnegie, and Albert Einstein on a talk on immigration. 5 years later, Steven Spielberg dropped Tesla's name along with those of Tom Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, and Steve Jobs when he compared these iconoclasts to George Lucas when his close friend became a Kennedy Center honoree. Another key aspect to this is the personality, accomplishments, and genius of Elon Musk, who has not only created an incredibly advanced electric vehicle named after the inventor that he launched literally into space in February of 2018, but he also contributed other accomplishments in perfecting solar cells and his incredible SpaceX rocket ships. Thus, Tesla's name is frequently mentioned when the most advanced technologies are discussed in unrelated stories. For example, in An Inconvenient Sequel, Truth to Power, the Al Gore sequel to An Inconvenient Truth, as the former vice president seeks to get India to agree to sign on to an international agreement addressing climate change, he calls Elon Musk, mentions the word Tesla, and gets Musk to agree to provide solar cells to India as an incentive to move them away from building air-polluting, coal-operated power plants. In the case of the recent Ebola and COVID-19 pandemics, ozone therapy has made the news as a possible treatment, and thus Tesla's name arises again because Tesla invented and patented an ozone generator in 1896, patent number 568,177. And this simple fact is therefore mentioned in scientific articles that discuss the possible efficacy of this treatment. In other words, the word Tesla has simply re-entered the lexicon as a matter of course. As solid evidence of Tesla's newfound worldwide appeal, when Matt Inman of the Oatmeal website worked with Jane Alcorn, head of the Wardenclyffe project, to set up a crowdfunding campaign in 2012 to purchase Tesla's laboratory out on Long Island, 33,000 people from 108 countries raised $1.4 million in 10 days to save Wardenclyffe. Tesla was a great writer and an amazing predictor of the future. One of his most brilliant quotes came in 1904, when he was trying desperately to talk his backer, J. Pierpont Morgan, into providing the rest of the funds he needed to complete his great wireless enterprise known as Wardenclyffe. The results attained by me have made my scheme of world telegraphy easily realizable. It constitutes a radical and fruitful departure from what has been done heretofore. It involves the employment of a number of plants, each of which will be preferably located near some important center of civilization, and the news it receives through any channel will be flashed to all points of the globe. A cheap and simple pocket-sized device may then be set up somewhere on sea or land, and it will record the world's news or such special messages as may be intended for it. Thus the entire Earth will be converted into a brain, as it were, capable of response in every one of its parts. Since a single plant of but 100 horsepower can operate hundreds of millions of instruments, the system will have a virtually infinite working capacity. Nikola Tesla, 1904. Several things about this quote are truly amazing, foremost being the idea of conceiving of the Earth itself as one totality able to feel in all its parts. Compare this prescient idea with the actual development and invention of what came to be called the World Wide Web. The scene is the late 1980s, in Geneva, Switzerland, as a group of scientists from all over the world were building on the work of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, expert Vint Cerf on the development of the Internet. Their goal was to augment communication with each other in their attempts to complete the construction by CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, of a huge particle accelerator that came to be known as the Large Hadron Collider, and also to share information with other comparable centers of research around the globe. To make communication between the experiments and the particle physicists scattered all over the world easier and more effective, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist working at CERN, developed a new networking system that eventually became the World Wide Web, WWW, in 1989. During the development period, its basic concepts such as URL, HTTP, and HTML were defined. They are still in use today. The first browser and server software was also created at this time. Berners-Lee made his ideas freely available, with no patent and no royalties due. CERN management decided to give this invention to the public domain and make it available to everyone for free. The Internet, a global network of information and easy accessibility that was previously used by only a handful of scientists, military personnel, and computer nerds, was made available to the general public in this act of generosity. Michael Krauss, 2014. Ironically, as we shall come to see, the Higgs boson, often called the God particle, the hypothesized particle that gives matter its mass, which was apparently discovered at CERN, is directly linked to Tesla's little-known dynamic theory of gravity. By exploring Tesla's theory in this light, a new view on cosmogenesis and the ultimate structure of matter may emerge. Tesla, Wizard at War, covers a lot of territory. The book seeks to fill in previous blanks, explore relationships Tesla had with individuals he has never been linked to before, create a more full-bodied description of who the man was and how his wireless tower at Wardenclyffe was supposed to operate, explain precisely his role in providing advanced technology and weapons development for both world wars, and also explain how his more advanced theories on the nature of gravity result in a rather elegant explanation of precisely what the God particle is. Our story begins with Tesla's own recollections about his childhood and later life. Part 1. High Life. When natural inclination develops into passionate desire, one advances towards his goal in 7-league boots. Nikola Tesla. My Inventions, 1919. Chapter 2. Interview with Nikola Tesla. I have seen men hung, beaten to death, shot, quartered, stuck on a pointed stick, heads chopped off, and children on a bayonet like quails en broche at Delmonico's. Nikola Tesla. In 1895 or thereabouts, Tesla brought several Serbian ballads to his friends Robert and Catherine Johnson. One of them, Luka Filipov, was written by Zmaj Jovanović, Serbia's renowned poet, whom Tesla met when he returned to Serbia in 1892. It is about a recent war, circa 1870s, between the Serbs and the Turks. One more hero to be part of the Servians' glory. Lute to lute and heart to heart tell the homely story. Let the Muslim hide for shame, trembling like the falcon's game, thinking on the falcon's name. Luka Filipov. During the ensuing conflict, Luka is wounded in battle, and a Turkish prisoner is caught. We have fired, but Luka's hand rose in protestation, while his pistol's mute command needed no translation, for the Turk retraced his track, knelt and took upon his back as a peddler lifts his pack. Luka Filipov. How we cheered him as he passed, through the line a swinging gun and pistol, bleeding fast, grim but loudly singing, lucky me to find a steed fit to give the prince for speed, rein or saddle ne'er shall need, Luka Filipov. And so Luka is brought to meet the prince. And as couriers came to say that our friends had won the day, who should up and faint away, Luka Filipov. One can easily envision Tesla in the Johnsons' living room translating on the fly this classic verse to Robert and Catherine's delight. An unforgettable moment of deep bonding, this would be a watershed evening that would reverberate throughout their lifelong friendship. And so Robert became Dear Luka, and Catherine became Dear Mrs. Filipov. When Tesla's translation appeared in Johnson's book of poems, Tesla included a discussion of the sad fate of the Serbian people. The turning point occurred in 1389 at the Battle of Kosovo, whereby 30,000 Turks destroyed the Serbian nation. Tesla writes that Europe can never repay the great debt it owes the Servians for checking, by the sacrifice of its own liberty, that barbarian influx. The Battle of Kosovo, I would learn, is as important to the Serbs as the flight of the Hebrew slaves from Egypt is for Jews, and the crucifixion of Jesus is to the Christians. Thus, to understand Tesla, we must keep in mind that he's a Serb, and that as such he carries this complex heritage. As Professor Mike Markovich explained to me regarding the Battle of Kosovo, it follows us always. Due to deep-rooted enmities among the Serbs, Croats and Muslims, even today they are unable to get along, with over 100,000 perishing when civil war erupted in the mid-1990s, thereby splitting Yugoslavia into 7 separate nations. As a young man, when Tesla took to the hills, in part to avoid the draft, he encountered what Joseph Conrad called the heart of darkness, where villages were sacked and the men murdered and their heads put on stakes. But the women and children suffered similar fates. I was choken mad with thirst, and the man that spied me first was a good old grinning, grunting Gunga Din. Both Catherine and Tesla read Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book and Rikki Tikki Tavi, which Tesla liked best. On April 1st, 1901, after his return from his experiments in Colorado, Tesla met the world-famous poet for lunch. "What is the matter with ink spiller Kipling?" Tesla exclaimed to Mrs. Philippov. "He dared to invite me to dine in an obscure hotel where I would be sure to get hair and cockroaches in the soup. He carried me away to where a dooli lay, and a bullet come and drilled the beggar clean. He put me safe inside, and just before he died, 'I hope you liked your drink,' says Gunga Din." Both Tesla and Kipling shared similar views of the horror of war and praise for great heroes. Tesla writes in Robert's book, Poems, that the Serbian hero, Marko Kraljevic, when vanquishing Musa, the Muslim chief, exclaims, "Woe unto me, for I have killed a better man than myself." Kipling, of course, uses the same observation in his iconic verse. About the time Tesla was conceived, according to Tesla's father, a divine phenomenon occurred. A large meteor, perhaps the size of a house, streaked across the sky, pouring sparks, leaving a trail of purple stripes behind, and when it disappeared beyond the first hill there was a dawning, as though some great tower had collapsed, and the echo reverberated on the south side of the Velebit for a long time. The following year, during a terrific lightning storm at midnight on July 10, 1856, Nikola Tesla was born. When the midwife tried to suggest that being born during a storm was a bad omen, according to legend, Tesla's father instead insisted, "No, this will be a child of light." Myths continued to abound, captured most eloquently by Tesla's first biographer, John O'Neill, who wrote, "Even the gods of old, in the wildest imaginings of their worshippers, never undertook such gigantic tasks of world-wide dimension as those of Tesla, himself an invention, a self-made Superman, designed specifically to perform wonders, and he achieved them in a volume far beyond the capacity of the world to absorb." In 1919, at the age of 63, Tesla penned his autobiography. 2 years later, in April of 1921, American Magazine published another rendition. The piece was described as follows: "Great inventor tells the romantic story of his life." The piece, recaptured in part next, begins with Tesla stating that he was born in an old-fashioned home, 2 miles away from any neighbor. His mother is described as an indefatigable worker, arising every morning at 4 a.m., while others slumbered, making breakfast, assisting the servants in feeding the animals, and fashioning various tools through her own inventive spirit. Tesla then describes the fountain of my enjoyment, his magnificent Machak, the cat whom Tesla played with as a child, rolling around down a hill, indulging in this enchanting sport day by day. Pausing in the story, he relates an indelible occurrence that made a profound impact on his later life. "It happened on the day we had a cold drier than ever observed before. People walking in the snow left a luminous trail behind them, and a snowball thrown against an obstacle gave a flare of light, like a loaf of sugar hit with a knife. At dusk, I felt compelled to stroke Machak's back, which became a sheet of light, and my hand produced a shower of sparks loud enough to be heard all over the place. My father was a very learned man, but this phenomenon was new even to him. Well, he finally remarked, "This is nothing but electricity, the same thing you see on the trees in a storm." My mother seemed alarmed. "Stop playing with the cat," she said. "He might start a fire." I was thinking abstractedly. Is nature a gigantic cat? If so, who strokes its back? It can only be God, I concluded. Here I was, only 3 years old and already philosophizing. I cannot exaggerate the effect of this marvelous sight on my childish imagination. Day after day, I asked myself, what is electricity, and found no answer. 80 years have gone by since, and I still ask the same question, unable to answer it. Tesla goes on to describe his 2 earliest inventions, a fishhook he used to capture frogs, and a motor created by fastening very large maybugs to a propeller. The maybugs never knew when to stop. The hotter it was, the harder they worked, until one day I saw the son of a retired officer of the Austrian army eating maybugs and seeming to enjoy them. I never played with the bugs after that, and to this day I shrink from touching any kind of insect. My childhood might have passed blissfully if I did not have a powerful enemy, relentless and irreconcilable. This was our gander, a monstrous, ugly brute with the neck of an ostrich, mouth of a crocodile, and a pair of cunning eyes radiating intelligence and understanding like that of the human. I aroused his ire by throwing pebbles at him, a most foolish and reckless act which I bitterly regretted afterwards. The moment I entered the poultry yard, he would attack me, and as I fled, grab me by the seat of my trousers and shake me viciously. When I finally managed to free myself and run away, he would flap his huge wings in glee and raise an unholy chatter in which all the geese joined. I had 2 aunts. One was Aunt Viva, who had 2 protruding teeth like the tusks of an elephant. She loved me passionately and buried them deep in my cheek, kissing me. I cried out from pain, but she thought it was from pleasure, and dug them in still deeper. Nevertheless, I preferred her to the other whose name has slipped from my memory, and she used to glue her lips to mine and suck, until by frantic efforts I managed to free myself gasping for breath. These 2 aunts amused themselves by asking me all sorts of questions, which I remember a few. They asked me who was the prettiest of the 2. After examining their faces intently, I answered thoughtfully, pointing to one of them, "This here is not as ugly as the other." They asked me, "Are you afraid of the bad wolf?" "No, no." This was the wolf I met in the woods near the church. After a number of such questions, one of the aunts asked me, "Are you afraid of the gander?" "Yes, yes," I replied emphatically. "I am afraid of the gander." I had good reason to be. One summer day my mother had given me a rather cold bath and put me out for a sun's warming in Adam's attire. When she stepped in the house, the gander espied me and charged. The brute knew where it would hurt most and seized me by the nape, almost pulling out the remnants of my umbilical cord. My mother, who came in time to prevent further injury, said to me, "You must know that you can never make peace with a gander or a cock whom you have taunted. They will fight you as long as they live." But now and then, on certain days, our geese, led by the gander, rose high in the air and flew down to the meadow and brook and sported like swans in the water and probably found some food. The sight of the flying geese was a joy and inspiration to see. As a very small boy, I was weak and vacillating and made many childish resolves, only to break them. But when I was 8 years old, I read The Son of Abba, a Serbian translation of a Hungarian writer, Joseph, whose lessons are similar to those of Lew Wallace in Ben-Hur. This book awakened my willpower. I began to practice self-control, subdued many of my wishes, and resolved to keep every promise I ever made, whether to myself or to anyone else. The members of my family were not long in learning that if I promised a thing, I would do it. Long before I was 20, I was smoking excessively, 15 or 20 big black cigars every day. My health was threatened, and my family often tried to get me to promise to stop. And finally, after his sister almost died, he agreed. I have freed myself from this and other passions, and so have preserved my health and my zest for life. The satisfaction derived from demonstrating my own strength of will has always meant more to me in the end than the pleasurable habits I gave up. I believe that a man can and should stop any habit he recognizes to be foolish. When I was about 20, I contracted a mania for gambling. We played for very high stakes, and more than one of my companions gambled away the full value of his home. My luck was generally bad, but on one occasion I won everything in sight. Still, I was not satisfied. I lent my companions money so that we might continue, and before we left the table, I had lost all that I had won and was in debt. My parents were greatly worried by my gambling habits. My father often expressed his contempt at my wanton waste of time and money. However, I never would promise him to give up gambling, but instead defended myself with a bad philosophy that is very common. I told him that, of course, I could stop whenever I pleased, but that it was not worthwhile because the pleasure was more to me than the joys of paradise. My mother understood that a man cannot be saved from his own foolishness by someone else's efforts or protests, but only by the use of his own will. One afternoon, when I had lost all my money, but still was craving to play, she came to me with a roll of bills in her hand, a large sum of money for those times and conditions, and said, "Here, Nico, take these. They're all I have. But the sooner you lose everything we own, the better it will be. Then I know you will get over this." She kissed me. So blinded was I by my passion that I took the money, gambled the whole night, and lost everything as usual. It was morning when I emerged from the den, and I went on a long walk through sunlit woods, pondering my utter folly. The sight of nature had brought me to my senses, and my mother's act and faith came vividly to mind. Before I left the woods, I had conquered this passion. I went home to my mother and told her I would never gamble again, and there never has been the slightest danger of my breaking the promise. My father was the son of an officer who served in the army of the great Napoleon. He himself had received military training. However, both my father and mother were eager that I should become a preacher, but I had no leaning in that direction. From the age of 10, I had been inventing all sorts of things in my mind: flying machines, a submarine tube for carrying letters and packages under the Atlantic, and means of getting power from the rotation of the planets. All fanciful, but even after I had gone to study at the gymnasium at Karlstad, Croatia, where I became intensely interested in physics and electricity, my parents still wanted me to become a preacher. Perhaps, if I had not become very ill, I should have given up my promise. But because of overstudy, I had my first serious breakdown in health. Physicians absolutely gave me up. It was an American genius who saved my life. During my illness, one day I was handed a few volumes, unlike anything I had ever read, and I forgot my hopeless state. My recovery seemed miraculous. The books included early works of Mark Twain, among them Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. 25 years later, when I met Mr. Clemens and we formed a lifelong friendship, I told him of this experience and of my belief that I owed my life to his books. I was deeply moved to see tears come to the eyes of this great man of laughter. Tesla's memory is faulty here, as Huckleberry Finn was first published in 1884. Tom Sawyer was a possibility, published in 1876 when Tesla was 20. And he may have also read the celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County, which came out in 1865 when Tesla was 9. After graduating from the higher Realschule at Karlstad, on the very day of my arrival home, I was stricken with cholera, which was then epidemic in those parts. Again I was near death. My father tried to cheer me with hopeful words. Perhaps, I said, I might get well if you would let me become an engineer instead of a clergyman. He promised solemnly that I should go to the best technical institution in the world. This literally put new life into me, and owing partly to my improved state of mind and partly to a wonderful medicine, I recovered. My father kept his word by sending me to the Polytechnic School in Graz, Styria, one of the oldest institutions of Europe. All during my first year there, I started work at 3 a.m. and continued until 11 p.m., neither Sundays nor holidays being accepted. Such leisure as I allowed myself I spent in the library. It was during my second year that something happened that has determined the whole course of my life. We had received a Gramme dynamo from Paris. It had a horseshoe form of field magnet and a wire-wound armature with a commutator, a type of machine with a series of wire brushes constructed with a gap that changes the naturally occurring alternating current into direct current that has since become antiquated. While demonstrating this machine, the brushes of the commutator sparked badly, and I suggested that it might be possible to operate a motor without such appliances. Because alternating current changes its direction of flow at many times per second, the professor declared that I could never create such a motor, because the idea was equivalent to a perpetual motion scheme. The only way to go, he demanded, was through direct current. This statement from such a high authority caused me to waver in my belief. Then I took courage and began to think intently of the problem, trying to visualize the kind of machine I wanted to build, constructing all its parts in my imagination. I conceived many schemes, changing them daily, but I did not at that time succeed in evolving a workable plan. From time to time, in rare intervals, the great spirit of invention descends to earth to tell a secret which is to advance humanity. He selects the best fitted and whispers the secret in his ear. Like a flash of light, precious knowledge comes. The marvel that he sees, he knows it, and in his body he feels. It is a great idea. Nikola Tesla. 4 years later, in 1881, I was in Budapest, Hungary, studying the American telephone system, which was just being installed. Never for a day had I given up my attempt to visualize an electric motor without a commutator. In my anxiety to visualize one that would work, my health again broke down, just when I was feeling that the long-sought solution was near. But after 6 months of careful nursing, I recovered. Then, one afternoon, I was walking with a friend in the city park, reciting poetry. At that time, I knew entire books by heart. One was Goethe's Faust, and the setting sun reminded me of the passage. The glow retreats, done is the day of toil. It yonder hastes, new fields of life exploring. Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil, upon its track to follow soaring. Even while I was speaking these glorious words, the vision of my induction motor, complete, perfect, operable, came into my mind like a flash. Pygmalion, seeing his statue come to life, could not have been more deeply moved. 1,000 secrets of nature which I might have stumbled upon, I would have given for that one which I had wrestled from her against all odds and at the peril of my existence. I drew with a stick on the sand the vision I had seen. They were the same diagrams I was to show 6 years later before the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. My friend understood the drawings perfectly, when suddenly I cried, "Look, watch me reverse my motor," and I did it, demonstrating with my stick. Alternating current transmission over longer distances was handicapped in the power field for lack of a motor. There was no satisfactory one until Nikola Tesla announced one in 1888. His polyphase system involved 2 or 3 currents from the same generator, each alternating in regular sequence, overcoming the dead points of a single crank engine, producing a rotation which the single-phase system does not. The unique feature of the new system was the induction motor, with no commutator, an essential part of the direct current motor, and with most ideal simplicity of construction and operation. Edward Dean Adams, President, Niagara Falls Power Company. Tesla solved the dilemma of how to harness alternating current and eliminate the commutator by creating 2 circuits catty-corner and out of phase to each other, constructed with an armature that always pointed north. Thus, as the first circuit reverses itself, the armature is attracted to the north pole of the second circuit, and then, as it reverses, the armature continues onward, attracted to the new north pole opposite to its original position of the first circuit, the net effect being that the armature continues to spin in one direction because north moves in a circle. This is the solution as to how to eliminate the commutator and harness AC unencumbered. This discovery is known as the rotating magnetic field. It is the principle on which my induction motor operates. In this invention, I produced a sort of magnetic cyclone which grips the rotatable part and whirls it, exactly what my professor had said could never be done. After inventing this motor, I gave myself up more intensely than ever to the enjoyment of picturing in my mind new kinds of machines. It was my great delight to imagine motors constantly running. In less than 2 months, I had created mentally nearly all the types of motors and modifications of the system which are now identified with my name. In the course of our investigations into the subject of power transmission, we came upon the inventions of Mr. Nikola Tesla, now so well known for his remarkable achievements. Recognizing the value and originality of his discoveries and the fundamental character of his patents, we at once secured the exclusive right to manufacture and sell apparatus covered by these patents. George Westinghouse, January 16, 1893. The inventions I have conceived in this way have always worked. In 30 years there has not been a single exception. My first electric motor, the vacuum tube wireless light, my turbine engine, and many other devices have all been developed in exactly this way. From Budapest I went to Paris, and there became associated with Mr. Charles Batchelor, an intimate friend and assistant of Mr. Edison. From Paris I made many trips throughout France and Germany, repairing the disorders of powerhouses. But I had no success in raising money for the development of my invention, when Mr. Batchelor urged me to go to America and undertake the design of dynamos and motors for the Edison Company. So I decided to try my fortunes in this land of golden promise. On arriving here, one of the great events in my life was my first meeting with Edison. This wonderful man, who had received no scientific training, yet had accomplished so much, filled me with amazement. I felt that the time I had spent studying languages, literature, and art was wasted, though later, of course, I learned this was not so. It was only a few weeks after first meeting Mr. Edison that I knew I had won his confidence. The fastest steamship afloat at that time, the Oregon, had disabled both her lighting engines so that her sailing was delayed. The difficulty annoyed Mr. Edison considerably because it seemed that the ship would be held in port some length of time. That evening I took the necessary instruments and went aboard. The dynamos were in bad condition, with short circuits and breaks, but with the aid of the crew I put them in shape. At 5 that morning, on my way home, I met Mr. Edison on Fifth Avenue, with Mr. Batchelor and their assistants, just going home from their own work. When Mr. Edison saw me, he laughed and said, "Here's our young man just over from Paris, running around at all hours of the night." Then I told him I was coming from the Oregon, and that I had repaired the machines. Without a word he turned away, but as they went on I heard him say, "Batchelor, this is a damn good man." Soon after I left Mr. Edison's employment, a company was formed to develop my electric arc light system. This system was adopted for street and factory lighting in 1886, but as yet I got no money, only a beautifully engraved stock certificate. Until April of the following year, I had a hard financial struggle. Then a new company was formed and provided me with a laboratory on Liberty Street in New York City. Here I set to work to commercialize the inventions I had conceived in Europe, and soon after sold the patents to George Westinghouse. After returning from Pittsburgh, where I spent a year assisting the Westinghouse Company in the design and manufacture of my motors, I resumed work in New York, in a little laboratory on Grand Street, where I experienced one of the greatest moments of my life, the first demonstration of the wireless light. Without any connection whatever between me and the machine to be tested, in each hand I held a long glass tube from which the air had been exhausted. "If my theory is correct," I said, "when the switch is thrown, these tubes will become swords of fire." I ordered the room darkened and the switch thrown, and instantly the glass tubes became brilliant swords of fire. Under the influence of great exultation, I waved them in circles round and round my head. My men were actually scared, so new and wonderful was the spectacle. They had not known of my wireless light theory, and for a moment they thought I was some kind of a magician or hypnotizer. But the wireless light was a reality, and with that experiment I achieved fame overnight. Following this success, people of influence began to take an interest in me. I went into society, and I gave entertainments in return, some at home, some in my laboratory, expensive ones too. For the one and only time in my life, I tried to roar a little bit like a lion. But after 2 years of this, I said to myself, what have I done in the past 24 months? And the answer was, little or nothing. I recognized that accomplishment requires isolation. I learned that the man who wants to achieve must give up many things, society, diversion, even rest, and must find his sole recreation and happiness in work. He will live largely with his conceptions and enterprises. They will be as real to him as worldly possessions and friends. In recent years, I have devoted myself to the problem of the wireless transmission of power. Power can be, and at no distant date will be, transmitted without wires for all commercial uses, such as the lighting of homes and the driving of aeroplanes. I have discovered the essential principles, and it only remains to develop them commercially. When this is done, you will be able to go anywhere in the world, to the mountain top overlooking your farm, to the Arctic, or to the desert, and set up a little equipment that will give you heat to cook with and light to read by. This equipment will be carried in a satchel not as big as the ordinary suitcase. In years to come, wireless lights will be as common on the farms as ordinary electric lights are nowadays in our cities. The matter of transmitting power by wireless is so well in hand that I can say I am ready now to transmit 100,000 horsepower by wireless without a loss of more than 5% in transmission. The plant required to transmit this amount will be much smaller than some of the wireless telegraph plants now existing, and will cost only $10 million, including water development and electrical apparatus. The effect will be the same whether the distance is 1 mile or 10,000 miles, and the power can be collected high in the air, underground, or on the ground. Chapter 3. The Wizard's Lab. The daily life of this man has been the same practically ever since he has been in New York. He starts for his laboratory before 9 o'clock in the morning, when he has not passed the night there. All day long he lives in his weird, uncanny world, reaching forth to capture new power, to glean fresh knowledge. Usually he works until 6 o'clock, but he might stay later. The absence of natural light does not trouble him. Tesla makes sunlight in his workshop. At exactly 8 o'clock he enters the Waldorf, attired in irreproachable evening clothes. He walks directly to a table in the farthest corner of the palm garden, reserved for him. He carries 2 or 3 newspapers in his hands, and one of them he perches before him. No gourmet who dines at the Waldorf can order a better dinner than Tesla. It is an elaborate dinner of many courses. He drinks a fine Burgundy. It is practically the only meal he eats during his day. He never tips less than $1. He finishes at exactly 10 o'clock and leaves the hotel, either to go to his rooms to study or to return to his laboratory to work through the night. Tesla is, above all, undoubtedly the most serious man in New York. Yet he has a keen sense of humor and the most beautiful manner. He is the most genuinely modest of men. He knows no jealousy. When he talks, you listen. Due to the war of the currents, with Edison electrocuting animals with AC and appearing at the trial of axe murderer William Kemmler to drive home the point that the best way to electrocute a man on death row was to use AC, Tesla countered in several ways. He wrote to Edward Dean Adams, head of the Niagara Falls Power Company, that the whirl of the wheels of Niagara will soon drown out the foolish talk. And then he allowed himself to be interviewed by journalist Arthur Brisbane, helping to choreograph a front-page spread in the World of this younger wizard sending 500,000 volts through his body to show the public how wrong Edison could be. When discussing his inventions, Tesla put a positive spin on his audacious experiments, but they were in fact fraught with danger. In June of 1896, the wizard made a mistake that almost cost him his life, admitting, "I got a shock of about 3.5 million volts from one of my machines. The spark jumped 3 feet through the air and struck me on the right shoulder. If my assistant had not turned off the current instantly, it might have been the end of me. As it was, I have to show for it a queer mark on my right breast, where the current struck, and a burned heel in one of my socks where it left my body." To the public, however, his experiments were generally presented in a different light. To illustrate, let me mention here an experiment of mine in which the body of a person is subjected to the rapidly alternating pressure of an electrical oscillator of 2.5 million volts. The impression presents a sight marvelous and unforgettable. One sees the experimenter standing on a big sheet of fierce, blinding flame. his whole body enveloped in a mass of phosphorescent wriggling streamers like the tentacles of an octopus. Bundles of light stick out from his spine. As he stretches out his arms, thus forcing the electrical fluid outwardly, roaring tongues of flames leap from his fingertips. Objects in his vicinity bristle with rays, emit musical notes, glow, grow hot. He is the lantern of still more glorious actions which are invisible. At each throb, myriads of minute projectiles are shot off from him with such velocities as to pass through adjoining walls. He is in turn being violently bombarded by surrounding air and dust. He experiences sensations which are indescribable. Nikola Tesla. Tesla's life in the gay 90s is one of astounding accomplishment, a true star among stars, living the high life at the Waldorf Astoria, where he now resided, friend and business partner to the owner John Jacob Astor, largest landowner in the city. There, Tesla dined with the leading women and men of the day, playwrights, writers, musicians, swamis, presidential candidates, architects, financiers, kings and queens, inviting the creme de la creme to his laboratory. A scholar and multilingual, according to his friend, Century editor Robert Underwood Johnson, Tesla is one of the most cultivated of men, with extensive knowledge of the great classics of Greece, Italy, Germany, France, and England, as well, of course, as the Slavic countries. Particularly fond of the poetry of Leopardi, Dante, or Goethe, it was Johnson's belief that he could take up any portion of Faust and continue the quote by memory, textually, page by page. Hobnobbing with the elite, here is a letter from one of Tesla's backers, Edward Dean Adams, the man most responsible for setting up the power station at Niagara Falls. Through the years, Adams invested at least $100,000 in various Tesla enterprises. June 28, 1897, 46 East Houston Street, New York City. My dear Dr. Tesla, on Sunday next, I leave with my family for Niagara Falls en route via Buffalo, the Great Lakes, and Duluth to Yellowstone Park, where we expect, with some friends, to pass about 10 days. I most cordially invite you to take this trip with us, feeling quite sure the voyage on the lakes, as well as the exhilarating mountain air of the Yellowstone Park, will give you sunshine and nature's ozone with new scenes, which together will give you recreation. May I now count upon the pleasure of your company? Sincerely yours, Edward Dean Adams. Not only was Tesla a highly creative inventor, he also impressed greatly the leaders of the day. The following letter is from Henry Fairfield Osborn, Dean of the Faculty of Pure Science at Columbia College, New York City, to Seth Low, President of the college, soon to be Columbia University. Osborn was not only appreciative of Tesla's scientific accomplishments, he was taken with the man as well. I have especially upon my mind a matter which I think will appeal to you very strongly regarding Nikola Tesla. There seems little doubt that Mr. Tesla is the leading electrician. I spent an afternoon recently with Tesla and regard him as one of the most distinguished men I have ever met. I happened to meet Professor Crocker shortly afterwards and learned from him that he had spoken to you in regard to giving Tesla an honorary degree. I would like to support this in the most earnest manner. A modern approach to understanding Tesla's personality was undertaken recently by Watson, the IBM computer that has been programmed to beat chess masters, play and win the TV game show Jeopardy, and simulate human consciousness. After analyzing the inventor's journals, patents, speeches, and articles for underlying emotions and writing styles, Watson concluded that at his heart, Tesla saw himself as an artist. IBM has billed this discovery as a new and rare insight, but Tesla called himself an artist at the speech he gave at Niagara Falls, and at times compared himself to the great painter Raphael. Nevertheless, this tact of having a computer look for key words in the writings of a subject is a fascinating idea, sure to uncover important clues about various individuals Watson sets his sights on. Tesla researcher Martin Hill Ortiz studied Trow's New York Business Directory to get a better idea of his various businesses starting in 1889. The Tesla Electric Company with Alfred S. Brown, the electrical engineer who first discovered Tesla and brought him to banker Charles Peck with capital listed at $300,000. The 1901 Nikola Tesla Company with William Rankin, key developer of the Niagara Falls project with capital listed at $500,000. The 1906 Tesla Machine Company, capital at $300,000 with directors including Langdon Greenwood and William Andrus. Tesla Electrotherapeutic Company circa 1909 to 1912, with capital listed as $400,000 with directors Archibald Langford, Morton Bogue and Ward Pickard. Tesla's International Propulsion Company, capitalized at $1 million with Henry Quimby, John F. Valiant and James Egan, and the Tesla Ozone Company for 1911 at $400,000 with W. Kelly, A. McMurdo, and C. M. McKeever as directors. In the 1920s, Tesla also started producing motion picture equipment for his Cine Machinery MFG Corporation, which he capitalized at $250,000. Apparently, each of these companies petered out, with the figures for capital invested based on projections rather than actual amounts. In his 2016 book, Wireless, The Life, Work and Doctrine of Nikola Tesla, Branimir Jovanovic states that, in general, many of these companies were merely attempts to create a legal framework for certain business plans which never materialized. One of Tesla's most successful offshoot companies was his Tesla Propulsion Company, which was partially funded by Harris Hammond and his father, John Hayes Hammond Sr., around 1911, and also J.P. Morgan Jr. around 1914. This company developed pumps and turbines that Tesla would later refine in the 1920s with Alice Chalmers and Pyle National Corporation, and another turbine production company that ran as a partnership with John H. Hedley, who founded both an American and British turbine manufacturing company with plants in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and Providence, Rhode Island. A wealthy businessman, Hedley owned two large ships, the Alabama and the Den, which both had won World Cup championships for motor yacht racing. Although Hedley wanted Tesla to install his revolutionary jet-propelled turbines aboard his ships, Tesla needed more time to perfect them, and talked Hedley into trying to develop and manufacture hydraulic machines, pumps, compressors and turbines at his plants in Bridgeport and Providence. According to Jovanovic, the Tesla archives in Belgrade have over 2,000 documents related to these Tesla-Hedley endeavors. Unfortunately, each of these inventions took longer to perfect than expected, and over time their partnership fell apart, with Tesla losing about $10,000 and Hedley about 10 times that much. As with most of these endeavors, Tesla kept his sense of humor and remained perfectly confident of success, but the expenses have been so great that I am reminded of the statement of Fabricius after obtaining a victory over the Carthaginians. One more victory like this and we are lost. In general, his many inventions were indeed sound. However, perfecting them was another matter, and the many failures he had along the way often resulted in lawsuits, some brought on by him, but most brought on by business associates who were very unhappy with the numerous instances of their complete failures in the marketplace. The Wizard's Lab. There is no doubt about it, your heart does beat faster when you are about to meet a famous electrical scientist, one of the foremost in the world. It didn't beat a second faster when I met similar men, but not to any such extent as when I entered the room where the master electrical wizard lives. He who has produced electrical discharges resembling lightning bolts, the largest electrical discharges ever attempted by man. The allotted time grew short. The great inventor bid adieu, and I left the presence of one of the world's most distinguished scientists, of whom it has rightly been said, he lives 100 years ahead of his time. Hugo Gernsback. In early April of 1894, Tesla's closest friend, assistant editor of the Century magazine, Robert Underwood Johnson, set up a meeting at Tesla's laboratory where Mark Twain and other dignitaries would come and be photographed for an eye-popping article to run in a famous monthly. Tesla's photographer, Dickinson Alley, was called in, but at the last minute, Twain announced he would be unable to attend. Writing on Player Club stationery from Gramercy Park, Twain wrote, "Dear Mr. Tesla, I am desperately sorry, but a matter of unavoidable business has intruded itself and bars me from coming down tomorrow afternoon. Sorry. Do forgive me. Sincerely yours, Sam Clemens." Having Twain, of course, was central to the piece, so the meeting was delayed until later in the month. Unfortunately, Twain makes no mention of this historic meeting in his private notebook, which does cover other events for this period. The following letter from another observer, Marion Crawford, one of the most prolific novelists of the day, written in 1894, on the other hand, captures the zeitgeist of Tesla's reputation and personality. A contemporary of Twain and Kipling, Crawford had also been invited to be photographed at Tesla's laboratory by Johnson. Crawford was the nephew of Julia Ward Howe, the famous abolitionist, fighter for women's rights, and author of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. He penned this letter to his wife Elizabeth Burden, daughter of Hiram Burden, a well-known Union Army general from the Civil War. Yesterday, when I was at the Century about business, Johnson proposed to take me down in the afternoon to the laboratory of Tesla, the Serbian electrician who is revolutionizing everything here by bringing 200,000 horsepower from Niagara Falls into the city of New York. He has thrown Thomas Edison completely into the shade. Tesla has discovered a new way of handling the dynamo so as to create what he calls electric fields. Within these fields, an electric lamp will burn without any wires to connect it with the dynamo, and many he carried about like a candle. When you are too far from the field, the lamp goes out. It is like magic. The room is electrified by moving a switch in the corner, and things you are holding in your hands, without wires to them, begin to glow. As this is a history-making discovery, Tesla wished to take historical photographs of the experiments, and Johnson at once collected the 3 highest celebrities he could lay hands on, to wit, Mark Twain, Joseph Jefferson, the famous old actor, and myself. We all went down together, Jefferson pretty interested in the whole thing, Clemens grimly amusing, and I very curious about it. The great Tesla is a man of 37, about my height, but even thinner, and painfully narrow-shouldered, though very erect. He has a keen, tired face with a big nose, and much smooth black hair, with very thoughtful eyes. The room was darkened, and Jefferson was photographed first, holding a lamp over the field produced by the electric Tesla. The photograph was taken with a flashlight, so as to get all the surroundings as much as the glow of the little lamp. All went on well when, on the third photograph, the photographer's magnesium flashlight blew up with a terrific explosion, smashing the ground glass of the door behind him to atoms and twisting the metal reflector of the light out of shape. Both Jefferson and I, prepared for anything, supposed that the explosion was part of the experiment and did not move a muscle. But there was considerable confusion afterwards, and Johnson said he had had a bad shock to his nerves. After that, as nobody was scratched by a miracle, we were photographed by artificial daylight and were shown various marvelous experiments. One way of measuring electricity is by so many volts. 2,000 are used at Sing Sing to execute criminals, but by increasing the frequency enormously, the current becomes harmless to the human body. And I yesterday had for some time a current calculated at 700,000 volts going through me in the course of the experiment. Tesla believes that it is healthy, and I dare say it is. At all events, the portraits of Twain, Jefferson, and myself will go down to posterity in connection with Tesla's early experiments. This pleased the man himself and Johnson, so I made no objection, and thus I fancy that the whole, with an article, will be in an early number of the Century. Marion Crawford, April 27, 1894. After receiving the proofs and looking them over, Tesla wrote to his friend Robert on May 2, 1894, "Dear Johnson, one of the photos is simply immense. I mean the one of Joseph Jefferson showing him alone in the darkness. I think it is a piece of art. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla." As astounding and history-making as these experiments with cold wireless light bulbs were, the wizard's work with X-rays were perhaps even more startling. Claiming he could make a man's body luminous so that he could distinctly see his skeleton, and proving it with startling X-ray photographs, this act led newspapers to proclaim that Tesla can see through a man. Rising Star. It was these kinds of achievements that attracted Spanish-American war hero and Medal of Honor recipient Richmond P. Hobson into Tesla's orb, writing to his fiancée that the world-famous inventor greeted him by giving him a kiss on the cheek as once before. Hobson gained worldwide recognition because of his quick thinking during the Spanish-American War. On June 4, 1898, the New York Times reported the sinking of the Merrimac, which had made a dash into Santiago Harbor, Cuba, under lively cannonade of fire in attempts to attack the waiting Spanish Armada. The ship was sunk, and an officer and engineer and 6 seamen were taken as prisoners and held in the dungeons at Morro Castle. The Times article, which came out just a day after the event, captured the imagination of the reading public. When they found out the following day, again in the Times, that the ship was sunk on purpose to lock the Spanish Armada into the harbor, and that the officer was Lieutenant Richmond P. Hobson, he gained overnight world acclaim. As editor of the Century magazine, Robert Underwood Johnson was able to publish Hobson's account when he was released from the Spanish prison and made his way to New York. The story was so popular that the issue recounting his ordeal became an instant bestseller. Rather quickly, a deep friendship arose between Hobson and Tesla as they also dined with Robert and Katherine Johnson. Several years later, Hobson, soon to be a U.S. congressman, helped Tesla line up a deal to place a wireless system on Navy ships, but Tesla's great undertaking at Wardenclyffe interfered. With the wizard now facing mounting financial debts, Hobson decided to get married. May 1st, 1905. My dear Tesla, I know it will please you to hear of the great happiness that has come to me. Miss Griselda Houston Hull has consented to become my wife, and the wedding has been planned for May 25th. Do you know, my dear Tesla, you are the very first person outside of my family that I thought of, and which the ceremonies will be very simple. I wish to feel you present in standing close to me on this occasion so full of incoming in my life. Indeed, I could not feel the occasion complete without you. Sincerely yours, Richmond Pearson Hobson. Hobson referred to Tesla as having a cosmic mind that sweeps the universe with a kind of cosmic intuition, and their friendship continued until Hobson's death in the 1930s. Tesla had close friendships with other luminaries as well, such as Sir William Crookes and Lord Kelvin, who Tesla invited to his laboratory when he came to the States. 15 Eaton Place, Langdon, May 20th, 1902. Dear Mr. Tesla, I do not know how I can ever thank you enough for the most kind letter of May 10th, which I found in my cabin in the Lucania, with the beautiful books which you most kindly sent me along with it. The Buried Temple by Maurice Maeterlinck, The Gospel of Buddha, the exquisite edition of Rossetti's House of Life, and last but not least, the Century magazine for June 1900, with the splendid and marvellous photographs on pages 176, 187, 190, 191, 192, photo of electrical lessons. We had a most beautiful passage across the Atlantic, matching the finest I have ever had. I was trying hard nearly all the way, but quite unsuccessfully, to find something definite as to the functions of ether with respect to plain, old-fashioned magnetism. Apropos of this, I have instructed the publishers at Macmillan to send you at the Waldorf a copy of my book on electrostatics and magnetism. I shall be glad if you will accept it from me as a very small mark of my gratitude to you for your kindness. You may possibly find something interesting in the articles on atmospheric electricity which it contains. Lady Kelvin joined me in kind regards, and I remain, yours always truly, Kelvin. P.S. Thank you so warmly for the beautiful flowers. The duo discussed how to send a signal to the hypothesized Martians. They philosophized about the purpose of life. Tesla had given Kelvin a copy of Edouard Schur's The Grand Initiates, a masterwork on the lives of Rama, Krishna, Hermes, Moses, Orpheus, Pythagoras, Plato, and Jesus, a book that has been described as a spiritual adventure of depth and intensity. We see here great evidence of Tesla's spiritual awareness and interest in the highest state of consciousness. One of the most important teachings of these individuals is that the universe has purpose, which is a theme of Aristotle's that also runs through Maeterlinck's works. When it comes to women, Tesla was attracted to several, in particular, 2 stage actresses, Sarah Bernhardt, who he apparently invited back to his lab, and the alluring Elsie Ferguson, whose plays he often went to see. Tesla's letters between himself and Robert Johnson's wife Catherine often read like love letters. The following provocative letter from Catherine may refer to a photograph Tesla took of his hand, which he displayed in the technical journals in relation to his new method of fluorescent lighting. This was a time when palm reading was all the rage. June 6th, 1898. Dear Mr. Tesla, I want very much to see you tomorrow evening, and will be really disappointed if you do not think my request worthy of your consideration. You must save this evening for us. After this date, I am going away to Washington for a visit, so if anybody cares to see Mrs. Philipov. When you come tomorrow evening, we'll talk about the hand which is before me now, but which is doomed to seclusion. I cannot stand it. It is too strong, too virile. When I enter the room without thinking, it makes me start. It is the only thing in it. You must try again and make your hand be as large and grand as it is. Faithfully yours, Catherine Johnson. This is just one of many alluring letters from Catherine, and she flirts here with Tesla. She also tries to get him married. In one exchange, about a year after Tesla's arrival back in New York, Catherine gets interested in spiritualism and tries to contact the inventor through thought transference. She sets up a special time to think about Tesla, and then a few days later writes to him to see if he received the telepathic message. Tesla replies, "My dear Mrs. Johnson, on that day, at the very moment, I never thought of you, not even for a moment," signing the letter, "Sincerely, Millionaire Kid." Of interest to women. Nikola Tesla, whose name has been associated widely with study and application of electricity, often surprises his friends by displaying more or less knowledge of a great variety of subjects. The other evening I took the prettiest kind of girl out to dinner. Struck with a wide range of his knowledge, in sheer admiration, the lady at last said, "How very much you know, Mr. Tesla. I'd rather expected to find you a man of one idea, but instead you are more conversant with more topics than any person I ever met." "I simply have to keep myself posted upon everything going on," the inventor replied, "or I wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance with these bright college girls." Tesla claimed he was celibate, that science was his only mistress. Was he homosexual, or did he have repressed homosexual thoughts or impulses? Perhaps. Obviously, Tesla had a highly complex personality. As a biographer, how far down can one really dig? At his heart, Tesla was an inventor, moving as rapidly as he could to help design and, in that sense, choreograph the new age. He also enjoyed the high life. The precise details of his sexual life will probably never be known, but what is important to keep in mind was that Tesla maintained strong friendships with numerous leading men and women of the day. Clearly, there was something about Tesla that attracted them, more so than just the fact that he was the leading wizard of the day, performing take-your-breath-away experiments at his mysterious and fanciful lab. Nevertheless, as popular as Tesla was, there were also numerous individuals, particularly electrical engineers, who not only disliked Tesla, but also did their best to undermine him. And that included competitors as well as members of the Westinghouse Corporation, whose entire livelihoods were dependent on Tesla's genius. One need only read some of the Elihu Thomson correspondence, Carl Herring's articles as editor of Electrical World and Engineer, who backed Dobrovolsky over Tesla in the invention of the AC polyphase system, or Westinghouse man Louis Stilwell, whose writings on his boss George Westinghouse placed his friend Oliver Schallenberger's name above Tesla's, for the invention of both the induction motor and hydroelectric power system, when all Schallenberger did was notice that a spring tended to spin when placed in a magnetic field. Or one can read any number of other biographies on Elihu Thomson or Charles Steinmetz, or the autobiography of Michael Pupin, to see how Tesla's name was stripped time and again from his accomplishments. Longtime associate Fritz Lowenstein said it this way: April 18th, 1912. My dear Mr. Tesla, I attended the Marconi meeting last night in company with illustrious society. Mr. Marconi gave the history, as he sees it, of wireless up to this date. He does not speak any more of Hertzian wave telegraphy, but accentuates that messages he sends out are conducted along the Earth. Pupin had the floor next, showing that wireless was due entirely to one single person. In a brief historical sketch, Steinmetz maintained that while all elements necessary for the transmission of wireless energy were available, it was due to Marconi that intelligence was actually transmitted. That evening was, without any question, the highest tribute that I have ever heard paid to you in the language of absolute silence as to your name. Sincerely yours, Fritz Lowenstein. What we do know is that over time, as Lowenstein tells us, Tesla became a non-person, the quintessential elephant in the room, ostracized by many of his former competitors, not because of his personal life or mysterious sexual proclivities, but because his work was so central to their careers, and for various reasons, including jealousy and the downside of capitalism, it simply was not in their interests to credit Tesla's role in the advancement of their profession. Chapter 4. Gay 90s. March 2nd, 1895. My dear Tesla, I cannot thank you too much for your kindness in showing us all your wonderful experiments the other day. They made a deep impression on me, as they did everyone, and I'm going to see them again some day, if you will let me. Sincerely yours, Stanford White. Bar none, Stanford White was the premier architect of the day, and perhaps the premier architect of the modern age. One of the founders of the prestigious architectural firm McKim, Mead & White, White not only designed the original Madison Square Garden, considered by many to be the most beautiful building ever to grace New York City, he also designed the original Penn Station, numerous churches, both the Metropolitan and Players Clubs in New York, as well as the mansions of the robber barons there and in Rhode Island, the wedding cake-like Rosecliff Mansion, and the futuristic and highly original Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, the castle-like towers in Narragansett, just a few miles from my house, which happens to be my favorite building, and the regal white marble Capitol in Providence, an edifice that not only greatly resembles its older brother in Washington, D.C., but also boasts the third largest unsupported dome on the planet. Less than 2 weeks after receiving White's letter, Tesla's South Fifth Avenue laboratory burned to the ground. Claiming losses of over $50,000, Tesla stated, "I am in too much grief to talk. What can I say? Everything is gone. I must begin over again." Over time, Stanford White, or Stanny as he was called by his friends, would change his salutation to Tesla from "sincerely yours" to "affectionately," to truly reflect the sense of camaraderie that this odd duo shared. A charismatic sensualist, Stanny was not only an architect extraordinaire, he was also a trendsetter, purchasing from Europe the artwork and tchotchkes for his clients, importing this new game for the masses called golf, and reshaping the urban landscape to reflect America's rise as the new superpower, spearheading humanity's breakthrough to the modern era with the simultaneous curtailing of the horse and buggy, giving way to the corresponding spread of automobiles, the railway system, and even the promise, through the experiments of Samuel Langley, of human flight. February 1893. The demand for admittance tickets to see Nikola Tesla's wireless lecture for the National Electrical Light Association held at Grand Music Hall in St. Louis was so enormous that it was decided to secure a larger auditorium, the Exhibition Theatre, which seats about 4,000. Leading the charge on the electrical front were dueling wizards, Tom Edison from Menlo Park, New Jersey, who invented the best electric light, a machine that talked and reproduced the calls of birds and the sounds of music, and another that produced pictures that moved, and Nikola Tesla, whose system of electrical power distribution lit the Chicago World's Fair, held the promise of harnessing Niagara Falls, and sent wireless signals to remote-controlled vessels. Tesla demonstrated his phantasmagoria to literally thousands of onlookers at lecture halls in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, and St. Louis, and his laboratory became a magician's lair, where so many of society's elite came to be mesmerized and entertained. The following is a letter from one of the wealthiest widows in town. May 12, 1896. The Waldorf. Dear Mr. Tesla, it will give me great pleasure to have you dine with us this evening at 7 o'clock. I must return to Washington tomorrow, Wednesday. My son and I want to see you. Hoping to have that pleasure, I am yours very truly, Phoebe A. Hurst. Finding a new location on Houston Street in sight of the Brooklyn Bridge, paradoxically, Tesla received aid in the interim from Edison, who lent his former employee space in New Jersey while he located and then constructed his new place. The list of people who dined at Delmonico's or Sherry's and then made their way back to Tesla's lab was a veritable who's who, not only of the 400, but also of historical giants in their own right, from multimillionaires and authors to poets, painters, robber barons, musicians, war heroes and politicians, including John Jacob Astor and his alluring wife Ava Willing, Robert Underwood Johnson and his wife Catherine, Johnson's boss at The Century, Richard Watson Gilder, and his wife, the painter Kay Gilder, founder of the Arts Student League, newspapermen and journalists like Charles Danner of The Sun, Arthur Brisbane from The World, Joseph Collier and William Randolph Hearst and his mother Phoebe, novelists Marion Crawford, Rudyard Kipling, and Mark Twain, Tesla's Electrical World editor T.C. Martin, Spanish-American war heroes Richmond P. Hobson and Teddy Roosevelt, Roosevelt's sister, Corinne Robinson, one of the founders of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and her husband, Douglas Robinson, railroad magnates like Austin Corbin, James H. Hill, and Chauncey Depew, the naturalist John Muir, African explorer William Aston Chandler, Ignace Paderewski, pianist and the highest-paid performer of the day, conductor and composer Anton Dvorak, author of New World Symphony, playwright Marguerite Merrington, electrical competitors and colleagues Charles Scott and Albert Schmidt of the Westinghouse Corporation, Peter Cooper Hewitt, who, like Tesla, invented fluorescent lighting, the thespian Joseph Jefferson, the oil baron Colonel Oliver Payne, socialites like Mrs. Wolcott, Mrs. Griswold, and Mrs. Winslow, Daisy Maud Gordon and her husband, the very wealthy British Army officer Major Walter de S. Maud, Mary Mapes Dodge, author of Hans Brinker, August St. Gaudens, the country's leading sculptor, and Lord Kelvin. One of the more illustrious individuals Tesla interacted with in the 1890s was the newspaperman and soon-to-be foremost novelist Theodore Dreiser, who started his career working as a journalist in Chicago and then transferred to St. Louis to write for the Globe Democrat and the St. Louis Star. In 1893, the editor of the Star, Tobias Mitchell, assigned Dreiser to interview a potpourri of newsmakers ranging from third-rate spiritualists, mountebanks and quacks, to VIPs who came to town, including pianist Ignace Paderewski, theosophist Annie Besant, prizefighter-turned-actor John L. Sullivan, and a scientist of standing, Nikola Tesla. Verily, Dreiser wrote, I was sent to get their views on something, anything or nothing, really, for Tobias seemed a bit cloudy as to their significance, and I certainly had no clear insight into the matter yet. One of my favourite thoughts was to ask them what they thought of life, its meaning, since this was so much uppermost in my mind at the time. In 1900, Dreiser wrote the acclaimed novel Sister Carrie, a Horatio Alger-type story about a country girl who gets somewhat corrupted. When she enters city life, she sheds a benefactor/lover who, in retaliation, commits suicide as she moves on to become a successful actress. The basis of the highly successful A Star Is Born movie franchise, the most recent of which starring Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga, it has been suggested by Dreiser experts such as Tom Riggio, editor of the Dreiser-Mencken letters, that one of the minor characters, Bob Ames, might have been based in part on or inspired by Nikola Tesla. In a rather long soliloquy, Ames comments that, if you have powers, they should be cultivated through the exercise of the will. If you want to do most, do good, serve the many. Certainly these traits pair well with Tesla's actions and philosophy. Dreiser was an ardent sensualist who had numerous affairs. Also an author, he boldly described them in lurid, fictitious form. In 1909, one such affair cost him his marriage. That same year, Dreiser wrote Tesla requesting that he write an educational article for the oncoming generation for one of the magazines he was editor-in-chief of, the Delineator, the Designer, or the New Idea. Dreiser entices Tesla by informing him that their combined circulation was 1.8 million. I should very much appreciate it if you would give this proposition your serious consideration and personally let me know." Tesla's response is missing, and it is quite possible that since they both were New Yorkers, Tesla's answer may have been given in person or by phone. Throughout his career, Dreiser was continually influenced by aspects of Tesla's life. In 1925, after a 10-year hiatus, Dreiser published arguably his most important work, An American Tragedy, which was in part influenced by the story of William Kemmler, who in the early 1890s was the first man to die in the electric chair. In this tragedy of desire, the protagonist/anti-hero, Clyde Griffith, allows his pregnant lover to drown so he can move on to a more alluring gal. Like Kemmler, his actions result in his execution by the electric chair. A few years later, Dreiser had his secretary contact Tesla to inform him that his offices for the American Spectator had moved, and that he could now be reached at the new phone number Lexington 26130. "I shall, of course," the secretary writes, "transmit to Mr. Dreiser immediately any arrangement you wish to make so that he can meet them." The implication through these letters is that Tesla and Dreiser maintained cordial relations through the duration of their lives. Another interesting lifelong relationship Tesla had was with the astronomer George E. Hale, 1868 to 1938, the man who built the huge 40-inch telescope at the Yerkes Observatory in Williams Bay, Wisconsin. Tesla met Hale at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, where Hale's gigantic telescope was put on display. A strong friendship between them arose, and it is most likely that Hale arranged for Tesla to view the planets and stars at this meeting. In 1896, Hale invited Tesla to Wisconsin to speak at a conference and enjoy another viewing of the stars at the Yerkes Observatory. "Should you be able to attend and participate in such a conference," Hale wrote, "the meetings would be most interesting and profitable with ample time for discussion. Are there any objects which you would especially like to experiment with the 40-inch telescope?" Hale ended the letter, "Hoping you can arrange to be here to meet with other physicists and astronomers in the various pleasant summer homes on the shores of the lake. I am very truly yours, George E. Hale." Due to pressing matters, including Tesla's extensive studies with X-rays and, unfortunately, also an attack of the grip, Tesla graciously declined the generous offer. But a decade later, on June 4, 1908, he wrote to Hale at his solar observatory at Mount Wilson, California, "Learning with pleasure of your forthcoming book, The Study of Stellar Evolution, from which I expect to derive much needed information, I have greatly regretted that since our meeting in Chicago years ago, we have never been able to get together. Your work interests me very much, and I am heartily in sympathy with you." Tesla ended the letter, "Please do not fail, the next time you are in New York, to call on me and give me an opportunity to exchange a few ideas. Sincerely yours, N. Tesla." Heavily influenced by Hale's work and finally having another face-to-face meeting circa 1912 in Manhattan, Tesla was particularly taken by Hale's study of the sun, as well as by his photographs of so-called island universes, which by this time were renamed spiral galaxies. In the early 1890s, before Tesla's first major laboratory burned to the ground, Tesla hypothesized that the production of light was created by the vibration of the atmosphere. According to the inventor, the light of the sun is the result of vibrations in the ether. His idea is to produce on Earth vibrations as intense as that to the sun. The inventor had already done something towards accomplishing this end when the fire occurred. Tesla told Current Literature, "I have come to the conclusion that sunlight is produced by 500 trillion vibrations of the atmosphere per second. In order to manufacture the same kind of light, it will be necessary to produce an equal number of vibrations by machinery. I have succeeded up to a certain point, but am still at work on the task." The frontispiece of Hale's book on the evolution of the cosmos was a spectacular reproduction of the Andromeda Galaxy. This image made such an impact on Tesla's thinking that he came to fashion one of his letterheads as a spiral galaxy, which he probably linked to his discovery of the rotating magnetic field, and thus to the issue of cosmology or birth of the cosmos. Many years later, in the mid-1930s, concerning a subject I have devoted much of my time to, Tesla told the New York Times that he had invented a new, small and compact apparatus by which energy in considerable amounts can now be flashed through interstellar space to any distance without the slightest dispersion. Tesla revealed that he considered conferring with my friend George E. Hale, the great astronomer and solar expert, regarding the possible use of this invention in his own researches. However, instead, Tesla sought to offer the invention to a French research committee attempting to study a way to communicate with other worlds, thereby hoping to win a monetary reward, should such a device prove successful. Chapter 5. Taking an Electric Bath. Bathing by electricity is the latest development of that science due to recent experiments of Nikola Tesla, the famous American electrician. The busy man's bath is the way Mr. Tesla himself describes this bath, which is produced by passing a current of millions of volts through the body. He has himself passed a current of 2 million volts, alternating at a rate of 300,000 or 100,000 times a second through his own body, and the effect is, he declares, to cause all impurities to be thrown off the skin. The mechanism used is exceedingly simple, consisting merely of an insulated metal platform on which the individual stands and holds in his hand an electrode, which is connected by a wire with an oscillator. The invention is also described as a powerful tonic. The Daily News, Perth, Washington, Friday, February 3rd, 1899. Tesla's electric bath caught the fancy of the world, and they sent a journalist in the fall of 1897 to meet with the wizard. Created as a feature story that would run in the Sunday edition for October 31st, the article revealed that the inventor had devised a reclining chair in which the subject lies perfectly nude. 2 wet sponges are applied to a lady's feet, 2 to her hands. The current is turned on. Thrills, tingles awaken the skin, and then from her all the dirt which covers the skin flutters away. Also, the hideous microbes are fairly shocked into quitting their hold. Tesla told the reporter that about 7 years earlier he had purchased the most powerful microscope on the market. He would then study the surface of a person's skin before and after showering. People who bathe themselves thoroughly in soap and water every day have an idea that they are utterly free from microbes and that their skin cannot be made any cleaner. If these people had only the opportunity to gaze for a moment through a powerful microscope such as mine, they would be utterly astonished to see the millions of germs swarming over every inch of their bodies. These germs, besides making such a hideous sight, are eating up the vitality and freshness and destroying the healthy particles of the skin at a rapid rate. This prompted the inventor to conceive of a way to rid oneself of such destructive microbes. Tesla thereupon performed an experiment for the journalist. In the center of the room, the inventor had placed a large copper ball that he had painted black a week or 2 in advance of the meeting. Through this big globe he ran a powerful electric current, which caused the paint to scale off, leaving the globe clean and fresh. That is precisely what the Wizard of the Wire proposes to do with these women to make them more fair. What Tesla was suggesting was the fantastic idea that a person's body would be disinfected in a much more thorough way through his electric bath as compared with taking a shower with soap and water. The presence of these microbes being the cause of so much injury, Tesla told the world, there is every reason to believe that the skin of a perfectly clean woman can be made to retain through old age to her death the bloom and freshness of youth, the colour and softness of girlhood, and the vigour and pliableness of the skin which every woman possesses by ridding her of these hideous microbes. Tesla's electric bath was one of a number of medical devices he invented. As early as 1891, Tesla designed electrotherapy machines for sending mild electric currents through the body for various healing purposes, which were advanced by the French physician Jacques d'Asnoval, whom Tesla met in Paris shortly thereafter. In 1896, Tesla patented an ozone generator, number 568,177, for the purpose of manufacturing ozone. Noticing its curative effects, he created around 1906 the Tesla Ozone Company, which helped spawn ozone therapy clinics as a way to disinfect wounds, cure the body of various ailments, and kill viruses. One such method he used was an ultraviolet UV light that worked to ozonate the air such that it acquired antiseptic properties. When filtered through olive oil, the ozonated air could be inhaled to treat lung diseases and other maladies of the skin. Even today, ozone therapy, which involves the injection into the bloodstream of pure oxygen mixed with about 3% ozone, has been used to kill viruses such as Ebola and COVID-19. In the early 1930s, Tesla's work with electrotherapeutic high-frequency equipment was found to have highly beneficial results in cancer treatment, according to Dr. Gustav Kulischer of the Mount Sinai Hospital. Perhaps it was Tesla's electric bath that drew Daisy Gordon into the wizard's orb. An equestrian, golfer, and stunning beauty, Elizabeth Daisy Gordon was a wealthy socialite from the prominent Gordon family of Cincinnati. The granddaughter of the industrialist W.J. Gordon, who gave Gordon Park to the city, Daisy was closely associated with another Cincinnati beauty, Carrie Mae Harrington, the daughter of a wealthy owner of coal mines. These two prettiest girls in town vied for the attention of Daniel Rhodes Hanna, the son of Great Lakes shipping magnate and coal and iron ore entrepreneur Marc Hanna, who would go on as a senator in 1896 to be the driving force behind William McKinley's rise to the White House. Although Daisy was taken with Dan, Carrie Mae beat her to the punch and eloped with the young Hanna in 1888. Often travelling to Europe and stopping off at the Waldorf Astoria en route, Daisy entered into an ardent friendship with Tesla, which picked up steam in November of 1897. Daisy thanked Tesla for your very kind invitation to dine at Sherry's and see your wonderful and interesting laboratory, which I'm looking forward to with no end of pleasure. And their friendship continued for the next several years, with Daisy ordering a photograph of herself to be sent to Tesla and even possibly visiting him when he set up his laboratory in Colorado Springs, as she enjoyed traveling there. In late June of 1897, Daisy set off with her new husband for Europe. Dear Mr. Tesla, she wrote on the 28th, I was indeed sorry not to have seen you the morning we sailed. I appreciated more than I can say the beautiful roses you so kindly sent me to the steamer, and I enjoyed them for several days. Sincerely, Daisy Gordon Maud. One of the biggest scandals of the day was when Dan Hanna got fed up with his wife Carrie Mae, who was self-schooling their 3 children and charging her husband tens of thousands of dollars to cover her lavish trips to London, Rome, Venice, and Paris, where she bought the latest fashions. Dan complained that he had few opportunities to visit his children, and thereby attempted to wrestle them from their mother by finagling with a judge to get his father, Marc Hanna, to take over as legal guardian. Pinkerton cops went to snatch her, but Carrie Mae had taken off for New York and was supposedly staying at the Hotel Savoy. Eluding the cops, she booked herself and her children into another hotel under a pseudonym and then snuck them on board an ocean liner bound for Europe. Carrie Mae let the Hannas know that she would rather go to the North Pole than return to Cleveland and give up her children, so the Hannas relented, removed the warrant for her arrest, and allowed her back to the States. After divorcing Dan and backing a political party that opposed the now Senator Hanna, she remarried and moved back to New York and took up residence at the Waldorf Astoria. The scandal was all the rage, and there is no doubt that Tesla, like everyone of the day, talked about it, particularly because Tesla was so closely associated with Carrie Mae's high school friend Daisy, who had now married Major Walter de S. Maud, a dashing British Army officer and Englishman of considerable wealth. When Daisy left for England on her honeymoon, Tesla sent to the ship a bouquet of flowers and 1 or more books to read by the later-day Nobel laureate and author of Quo Vadis, Henryk Sienkiewicz. We had a bad voyage, and I should have read more than I did, but what I read I thoroughly enjoyed, and thank you 1,000 times for your thoughtfulness and kindness to me, Daisy wrote. I am delighted with the book you sent me and the charming sentiment expressed on the front page. Often writing with the hope to have the pleasure of seeing you again, in one letter Daisy noted, The dinner was delightful, and the time spent in your laboratory was interesting and charming. I have so many things to thank you for," Daisy wrote, ending another letter with her gratification that the individuals she introduced Tesla to had the pleasure of shaking the hand of such a genius as you are. On December 8, 1898, Daisy invited Mrs. Walcott, who was most likely the wife of the former acting governor of Massachusetts, to join her to dine at the Waldorf with Tesla. Unfortunately, Mrs. Walcott caught a cold, and the dinner and the ensuing soiree at the wizard's lab was deferred, and then attended by Daisy and Mrs. Walcott, and also Countess Hélène de Portales, the American wife of a count who was a boat captain for the King of Prussia. 2 years later, the Countess would go on to win a gold medal at the 1900 Olympics as a crew member sailing for the Swiss boat Lerina, and become the first female to do so. Plaza Hotel, December 15, 1898. Dear Mr. Tesla, I did not have time to thank you for your beautiful dinner Thursday night, nor half tell you how much I enjoyed it. I shall be here until Saturday night, when I leave for Cleveland. Should you have a moment to spare, I will be delighted to see you again. Sincerely yours, Daisy Maud. Daisy followed up this letter with a note wishing Tesla a happy Christmas, writing, It was a pleasure seeing you again, and I know I have in you such a true friend, ending the letter with kindest remembrances, believe me, Daisy Maud. But curiously, her stream of correspondence ended abruptly just 6 months later, approximately a year before Daisy divorced her husband and quickly married, of all people, Dan Hanna, the very man who had married and divorced her high school friend Carrie May. Moving back to Cincinnati, Daisy had 2 children with the gadabout and latter-day owner of the Cleveland Leader in a marriage that lasted 7 years and netted the vivacious socialite $100,000 in their divorce settlement. While Daisy moved for the next 10 years to Scotland, where she lived in a castle, and also to Paris, and was married for a 3rd time to Franklin Dwight Pelton, Dan would go on to marry 2 more times, spend another fortune in alimony payments, and die of kidney failure at the age of 55 in 1921. Unfortunately, Daisy's fate was actually worse. An ex-military man, Pelton died in 1913, barely over the age of 50, leaving her a widow. Moving back to a Fifth Avenue apartment overlooking Central Park, Daisy became active in the war effort, but passed away just a year later in 1919, possibly a victim of consumption or the flu, having suffered an entire year before her passing. February 16, 1896. My dear Mr. Tesla, will you dine with me on Friday, March 6th at 7:30 to meet a few friends? Yours very truly, Louis C. Tiffany. Tesla's correspondence includes many other luminaries who also witnessed the wizard at his laboratories, starting with his first major one on South Fifth Avenue circa 1890 until it burned down in 1895, or its replacement, which was just a few blocks from the Brooklyn Bridge at 46 and 48 Houston Street circa 1896 to 1901. This list includes industrialists Clarence Mackay and Simon Guggenheim, Swami Vivekananda, actress Sarah Bernhardt, land baron James Warden, dime store magnate F.W. Woolworth, Emily Vanderbilt, artist extraordinaire Edwin Austin, Ned Abbey, Louis Comfort Tiffany, President Grover Cleveland, and literally hundreds of others. In the case of Tiffany, the elite artist and entrepreneur invited the inventor to numerous luncheons throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, and through the years, Tiffany also sent the inventor notices of the weddings of his daughters, and Tesla may have attended one or more such happy events. The following letter refers to an invitation to visit Tiffany's estate in Cold Spring Harbor, located at the eastern tip of Long Island, several train stops past Wardenclyffe. By this time they had already known and dined with each other for nearly 20 years. 1136 Woolworth Building, May 16, 1914. Laurelton, Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island, New York, May 16, 1914. My dear Mr. Tiffany, I cannot resist writing and thanking you for the exquisite entertainment of yesterday. It was a treat, splendid and unique, such as only an artist gifted with most delicate perception and master of form and color display could offer. I have carried away a vivid impression, With kindest regards, yours very sincerely, N. Tesla. Another close friend of Tesla's was Phoebe Hearst, the well-known socialite and mother of William Randolph Hearst, who at the time was an arch competitor via his New York Journal with Joseph Pulitzer and his World. Tesla, of course, was featured in both newspapers. In March of 1896, in anticipation of building a laboratory there 3 years later, Tesla traveled out to Colorado Springs to conduct wireless experiments using electronic equipment to implement the principle of resonance through ground transmission via tuning forks and microphones out at Pikes Peak, an experiment he had also performed in lectures in Philadelphia and St. Louis earlier in 1893. 3 months later, Phoebe invited Tesla to return to the West and join her and her son on a trip to Yosemite. Unfortunately, the wizard was too busy to get away, so she enabled him to enjoy the trip vicariously through several letters she wrote while on the journey. Western Union Telegram, July 11, 1896, Yosemite, California. To Nikola Tesla, Gerlach Hotel, New York. Music of falls better than Bleecker Street trucks. Lightning on mountain peaks for you to play with. Giant tree at Mariposa, christened Tesla. C.R. Anthony and Phoebe. P.S. Regret you are not here. Tesla's friendship with Phoebe and William Randolph Hearst continued throughout their lives, and Phoebe was also a good friend of Katherine Johnson. In 1902, running as a progressive Democrat in support of unions, Hearst was elected to Congress. Even though he missed 168 of 170 roll calls, Hearst was still able to finagle a second term. A force to be reckoned with, at the close of his second term the congressman and newspaper mogul ran for governor of New York, but lost to Charles Evan Hughes in 1906. In 1919, Phoebe passed away at the age of 77, and Tesla wrote to William saying, "Please accept my heartfelt condolences. Mrs. Hearst will lie in our memories as one of the noblest and most lovable women." Using his inheritance to begin construction of the Hearst Castle, Hearst began making movies and sought Tesla's advice on how to create a lighting effect on camera. Tesla replied, "Since my talk with you yesterday, I have devoted thought to the matter and found a way of producing a very striking effect which would not endanger the heroine in the least. Moreover, it will be a genuine display of force, and not a mere pictorial effect such as can be readily recognized by an intelligent audience. I will endeavor to perfect the device in my mind to the point of application, and will then be pleased to give you a full explanation." Hearst worked out some electrical effects in his own laboratory, and thus did not take Tesla up on the offer. But their friendship remained intact. Part 2. Wardenclyffe. Having sent a large photograph of his completed laboratory out at Wardenclyffe, Long Island, and partially built towering mushroom-shaped transmission tower to his backer, J. Pierpont Morgan, Tesla sent the great financier yet another plea for additional funds. February 17, 1905. Dear Mr. Morgan, let me tell you once more, I have perfected the greatest invention of all time, the transmission of electrical energy without wires to any distance, a work which has consumed 10 years of my life. It is the long-sought stone of the philosophers. I need but to complete the plant I have constructed, and in one bound humanity will advance centuries. Help me to complete this work, or remove the obstacles in my path. Faithfully yours, Nikola Tesla. Chapter 6. Wardenclyffe. London, February 21st, 1901. In a cable dispatch it is stated that Mr. James Galbraith, an agent of Nikola Tesla, left London today for Lisbon to establish a receiving station on the Portuguese coast at the 40th parallel of latitude, which will be in communication with a Tesla transmitter located on the New Jersey coast. This will be the first practical application of Tesla's long-distance wireless system. In May of 1899, Tesla moved out to Colorado Springs to construct a wireless laboratory. Taking the Westinghouse people up on their offer to provide free electricity, he constructed a barn-like structure about 7 miles from town at the beginning of a long plain, at the edge of the foothills of the mighty Rocky Mountain range with Pikes Peak in the background. Unfettered by the confines of New York City, Tesla constructed numerous Tesla coils and receiving equipment, and erected a 200-foot-tall radio tower to test his theories. There he created ball lightning and thunderbolts in excess of 60 feet in length. In his 1919 article, Can Radio Ignite Balloons?, Tesla describes the great danger associated with his experiments in Colorado Springs, admitting that fires of all kinds and explosions can be produced by wireless transmitters. He himself created such a fire whereby he was forced to crawl to safety, lucky to not have burned down his entire lab. When he fired up his transmitter to undertake experiments, Tesla claimed that electrical equipment 12 miles away registered the effects. One of the greatest mysteries is exactly how far away from the lab he was when he illuminated light bulbs which are stuck into the ground. Using less than 5 or 10% of the capacity of his equipment, Tesla stated that he excited lighted incandescent lamps at a considerable distance from the laboratory, which he estimated to be about 100 feet away. By watering the ground around the lab to increase conductivity in one experiment, when exciting his large transmitter coil, 51 feet in diameter, butterflies were carried around in a circle as in a hurricane, and could not get out no matter how they tried. Sparks were created in the sand when one walked at some distance from the building, and a horse at a distance of perhaps 1/2 a mile would become scared and gallop away. When using damped waves, the roar was so strong that it could be plainly heard 10 miles away. And of course, Tesla also blew out the power station, which he had to fix, which was 7 miles away. By monitoring lightning storms at distances of 600 miles from his lab, Tesla concluded that his receiving equipment would be adequate for wireless communication over long distances. He launched high-altitude balloons to try unsuccessfully to transmit wireless impulses through what today is called the ionosphere, and then turned his attention to using the ground as the medium for transmitting messages. By monitoring a monster lightning storm in early July, Tesla claimed to have measured the resonant frequency of the planet. Thus, he constructed equipment that took into account the size of the Earth, the speed of light, and the planet's resonant frequency to send what he claimed were impulses to the antipode or opposite side of the planet, where they rebounded back. And he also claimed to have transmitted electrical power by means of wireless to illuminate light bulbs hundreds of feet and perhaps several miles from his laboratory. Having concluded that he had also received pulsed frequencies from outer space, perhaps from intelligences from a nearby planet such as Venus or Mars, Tesla returned to New York in early 1900, convinced that he could now construct a wireless plant near New York City and use the facility to send wireless messages to Europe, and even illuminate the upcoming Paris Exposition. During the Christmas season of 1900, the inventor was invited to the home of J. Pierpont Morgan, and after some discussion and a challenge to Morgan to not be close-fisted, the inventor was able to wrangle a deal whereby Morgan provided $150,000 for the construction of Tesla's wireless operation. Having now hooked the biggest fish on Wall Street, the wizard proceeded to purchase land out on Long Island, 65 miles from New York City, from James Warden, director of the North Shore Industrial Company. Warden, who was in control of a 1,800-acre potato farm along Long Island Sound, provided Tesla with 200 acres adjacent to Route 25A. The inventor was also given the option to purchase the remaining parcel. Perhaps to sweeten the deal, or in lieu of certain other arrangements, the site was named Warden Cliff after the owner, and a housing development Warden was constructing, and a post office under that appellation was established in 1901 on April 2nd. 5 years later, in 1906, the name was officially changed to the village of Shoreham. Tesla hired the architect Stanford White of McKim, Mead and White to design the laboratory and transmission tower, and White, who happened to have a home just several miles from Wardenclyffe in the village of St. James, in turn hired W.D. Crowe to do the construction. With White's help, Tesla set out to design a radio city, with plans to eventually hire as many as 2,500 workers and technical people to run the worldwide wireless enterprise, build a model city to house the workers, and construct for himself a palatial abode which would overlook the entire property. The laboratory will draw men from the highest scientific circles, and their presence will benefit all of Long Island, Tesla told the press. "It's a mighty fine tower," said one good farmer last week. "The breeze up there is something grand of a summer evening, and you can see the Sound and all the steamers that go by. We are tired, though, trying to figure out why he put it here instead of Coney Island." Tesla moved out to Wardenclyffe and rented a cottage from Warden himself, set on a high bluff that overlooked Long Island Sound. As one of those incredible coincidences, the Tesla cottage sat right next to another cottage owned by the woman suffragette iconoclast Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Born in 1815 with a granddaughter later married to radio pioneer Lee De Forest, Stanton, who was 85 years old when she met Tesla, recorded their meeting in her diary. Wardenclyffe, L.I., July 12, 1901. "We are down here on the Sound for the summer. Nikola Tesla has his laboratory near us. He said to me the other day, 'It is possible to telegraph to all parts of the earth without wires.' Think of it. Where will the wonders of science end?" Two other individuals who knew Tesla at that time were R. Hartley Sherwood, who became president of the Central Indiana Coal Company, and Teresa V. P. Krull, a journalist who reminisced about this period in an article published 4 decades later. Old photographs show the cottage, which still stands, next to Cady Stanton's cottage, and beyond that, further east, one can see the tall, regal Wardenclyffe Inn, also along the shore overlooking Long Island Sound, where a restaurant and meeting place was located. In 1902, Tesla was completing the timber and steel tower, or conical scaffolding, hidden in the Long Island woods near a summer shore hamlet and its small railroad station. Paths from the tower and big one-story brick laboratory, actually it had 2 stories, led inquiring reporters out to the open shore, across a ravine from quiet Wardenclyffe Inn, next to where Tesla had a lone cottage. He dined at the inn, as did Mr. Warden's dozen cottagers. Some of us stayed at the inn. This writer first saw Tesla there dining alone at his own small table, a tall, singular man with unforgettable eyes. Daily he astounded a beach gallery with his swimming feats. He had floated all day in the Danube. Sometimes Tesla would linger after dinner at the inn. Everyone, children included, watched for such evenings. He held us spellbound over what wireless would yet do. Thus the writer first heard that someday Tesla and others would control from shore a boat without a human aboard, directing its behavior at will. According to some anecdotal evidence, Tesla not only frequently swam in the Sound, but did indeed also bring his telautomaton down and controlled it from the bluff that was situated in his backyard, high above the water. Krull reminisces about some favoured mortals who have seen Tesla wreathed in light streams of unbelievable voltage emanating halos for some time after. And then she describes an adventure she undertook with another girlfriend and James Warden's son when Tesla was away from the property, whereby they entered Tesla's lab, where neither then nor now could a visitor describe the many appliances. And then they ascended to the top of the tower, took some photos, and dropped down into its depths. With lantern in hand, we descended where we uncovered a hole, where a narrower wooden stair led down a well with sides of corrugated metal, pitch dark save in lantern radius, and eerie from faint dripping far below. Without lingering, we arose and emerged, only to find Mr. Tesla conversing with workmen. Mutual surprise. Tesla did not scold, but gently admonished Warden that the well was no place for the ladies. Admonished as gently as he is said to have insisted on harbouring pigeons, storm-blown to his hotel window. With World War I, this strange tower yielded to the ban on private stations, but Tesla never yields working. He still lives in a New York hotel, is still a bachelor, still keeps abreast through the press, has no secretary so is hard to catch. With shining Faraday, practical Kelvin, stolid Steinmetz, canny Edison, glamorous Marconi and other immortals, American citizen Tesla still towers over the radio world. Another story concerned Tesla's relationship with Dewey Lewin, a local farmer from nearby Wading River. Sometime around 1903, Tesla took a carriage out to Lewin's farm and gave him several glass bulbs that had wires protruding from them. Most likely the bulbs also had stakes of some sort that enabled them to be connected to the ground. This all suggests that Tesla was testing his wireless system with the locals to see if he could illuminate light bulbs at distances of several miles from the plant. According to legend, 2 of these bulbs remained in Lewin's possession until the 1960s, when they were broken and thrown away. Initially, Tesla's plan with Morgan was to construct a tower 90 feet high. However, when he realized that Marconi was pirating his apparatus, Tesla decided to double the size of the tower and increase its total length to 600 feet by running metal piping down a total of 420 feet, because Tesla thought that size would best fit various resonant properties of the planet. However, finances were limited, and so the wizard constructed a tower 187 feet high with a well 120 feet deep, for a total length of 307 feet, and then, at about 6 stories below, Tesla sent out an additional 300 feet of metal tubing to grip the Earth with about 16 lateral pipes of varying lengths, some 15 to 20 feet each. Concerning its technical details, Tesla's own writings on the magnifying transmitter from his autobiography, My Inventions, are an excellent source. Written for Hugo Gernsback, who serialized it in 1919 in Electrical Experimenter, the memoir appeared 2 years after the precious tower was demolished. Rather than stay in town to face this awful tragedy, the inventor went on the road, developing his bladeless turbines at Pyle National in Chicago and at Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee. He also went to Boston to sell speedometers and odometers to the Waltham Watch Company, and he traveled to Philadelphia in the mid-1920s in attempts to market a number of flying machines to the U.S. Navy. Tesla, of course, would also return to New York frequently, where he kept an apartment at the Hotel Pennsylvania, at which he would dine with the Johnsons or Richard P. Hobson, and also meet with Gernsback and his artist Frank R. Paul, so that Wardenclyffe could at least be completed on paper in an artistic way in an exciting magazine. The following section, taken from pages 176 to 178 of the June 1919 issue of Electrical Experimenter, explains in vivid fashion the precise design and goal of his transmitter. The opening paragraph, often overlooked or misunderstood, describes the look and function of the unusual, mushroom-shaped cupola that dominated the top of the tower. The magnifying transmitter, Nikola Tesla. In the first place, it is a wireless transmitter in which the Hertz wave radiation is an entirely negligible quantity as compared with the whole energy, under which condition the damping factor is extremely small, and an enormous charge is stored in the cupola, the elevated capacity. Such a circuit may then be excited with impulses of any kind, magnified when the charge is released at a more rapid rate than when accumulated. In this way, impulses are produced, even of low frequency, employing continuous oscillations like those of an alternator. It is a resonant transformer, accurately proportioned to fit the globe and constructed to produce the wireless transmission of energy. Distance is then absolutely eliminated, there being no diminution in the intensity of the transmitted impulses. It is even possible to make the actions increase with the distance from the plant according to an exact mathematical law. By its means, for instance, a telephone subscriber here may call up and talk to any other subscriber on the globe. An inexpensive receiver, not bigger than a watch, will enable him to listen anywhere, on land or sea, to a speech delivered or music played in some other place, however distant. These examples are cited merely to give an idea of the possibilities of this great scientific advance, which annihilates distance and makes that perfect natural conductor, the Earth, available for all the innumerable purposes which human ingenuity has found. Concerning the importance of the ground connection, Tesla told his patent attorneys in 1916 that in a wireless system most of the energy radiating from the antenna is absolutely wasted because electromagnetic wave energy in the air is not recoverable in any appreciable quantities, while the Earth current is entirely recoverable. For successful transmission by maintaining the Earth in electrical vibration, I suppress the electromagnetic waves as much as possible and intensify the Earth current to perform any work at any point of the globe. From his 1905 patent, Tesla explains the multidimensional aspects of his Wardenclyffe tower. It is practicable to shift the nodal and ventral regions of the waves at will from the sending station. In this manner, the regions of maximum and minimum effect may be made to coincide with any receiving station or stations. The projections of all the nodes and loops on the Earth's diameter are all equal, so the entire globe would be subdivided into definite zones of electric activity. The local papers reported that Tesla's compound was fenced off in an area comprising about 3 acres. The Babylon Signal erroneously reported that Tesla had constructed a receiving station in Scotland, and that commercial operation of a transoceanic system was imminent. The Brooklyn Times reported that Mr. Tesla has maintained rigid privacy about his method and plans. The visitor who walks into the grounds and approaches either the machine shop or the tower is met by an employee who explains in polite but forceful language that this is private property and that Mr. Tesla does not care to have visitors at the place. The tower, made all of wood with a wooden staircase, rose to a height of 187 feet, weighed 55 tons, and was constructed with 50,000 bolts. The July 1902 issue of the Echo stated that Tesla had his hands full with managing of crew, machinery, and the need for more capital from his investor J.P. Morgan. There were 2 different crews working on the tower, which at this point was 150 feet tall sans cupola. The careless action by one of the crew in releasing a support that came crashing down caused the second crew to walk off the site and return to their base in Port Chester, and this delay proved to be very costly to Nikola Tesla. The tunnels. You see, the underground work is one of the most expensive parts of the tower. In the system that I have invented, it is necessary for the machine to have a grip on the Earth, so that the whole of this globe can quiver, and to do that it is necessary to carry out a very expensive construction. I had in fact invented special machines, but I want to say this underground work belongs to the tower. Nikola Tesla. One of the best descriptions of the tunnels was written by Natalie Seifer, editor of Distant Sparks, a Long Island newsletter on wireless communication. She describes the tunnels which were built under the Great Tower as a great mystery. Seifer correctly describes a well which was dug below the tower 120 feet deep and 12 feet square, lined with 8-foot timbers. She then speculates that a spiral stairway that went down the full 12 stories encircled a telescopic steel shaft that supposedly had the ability to be either raised to the full height of the tower or lowered with air pressure. So far, no photographic evidence can be found to support this ingenious feature. She continues the description. The Port Jefferson Echo reported in February of 1902, the staircase leading down into this subterranean chamber is partially completed, and next week a force of workmen will begin the driving of a series of 4 small tunnels, each 100 feet long, transversely across the bottom of the well. As these tunnels will be below the water level, some skillful engineering will be required to carry the work through. The March 1902 Patchogue Advance noted that these 4 tunnels will be driven out a distance of 100 feet each to the north, south, east, and west. The particular use to which all this is to be put is one of the mysteries of the wireless system. The Echo continued. Mr. Tesla's energy is pushing the work of construction forward, and the fact that the boilers, engines, and heavy machinery need only the finishing touches to make the power available is an assurance that within a very brief period he will be transmitting messages across the ocean through his wonderful wireless system. Leland I. Anderson mentioned that 4 stone-lined tunnels going out in various directions were used to establish ground connection, transmission, for the tower, and not to be walked in. Seifer goes on to write that the tunnels gradually rose to the surface into brick, igloo-shaped mounds. Some people remember seeing these mounds at the edge of the Tesla property, near the present fire department. This term igloo is an unusual word which, as far as I know, first appeared in this context in the literature in 1996 when I published Wizard. I chose that word because I went on-site to Wardenclyffe circa 1984, walked the property, photographed the cement foundation of the tower, and saw the facade of the laboratory before a guard rushed out of the building and literally kicked me off the property. On the way to my car across the street, I saw a beehive-type brick mound at the edge of the fire department property, nestled in an untouched area of brush. It was about 3 feet high and seemed most likely to be an air shaft. Since the red brick structure resembled an igloo, that's how I described it in Wizard, which was 9 years before the Seifer article was published. While filming the Tesla files in the summer of 2017, Prometheus Films hired Hager Geoscience, a ground-penetrating radar crew, to scan the property. From the image that resulted, 2 lines leading towards the base of the tower from the laboratory appeared, one for electrical power and one for water. At the site of where the tower had been, 10 to 15 feet down, was a concrete slab that cordoned off a dump site used by Agfa Corporation, who owned the property. Beneath that could be seen Tesla's original central shaft, where a spiral staircase had been constructed, which led to 4 long tunnels about 60 feet or 6 stories beneath the surface of the Earth. About 10 feet above the tunnels, Tesla's Earth grippers, which fan out in all directions as lateral spokes, can be seen, forming an elaborate ground connection. Tesla claimed a total of 300 feet of tubing. We saw about a dozen, from 10 to 50 feet in length each. Beneath the spokes are the 4 tunnels, 3 about 100 feet in length. The tunnel in the front runs east to west, roughly parallel to Route 25A, which is right in front of the property. The other tunnels crisscross in the back, with a final smaller tunnel about half the size of the others in the rear that seems to be a separate room. The reason for the tunnels is unknown. Perhaps they were testing rooms. 6 of 7 floors underground would be quite a hike, and it would make sense that Tesla planned to spend time down there doing his experiments. Although the ground-penetrating radar did not detect air shafts, the evidence suggests that Tesla constructed 4 of them, rising to the surface at the end of each tunnel, one of which I probably saw near the fire station when I was there around 1984. The original radar image stops at the tunnels, but according to Tesla's notes, assuming the tunnels at their floor to be 70 feet down, the central shaft would run another 50 feet. According to Travis Taylor, Tesla would have also had to have installed a pump at the base, 120 feet down, and maybe additional pumps in the tunnels, as water eventually would leak into these areas. Jane Alcorn, the head of the Wardenclyffe project, said she was in touch with an individual who remembers as a boy walking into one of these tunnels with Tesla sometime in the early 1900s. Alcorn also interviewed another gentleman who remembered seeing Tesla bring his remote-controlled boat down to Long Island Sound, where he set it in action. The image of the wizard using his remote-controlled equipment to propel his submarine-like boat offshore excites the imagination. The Wardenclyffe Tower and Laboratory are about 1.5 miles from the Sound, and it was a straight run exiting north that went directly to a bluff that overlooked the Sound, where Tesla's cottage was situated. Tesla loved to swim, and in the summer he could be seen climbing down from the bluff about 40 steps to the beach, where he would either take a dip or experiment with his submarine telautomaton. The Buffalo Evening News reported that in May of 1899, Tesla took his unique vessel to Chicago to demonstrate its abilities before the commercial club. The article reads somewhat like a scene from the movie Frankenstein, for there was "witnessed the strange sight of a miniature torpedo boat 20 feet from the seat of power, where it showed every sign of life. The propeller whizzed around, the rudder moved, and the boat was lighted throughout by electricity. To climax all, a shot was heard. The bow of the little wooden model poured forth flame and smoke, and all the effect and dramatic action of a torpedo leaving its place was observed by the onlookers. All this without any connecting wires." In the case of his robotic boat, batteries on board were the source of power. However, Tesla's ultimate plan was to transmit power wirelessly to boats, automobiles, and airplanes from his great radio tower. Except for several articles dating from July of 1903, there is no direct evidence that Tesla ever fired up the tower to the point of sending impulses to the other side of the globe, let alone a few miles, or that Tesla overtly measured the effects. One would think his Wardenclyffe notes would have data on such tests, and yet this does not seem to be the case. Tesla's 1916 deposition states he did not undertake any long-distance experiments with detecting equipment from Wardenclyffe. He seems to hedge, but suggests he did measure effects up to 10 miles away. Strange light at Tesla's tower. From the top of Mr. Tesla's latticework tower on the north shore of Long Island, there was a vivid display of light several nights last week. This phenomena provoked the curiosity of the few people who live nearby, but the proprietor of the Wardenclyffe plant declined to explain the spectacle when inquiries were addressed to him. New York Herald Tribune, July 19, 1903. Aside from several newspaper articles from mid-July 1903, no documents have been uncovered which discuss Tesla's experiment whereby he lit up the sky with this spectacular once-in-a-lifetime harnessing of the Wardenclyffe Tower. In 1916, Hugo Gernsback published a drawing of the tower lit at night in Electrical Experimenter, the magazine which 3 years later would publish Tesla's autobiography monthly in 6 installments, so it is reasonable to conclude that Tesla may have vetted the drawing. However, when one looks at the iconic photographs of the Wardenclyffe Tower, it becomes clear there is no central shaft. With regards to the issue of how Tesla could have harnessed Wardenclyffe if there was no central shaft, an answer literally arrived on my doorstep one day when Tesla expert Robert Golka stopped by. On that visit, Golka, who himself had constructed 2 enormous Wardenclyffe-like towers back in the 1970s, brought with him a different photo of the Wardenclyffe Tower, and again there was no central shaft. However, Golka noticed off-center a lead coming from the ground that does rise up 150 feet to the top of the tower, which in this instance did not yet have its cupola. It is just to the left of a wooden ladder which can be seen rising up alongside it. One would assume that this lead was present in July of 1903 when Tesla fired up his behemoth with the cupola in place, but this step-like lead is not present in other photographs of the tower taken just a year or so later in 1904. Tesla was known to have stayed at Stanford White's Box Hill home in St. James, which was 16 miles from the site, and is still owned by the White family. So it would have been relatively easy to undertake a 16-mile experiment from Wardenclyffe to Box Hill, or a 65-mile experiment to New York City. Any experiments he did do involved primary and secondary coils located in his laboratory, sent by underground cables to the tower, as opposed to non-existent oscillators on the main shaft of the tower. There is no photographic or any other evidence to suggest that Tesla ever placed oscillators on the actual tower, and no evidence that he ever installed a permanent central metal shaft running from the cupola to the ground. Since the tower was never completed, perhaps that is the reason why no long-distance experiments were ever conducted. The body of the Earth is a good electrical conductor insulated in space. It has an electrostatic charge relative to the upper atmosphere beginning at an elevation of about 50 kilometers. When a second conducting body directly adjacent to the Earth is charged and discharged in rapid succession, this causes an equivalent variation of Earth's electrostatic charge, resulting in the passage of electric current through the ground. The role of the ground in electrical experiments dates back to at least 1838, when Munich University professor Karl August Steinheil demonstrated that the Earth could be used as the return conductor. This concept of using the Earth as a return was also employed by Samuel Morse in the 1840s, when he set up a 40-mile telegraph line from Washington, D.C. to Baltimore. It became apparent, however, that the return circuit was more efficient when the ground was wet, for instance after a heavy rain. Nevertheless, Steinheil's discovery that a grounded return circuit worked greatly reduced the cost of construction of worldwide telegraph systems. The idea of conveying telegraphic messages by means of wireless began with Marlon Loomis, who in 1864 successfully sent signals between hilltops in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia by using kites, a ground connection, and primitive galvanometers as the transmitter and receiver. This instrument, which detected small changes in magnetic fields, registered a signal every time the transmitter was plugged and unplugged into the ground. Loomis performed this in the presence of 2 congressmen and patented this watershed experiment. The Loomis scheme was so well received that he obtained a $50,000 grant from Congress to exploit his aerial telegraphy. Tesla, of course, knew of Loomis's work. The Serbian inventor created a similar setup with the use of kites and a ground connection, and even used some of the same language as Loomis, who talked of harnessing the wheelwork of nature. Concerning the question of priority in the invention of the wireless, Loomis is the first comprehensive inventor of the technology. In the early 1880s, much like his predecessors, William Preece, an electrical engineer for the British Post Office, realized that the Earth itself was an integral component in the successful implementation of any wireless system. After isolating the role of the Earth as either a primary or secondary circuit, Preece used telephone receivers as detecting devices and concluded that on ordinary working telegraph lines the disturbance reached a distance of 3,000 feet, while effects were detected on parallel lines of a telegraph 10 to 40 miles apart in some sections of the country. Preece's work of detecting Earth currents, which was duplicated by Western Union engineers in the United States, significantly influenced the theories expounded by Tesla. Other key features of any wireless system besides the ground connection would include the principle of resonance, or tuned circuits, an antenna, the ability to produce continuous electromagnetic waves, and also a means for transmitting and receiving wireless messages. Preece had visited Edison in New York in the mid-1880s to see firsthand Edison's grasshopper telegraph, which was a device for jumping messages from dispatch stations to moving trains by means of induction or resonance. Edison also worked with precursor radio tubes, which were actually dual-filament light bulbs that displayed a flow of current between the prongs, Preece having named this the Edison effect. Other precursors to Tesla included Heinrich Hertz, Oliver Lodge, and Edouard Branly. A French professor of physics, Branly studied Peter Munk of Sweden's 1835 experiments using Leyden jars to send electricity through carbon and metal chips. This work was expanded by Samuel Varley from England, who in 1856 noticed that electrical charges affected the conductivity of metal powder inside glass tubes. Combining this information with the Edison effect, Branly noticed that the gap of Hertz's tuned circuits could be replaced by a glass-enclosed tube that contained finely scattered metallic particles. When a wireless current passed through the tube, the particles aligned themselves along the path of the gap and closed the circuit. A light tapping reopened the circuit until transmission occurred once again. Lodge perfected Branly's 1890 discovery of particle cohesion and labeled it the coherer. Tesla further perfected the coherer by using special metal powders developed by Alexander Popov, a Russian inventor, and Dr. H. Rupp of Stuttgart, who realized that a constant rotation of the coherer would increase its sensitivity. Tesla employed these coherers at Colorado Springs when he tracked thunderstorms at distances exceeding 600 miles and picked up signals that he theorized came from outer space. While the tower itself is very picturesque, it is the wonders hidden underneath it that excite the curiosity of the little hamlet. In the center of the base there is a wooden affair, very much like the companionway on an ocean steamer. Carefully guarded, no one except Mr. Tesla's own men have been allowed as much as the briefest peep. Mr. Sheff told an inquirer that the shaft entrance led to a small drainage passage built for the purpose of keeping the ground about the tower dry. But the villagers tell a different story. They declare that it leads to a well-like excavation as deep as the tower is high, with walls of masonwork and a circular stairway leading to the bottom. From there, they say, the entire ground below has been honeycombed with subterranean tunnels that extend in all directions. They tell with awe how Mr. Tesla, on his weekly visits, spends as much time in the underground passages as he does on the tower, or in the handsome laboratory where the power plant for the world telegraph has been installed. In the Tesla scheme, the inventor points out that because signals are amplified at the accepting end by highly sensitive receivers, electrical engineers have mistakenly presumed that their present transmission system was the most practicable. However, by suppressing the electromagnetic radiations, boosting the ground connection, and controlling the span of the wavelengths, energy could be pinpointed with almost no loss to any location, and thus amplification of the signal on the receiving end is no longer such a critical issue. It is true, Tesla points out, that electricity is displaced by the transmitter in all directions, equally through the earth and air, but energy is expended only at the place where it is collected and used to perform some work. With regards to the ground connection, and taking into account the radar images obtained during the filming of the Tesla files that depicted Tesla's Earth grippers and network of tunnels, we can ascertain that Tesla did indeed place a complex staging area 7 stories below the surface of the planet. What is so interesting about this new and rather incredible finding is that except for Tesla's testimony during litigation with the Waldorf Astoria hotel authorities, who destroyed the property, no information whatever has ever been uncovered as to the precise reasons for what was done there. Since so much work was put into this area of the tower, one can't help but wonder why no treatise of Tesla's has surfaced that explains the need for nearly 400 feet of tunneling. What seems likely to me is that climbing 7 stories down to monitor the grounding rods can be an exhausting trip, so it would seem that Tesla was planning on bringing down testing equipment, a generator and so on, to have a place to work underground when he launched his wireless operation. Some of Tesla's goals included using liquid nitrogen or some comparable compound to augment the ground connection, and also create a means for studying various aspects of the planet. For instance, Tesla talked about monitoring the movement of ships, which would be some form of global radar, and he also talked about finding precious metals through a process known as telegeodynamics. Perhaps Tesla planned to map the mineral content of as much of the Earth as he could, once his wireless apparatus was operational. According to Professor Jovan Cvetic at the University of Belgrade, the Wardenclyffe Tower was partially a commercial and partially an experimental facility. Tesla was not certain about some solutions, since that tower was something much bigger and different from the Colorado station. He tried to find the best way to excite the ground oscillations. He had to make experiments, and this can be seen from his notes after the Colorado campaign. For our show, The Tesla Files, Travis Taylor, our rocket scientist/physicist, studied Tesla's notes and was thereby able to take a large Tesla oscillator, attach it to the ground, and illuminate light bulbs at modest distances from the transmitter. To complete the experiment, when the ground connection was disconnected, the bulbs went out, but when the ground was plugged back in, the bulbs again were illuminated. Taylor's experiment clearly confirmed Tesla's contention that the Earth was indeed a viable way to transmit electric power. Taylor's second experiment involved the transmission of electric power from one Tesla coil to another identical receiving coil. The receiving coil was in turn connected by wire to a small boat that was successfully powered in this manner. Due to limited time and resources, the experiment was somewhat crude, but it did successfully demonstrate precisely Tesla's contention that by using a ground connection, a sending tower can transmit power to a receiving tower, which can then use that electrical energy to power a vehicle. One major question regarding Tesla's plan has to do with the structure of the transmitting wave. Apparently, Tesla was transmitting a guided surface wave that worked by conduction. With regards to how this setup could power airplanes, Tesla stated, "The current passes through the Earth, but an equivalent electrical displacement occurs in the air." This contention certainly adds another level of complexity to its overall operation. Tesla added that his perfected system of positive selectivity will act like a time lock on a bank safe, so complete will be the individualization of the currents. Power, according to Tesla, would not be freely available everywhere, as is commonly believed, unless one had a receiving device tuned precisely to the particular idiosyncratic wavelengths generated. Information and small amounts of power, however, probably would be available freely from the mass media broadcasting aspect of the device, in much the same way a car radio picks up local stations. Once energy was jumped to a receiving tower situated by a suburban center, it could be stored in the bulbous crest of the tower or transmitted to mechanical devices in a variety of ways, including the propagation of energy in straight lines through space by means of wires, by setting up alternations between the ground and the elevated terminal, or by transforming the energies to higher frequencies and distributing them through the natural medium. The key would be to determine ahead of time the exact span of the wavelength so that electrical power would be accurately transferred to any key location or major city on the planet by altering the wave to any specific length. For example, 790 miles to Chicago, 2,900 miles to San Francisco, or 3,600 miles to Paris. Having studied the construction of the Wardenclyffe Tower, the following details were revealed. First, the sending and receiving magnifying transmitters, which essentially could be seen as giant Tesla coils, are built the same way. The length and size of the tower and transformer are in a harmonic relationship with the electromagnetic properties of the Earth. They have a multi-purpose function. Standing waves of very low frequency, VLF, or extremely low frequency, ELF, generated along the ground are used as carrier waves for transmitting electrical power. Each tower would have a resonant transformer to create tuned frequencies, comprised of two major coils. 1. A thick coil of shorter length and fewer turns that acts as the primary in the transmitter and the secondary in the receiver, and a thin coil of longer length and many turns that acts as the secondary in the transmitter and as the primary in the receiver. The coupling of these coils through harmonic resonance, exactly like Tesla's tuning fork experiment, generates the various individualized tuned frequencies which are transmitted to any point of the globe. The length of the thin coil, or secondary, should be 1/4 of the wavelength of the electric disturbance in the circuit, based on size of the planet and the speed of light. Taking information from his patent, Tesla calculated this coil as 50 miles in length. Tesla also made use of a third, extra coil for modulating, stabilizing, and individualizing the frequencies. The power source could be derived from coal, which was how Wardenclyffe worked, or from a waterfall, such as Niagara Falls, where Tesla should have built his tower. The elevated terminal or cupola, which rose 187 feet above the ground, was not for transmitting energy, but rather for collecting or accumulating charge, which would then be driven down into the ground to be sent out the earth grippers about 50 feet below the ground by means of resonance to receiving towers, or to receiving equipment such as a wireless telephone or what came to be called the radio. Further details of this device can be seen in his patent number 649,621, filed in September of 1897. In 1912, in an interview published in the Buffalo Courier, Tesla explains more of his scheme. The fundamental difference between the broadcasting system as now practiced and the one I expect to inaugurate is that at present the transmitter emits energy in all directions, while in the system I have devised, only force is converted to all points of the Earth, the energy traveling in definite paths determined beforehand. Perhaps the most wonderful feature is that the energy travels chiefly along an orthodromic line, that is, the shortest distance between 2 points at the surface of the globe, and reaches the receiver without the slightest dispersion, so that an incomparably greater amount is collected than is possible by radiations. I have thus provided a perfect means of transmitting power in any desired direction more economically and without any such qualitative and quantitative limitations as the use of reflectors would necessarily involve. Chapter 7. House of Morgan. Top-hatted and plump, brandishing a vast cigar and warding off photographers with a walking stick, J. Pierpont Morgan brusquely ran his empire from his roll-top desk in the small, elegant Morgan headquarters at 23 Wall Street. Inspiring awe, swelling crowds parted for him as he made his way down the street to save the stock exchange in the panic of 1907. Tycoons turned to jelly when caught in his fierce glare. Kings envied his collection of old masters and young mistresses. In its prime, the House of Morgan behaved like a sovereign state, commanding more wealth than most countries hoarded in their treasuries, engaging in shadowy diplomatic missions, writing the script for war or peace, propping up governments or toppling them. Ultimately, in order to understand Nikola Tesla, one must come to grips with the viability of his fantastic scheme at Wardenclyffe, and thus his relationship with J. Pierpont Morgan. Tesla suggests in his autobiography that the venture was largely philanthropic. A significant percentage of Morgan's great wealth was derived from his stake in General Electric, a company whose existence was based on an entente cordiale with Westinghouse to obtain Tesla's electrical power distribution system in exchange for electric trolley patents Westinghouse needed. Thus, for Tesla to portray this new deal as philanthropic was certainly in accord with Tesla's worldview that the highly rich should give back to the community. However, realistically, this view had no basis in reality. After several negotiations and meetings at Morgan's house, around the time of the 1900 Christmas celebrations, Tesla and Morgan finalized a deal confirmed by a written contract sent to Tesla on March 5, 1901. "Dear Sir," Morgan wrote, "I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter of the 1st instant, together with assignments of an interest in various patents as shown upon the schedule, and the assignments handed me therewith, and to confirm the understanding therein expressed. Very truly yours, J. Pierpont Morgan." Although ambiguous, Tesla now had a written agreement which included a split of the deal at 49% for Tesla and 51% for Morgan, Tesla insisting on this peculiar arrangement. And shortly after that, Morgan began to fund Tesla's Wardenclyffe project, agreeing to invest $150,000 into the venture. There is no comparable figure in the world today like J. Pierpont Morgan. If we were to combine Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, and Ted Turner, we would have just part of who Morgan was. Here was a magnate who controlled banking, insurance, shipping, railroads, the telephone, electric power distribution, lumber, mining, rubber production, and the steel industry. Morgan was often depicted as a force more powerful than the King of England, the Kaiser of Germany, and the President of the United States combined. In Tesla's speech at Niagara Falls, he depicted himself as an artist, and he did indeed discuss the idea of philanthropy. When he entered into an agreement with Morgan, no doubt he was looking at the world through rose-colored glasses, but careful study of their arrangement lays to rest any serious conclusion that philanthropy had anything to do with Morgan's involvement. They had a contract. Wireless was the future, and Morgan had decided to back Tesla over Marconi. In fact, Morgan was so savvy that he not only attached Tesla's wireless patents, he also added the lighting patents to the deal. The upside was enormous when one considers that the market in fluorescent lights was gargantuan, potentially worth hundreds of millions if Morgan sought to exploit it. The problem with Tesla was that he overreached. Once he found out that Marconi was pirating his apparatus, he changed plans and constructed a tower twice the size that he had agreed upon with Morgan, the goal being to increase the range of the tower so that he could capture a larger share of the market. This major change took place while the financier was on his yearly jaunt to Europe. While all this was happening, the stock market crashed in great part because Morgan was in a bidding war against Ned Harriman for control of the Northern Pacific Railroad. And then at the very end of the year, Marconi succeeded in transmitting a message across the Atlantic, etching his name into the world of the immortals. Having run out of funds and having raised an additional $50,000 through relatives and other investments, Tesla was still short a good $100,000. His only solution was to either get Morgan to give him the funds to complete the tower or allow the inventor to raise the additional monies by bringing in additional partners. But because Tesla had breached their initial contract, and because of Marconi's success on a much more meager budget, Morgan decided to withdraw his support. In this cutthroat world of international multi-million-dollar business deals, had Morgan been a mere philanthropist, as Tesla suggests, he would have allowed other investors to provide the additional funding the inventor required to complete Wardenclyffe, because the goal of philanthropy is precisely that, an altruistic venture. The simple fact of the matter is that a very large percentage of Morgan's wealth was directly related to Tesla's previous inventions in electrical power distribution and in the sale of motors, generators, and every electrical appliance you can think of. It was not that Morgan thought that Tesla's plan was folly. Quite the opposite. He feared that Tesla might succeed, and if Tesla did succeed, what would happen to Morgan's lumber businesses, copper mines, and rubber plantations, and, most importantly, to his precious General Electric, let alone AT&T? If Tesla could transmit electrical power without using wires, how could one put a meter on that? Was it worth sacrificing all those industries to gamble on Tesla's wireless scheme? Morgan decided it was not. February 17th, 1905. Dear Mr. Morgan, let me tell you once more I have perfected the greatest invention of all time, the transmission of electrical energy without wires to any distance, a work which has consumed 10 years of my life. It is the long-sought stone of the philosophers. I need but to complete the plant I have constructed, and in one bound humanity will advance centuries. I am the only man on this earth today who has the peculiar knowledge and ability to achieve this wonder, and another one may not come in 100 years. Help me to complete this work, or else remove the obstacles in my path. I was heartily glad to see you in such splendid health yesterday. You are good for another 20 years of active life. Faithfully yours, N. Tesla. We should keep in mind that since Tesla lived in the Waldorf Astoria, as a matter of routine, he often hobnobbed with numerous mega-wealthy individuals. Beta Million Gates, like Henry Clay Frick, lived at the Waldorf, and another multimillionaire, John Jacob Astor, who owned the hotel, had funded Tesla's previous foray at Colorado Springs. With the Wall Street monarch's backing, August Belmont, who had funded Westinghouse, had just been reimbursed $35 million to construct a new interborough subway, and it ran on nearly a dozen gargantuan Tesla turbines. To be surrounded by such wealth, much of it overtly generated by the wizard's previous creations, and to be shut out by the very man who benefited the most, J. Pierpont Morgan, was just too painful for Tesla to bear. It was the complete disintegration of Tesla's handwriting trail, which occurred in 1906, which was the very months and year that Morgan was driving a stake through the Wardenclyffe deal, that led me to conclude that Tesla suffered a nervous breakdown. This debacle, coupled with a breakdown in the handwriting trail and supported by several letters from George Scherf and T.C. Martin, who were concerned about Tesla's health, all led me to that conclusion. On the surface, Morgan wished Tesla success, but actually he ensured Tesla's failure by not only not supplying additional funds to complete the tower, but by also blocking other multimillionaires from investing. Once the Tesla deal was dead, there was a run on the stock market. Copper stocks were manipulated, and that sparked the panic of 1907. I have suggested that since Tesla's wireless plans were now defunct, the market understood that copper would again become a valuable commodity, and that lay at the heart of the panic. A number of banks tumbled, and Morgan was placed in charge of raising and disseminating funds to bail out the stronger ones. But when Morgan refused to help his friend, Charles Barney, who ran the Knickerbocker Trust Company, Barney grabbed a gun and committed suicide. Dear Tesla, Mrs. Philippoff is well, and both she and I are happier for having seen you Xmas night. When the millionaires desert you, the humble hearth of poverty will always have a welcome home for you. Faithfully yours, R.U.J. Robert Underwood Johnson. The End of a Dream. For the last 7 years I have had wireless telegraphy for breakfast, dinner, and supper, and have so many ideas on the subject myself that I am beginning to suffer from indigestion. Nikola Tesla. Unbeknownst to the public, Tesla went through a year of private hell, topped off by the assassination of his friend and partner to Morgan in the construction of Madison Square Garden, his architect at Wardenclyffe, the inimitable Lothario Stanford White. Having courted the premier Gibson girl Evelyn Nesbit when she was just 16, White, who was 47, had met her at the Garden Theatre when she was featured there as a Florodora girl. Considered by many to be the crime of the century, White was killed 6 years later by Evelyn Nesbit's deranged husband, Harry Thor, a billionaire in today's dollars, who got off 3 shots at a party at the Roof restaurant at the Garden, killing White instantly. Waving his gun in the air while proclaiming that he had shot the beast, Thor was arrested, and thus began his lengthy trial, his demure wife writing Thor love letters, sitting dutifully near his side. He tried using the ruse that young Evelyn had been violated, but in actuality Thor, who had a penchant for whipping prostitutes, was simply jealous of the debonair man about town, and he paid the price by spending a good part of the rest of his life incarcerated in a mental institute. Aside from the fact that Tesla's handwriting fell apart in 1906, which was the final year of the Tesla-Morgan relationship, I had further confirmation that Tesla suffered a nervous breakdown by looking at his signature from the period before, during, and after the Wardenclyffe fiasco. Throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, Tesla's signature was generally tall and graceful. In 1906, during one period, the signature was completely illegible and barely a scribble. The key, however, to establish my hypothesis can be seen in 1907, the year after the breakdown. Tesla's signature during 1907 lost all of its verve and pleasing aesthetic value. Over time, Tesla's signature returned to the earlier graceful and aesthetically pleasing design, all of this suggesting that he suffered greatly in 1906, was still quite angry and slowly recovering in 1907, and back to his normal self as that year came to a close. Further evidence of the trauma Tesla faced in dealing with Morgan can be seen in the following letter. October 13th, 1904. Since a year, Mr. Morgan, there had been hardly a night when my pillow is not bathed in tears, but you must not think me a weak man for that. I am perfectly sure to finish my task, come what may. I am only sorry that after mastering all the difficulties which seemed insuperable, and acquiring a special knowledge and ability which I now alone possess, and which, if applied effectively, would advance the world a century, I must see my work delayed. In hope of hearing from you favourably, I remain N. Tesla. Had it not been for the evidence I found through the disintegration of Tesla's handwriting trail for that period and corroboration from contemporary letters from Tesla's secretary George Scherf and from his editor T.C. Martin attesting to the inventor's frightful physical state, the myth that the Waldorf dandy came through somewhat unscathed would have persisted. February 2nd, 1906. Dear Mr. Morgan, please see Mr. Frick. He is going to call on you. Time is flying. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. The magnitude of Tesla's suffering during the collapse of his Wardenclyffe dream was not only kept from public view, it was also kept from Tesla's biographer, John O'Neill, who knew Tesla for 40 years. Coincidentally, if not synchronistically, another intimate friend, Katherine Johnson, also suffered greatly that same year, 1906, and the collapse of the dream of Tesla's Wardenclyffe global enterprise may have played a role. Katherine Johnson. While still in Europe, Katherine wrote her husband, who by this time had returned to New York. Dear Robert, I am not well. This you must be prepared for. Something vital has come out of me in that long illness and convalescence in Florence. You must not look for a realization of what you are now dreaming of. That is long past. I know I am changed. I am sadder. I have a feeling of the descending order. At twilight one must be resigned. One must look deeper, further to go to want to live. Perhaps I shall find a little bit of my whole self at home. In fact, upon her return to the States, Catherine actually garnered the nerve to visit the Wall Street mogul at his office at 23 Wall Street. But Morgan refused to see her. Tesla, however, continued his lifelong friendship with Morgan's children. The fact that J.P. Morgan Jr. would later invest in Tesla's turbines suggests that essentially no one other than Tesla and Morgan knew the true level of the animosity that existed between them. To his good friend Anne Morgan, Tesla wrote, March 31st, 1913. My dear Miss Morgan, words cannot express the sorrow I have felt at the news of your father's death. Not until I realized that he was no more did I appreciate how deeply his forceful image was impressed on my memory. All the world knew him as a genius of rare powers, but to me he appears as one of those colossal figures of the ages past, which marks an epoch in the evolution of human thought. Sincerely yours, Nikola Tesla. Had it not been for the fact that Tesla kept his correspondence with the Wall Street magnate, there would be no way to understand the true suffering Tesla endured because of Morgan's obstinate decision to not only cut off all funding for his precious tower, but also to block all other investors from helping Tesla succeed. The fact that Tesla kept up appearances speaks to the complexity of his nature and his need to maintain a front so that he could continue to seek other investors after Morgan's passing. And it was due to this public persona, when it came to Morgan, that the truth about their relationship was never revealed. Hiding the private hell he had really entered, Tesla emerged in 1907 with an anger he did not quite know how to contain. In rapid succession, the ailing wizard emerged with a plethora of mean-spirited proclamations that displaced his aggression, shifting it from the mighty financier to the public at large. Not only would he claim that he could take down any building in a city by placing an oscillator on a major support beam, but, as the New York Herald proclaimed, Tesla will also destroy an army a minute by generating 20 million horsepower to fight the battles of the future. And if that wasn't horrific enough, the inventor further claimed that, with the right equipment, he had the ability to create tidal waves that would sink any ship or destroy an armada, and that, given a few weeks' time, using the same principle of resonance, he could also split the very planet in two. This was a new Tesla, angry, petulant, spiteful, and vindictive. But to Morgan, as ever, he held his tongue. An interesting insight into the mindset of the mighty financier can be found in Gene Strauss's 1999 biography, Morgan, American Financier, which suggested that he had misgivings about having destroyed Tesla's grand vision. In a personal conversation with his secretary, Belle Green, one night, while a bit drunk and somewhat morose because time was running short, the aging financier wrestled with some of his more difficult decisions. Morgan could see the world of wireless developing by this time, and it is indeed possible that he had second thoughts. The night before Morgan sailed for Europe in 1908, he told me bits of his life, Green writes in her diary, of his unfulfilled hopes, failures, and disappointments, of how he had always sought to be a builder, not a wrecker in the world of things, of how he had tried to put ambition as such behind him and accomplishment in the betterment of mankind before him. So completely was I attuned to him that I did not realize until long after that my hand was aching and sore from his grasp. Compare this passage to Tesla's final letter out of about 60 that the inventor sent to Morgan before he completely fell apart. Could this missive have haunted Morgan? Every opportunity is there, Mr. Morgan. I have high regards for you as a big and honorable man, but there is greater power in the leaf of a flower than in the paw of a bear. That is as much as I'll ever say. You are reputed as a builder of properties, but if you prefer in this instance to chop down poles, go ahead. Tesla's insights in this brief passage are breathtaking. May gravity repel instead of attract. May right become wrong. Every consideration, no matter what, must founder on the rock of your brutal resolve. Will you not listen to anything at all? Are you to let me perhaps succumb, lose an immortal crown, because you once said no? I tell you I will return your investment 100-fold, Tesla writes to Morgan in this poignant plea. No one knows for sure why Morgan ensured that Wardenclyffe would fail, but that is certainly what he did. It was one thing for Morgan to pull his funding. It was another to use all his power to dissuade others from bailing Tesla out, and that is precisely what occurred. I hypothesized that the main reason was Morgan's inability to envision how he could earn a profit, because in those days there would be no way to put a meter on a wireless scheme. Understanding that the future would mean a worldwide interconnection of wireless communication, Tesla was trying to tell Morgan that revenues would derive in a different way. For instance, for many years, radio and TV were free, yet both venues generated billions of dollars, mostly through advertising. But perhaps Morgan also questioned the feasibility of the enterprise. Over 100 years later, the debate on this point still continues. The question is, was Tesla's design at Wardenclyffe viable? Part of the answer is contained in the previous chapter on Wardenclyffe, but another key can be found in the following chapters on Tesla's invention of remote control, on how he helped Telefunken expand their wireless station out of Sayville, New York on Long Island in 1915, and in a full understanding of the litigation between Tesla, the US Navy, Telefunken, and Marconi. Part 3. Wireless. I am glad to say that I have devised means which will allow us the transmission of power from station to station without the employment of any connecting wire. Some of the ideas I have expressed may appear to be hardly realizable. Nevertheless, they are the result of long continued thought and work. With ideas it is as with dizzy heights you climb. At first they cause you discomfort, and you are anxious to get down, distrustful of your own powers. But soon the remoteness of the turmoil, of life, and the inspiring influence of the altitude calm your blood. Your step gets firm and sure, and you begin to look for dizzier heights. Nikola Tesla's speech at the Ellicott Club banquet, Niagara Falls, January 12, 1897. Chapter 8. Remote Control Robotics. As early as 1898, I proposed to representatives of a large manufacturing concern the construction and public exhibition of an automobile carriage which, left to itself, would perform a great variety of operations involving something akin to judgment. But my proposal was deemed chimerical at that time, and nothing came from it. Nikola Tesla. With regards to Tesla's invention of telautomatics or remote control and even remote-controlled robotics, Tesla discusses in a patent he never submitted, titled Methods of Controlling Automata at a Distance, the particulars of how he planned to activate distant instruments and vehicles, for example, submersibles, torpedoes, aircraft, and automobiles. In certain uses of such automata, perfect safety against willful or accidental disturbance is desirable, if not essential. In such cases, I take advantage of the principles of the art of individualization, which I have originated and set forth in my patents numbers 723,188 and 725,605. If required, I vary arbitrarily groupment or order of succession of frequencies, securing the desired isolation of the controlling vibrating energy in both aspects, non-interference and non-interferability. This device, which is an early radio guidance system, if used in war, was actually given two opposite monikers: Devil Automata for torpedoes or aerial bombardment, and yet also a machine which would abolish all war. At the time of writing, this technology involved line-of-sight control by the operator for an instrument of war. However, this scheme could also be used for any remote-controlled device, such as drones, which are now used for photographing homes, for overhead action shots in making motion pictures, remote-controlled toy cars and aeroplanes, and so on. While working on his telautomaton, government officials from Japan and a number of other scientific men visited me at my Houston Street lab. To these I gave the most complete information on all the patents I had on remote control. Reflecting back 6 years later in 1904, during the war in Manchuria between Russia and Japan, Tesla further stated, "It would not surprise me if by this time the Japanese had succeeded in producing models of my automaton." Tesla was referring specifically to his remote-controlled dirigible torpedo, which journalists were speculating the Japanese were using to destroy the armies and ships of their enemy, the Russians. This device, which Tesla saw as a means to make war obsolete, would behave like a blindfolded person obeying directions received through the ear. And yet, as megalomaniacal as this plan was, it was only part of his vision. As early as 1898, Tesla said it this way: "Long ago I conceived the idea of constructing an automaton which would mechanically represent me, and which would respond, as I do myself, but of course in a much more primitive manner, to external influences. Such an automaton evidently had to have motive power, organs for locomotion, directive organs, and one or more sensitive organs so adapted as to be excited by external stimuli. Whether the automaton be of flesh and bone or of wood and steel, it mattered little, provided it could provide all the duties required of it like an intelligent being." As a prototype, Tesla's brand new life form was embodied, in his words, with a borrowed mind, his own. But also it would be able to learn. It will be able to follow a course laid out or obey commands given far in advance. It will be capable of distinguishing between what it ought and what it ought not to do, and of recording impressions which will definitely affect its subsequent actions. In looking at the schematics for Tesla's remote-controlled boat, or a photo thereof, one can discern two distinct aerials, one at each end of the boat. These corresponded to two separate frequencies that in combination created a specific, non-interferable channel that controlled the craft. Binary code and the thinking machine. On December 29, 1897, Ernest Wilson and Charles John Evans created a British patent for remote control that predated Tesla's patent number 613,809. Method of and apparatus for controlling mechanisms of moving vessels or vehicles, applied for on July 1, 1898, and granted 4 months later. Although Wilson and Evans, U.S. patent number 663,400, predated Tesla by several months, his invention was more complex. For instance, the oscillating frequencies used in radiodynamic control are all based on the Tesla coil and Tesla frequencies, whereas Wilson and Evans stipulate the use of Hertzian waves, a mechanism later proven untenable. The steering component for the Wilson and Evans design involved the implementation of two receivers at right angles to each other. Presumably, if transmitter A were activated, the vehicle would move to the left, and if transmitter B were activated, it would move to the right. Tesla's scheme, on the other hand, was much more elegant. It involved the use of a combination of frequencies to activate a series of relays, one of which was specifically for steering the rudder, set up ahead of time to be pointed in one direction. For example, the rudder could be steered to the left when the electromagnetic wave was received and to the right otherwise. By using a counter spring and switching the mechanism on or off, the boat could be steered in any direction. Jack Hammond noted that this fundamental on-off scheme became the forerunner of the AND principle inherent in the computer chip of modern computers. In a move of pure genius, Tesla had reduced the complex mechanism of steering a boat to a binary system. The simple act of having the current either on or off, corresponding to 1 and 0, became the basis for the complex steering mechanism and for what Tesla envisioned as a prototype of the first thinking machine. Aside from working the rudder and starting and stopping the propeller by electronic impulses transmitted across the room without wires, Tesla added additional relays when he brought his telautomaton to the Commercial Club in Chicago. This complex invention actually employed an early prototype of a logic board. While in Chicago en route to Colorado Springs, Tesla lectured before a crowd that included Cyrus McCormick Jr., president of McCormick Harvesting Machine Company, German manufacturers Baron Cornelius Heil and von Bismarck Platke, publisher Charles Scribner, and department store mogul A.G. Selfridge. There he astounded the audience when he got his remote-controlled torpedo boat to motor in various directions, turn its lights on and off, perhaps in response to different questions, such as 1 blink for yes and 2 blinks for no, and fire 5 guns on board. Tesla then really stretched the imagination of his audience when he claimed that he could perform these same operations from implementing a wireless transmitter in America to control a boat in Paris for the upcoming 1902 Paris Exposition. "I can apply this system of control to any type of vessel and of any size," Tesla pontificated, but added that if used as a remote-operated torpedo in the operations of war, he conceded that the radius of control would usually be limited by the range of vision of the operator. Tesla noted that his telautomaton responded as humans and animals do to the reception and activation of an outside influence, suggesting the practicability of providing a large number of receiving currents, 50 or 100 or more, each of which might be called up or brought into action whenever desired without the others being interfered with. This made it possible for one operator to direct simultaneously the movements of many bodies, each of which might have a distinct duty to perform, as well as to control the action of various devices located on the same body. This was to be the first of a new race of mechanical thinking beings, responding as humans and animals do to the reception and activation of an outside influence. This idea of a binary system of switches could also be expanded. In Tesla's case, he could not only steer his telautomaton, but he could also turn its lights on and off and shoot out a simulated torpedo. Eventually, Tesla planned for the remote-activated boat to also become a submersible, and it is also known that the wizard continued to develop his robot, although the extent of the development of his new species remains unknown. In terms of the etiology of the invention, the author Edward Bulwer Lytton, the novelist who first coined the phrase "it was a dark and stormy night," had introduced the concept of vril power, which would be used by self-activated automata in his book The Coming Race, first published in 1871. However, the word robot did not become part of the lexicon until 1920, more than 2 decades after Tesla introduced his telautomaton, when the word was coined by Czech playwright Karel Čapek in his 1920 play RUR, standing for Rossum's Universal Robots. The word robot was derived from the old Slavonic word robota, which means servitude. In Spain, this invention was applied to a means of steering an airship by remote control in 1901 by Leonardo Torres Quevedo, whose switches not only steered the ship but also controlled its speed. Tesla unveiled his telautomaton during the height of the Spanish-American War at Madison Square Garden in 1898 to a group of private investors. The main arena, filled with water, was used as a giant swimming pool. For the electrical show, prototype models of the Spanish Armada and American battleships were placed in the simulated sea, and Tom Edison's son Tom Jr., working for Marconi, who was not present, used remote control to detonate bombs planted on board the mock Spanish ships. However, Marconi had yet to perfect selective tuning. Thus, when Tom Jr. pressed the button, not only did he destroy one of the Spanish ships, he also blew apart a desk in the back room where additional bombs were stored. Fortunately, no one got hurt. Tesla, on the other hand, had a private showing of his telautomaton before such investors as John Oliver Ashton and his father, who was head of Oconite Wire and Cable, the largest cable company in America, Cornelius Vanderbilt, J. Pierpont Morgan, J.D. Jack Cheever, a Wall Street broker and principal from Oconite Wire and Cable, his associate Willard Lyman Candy, and also John Hayes Hammond Sr., who, according to John O'Neill, invested $40,000 in the venture. Another major investor in Tesla's work was John Jacob Astor. But Colonel Astor had armed his gigantic yacht, the Noormahal, with a naval brigade and 4 machine guns. Having donated it to the war effort, he was down in Cuba at the time protecting his property, overseeing aspects of the war. Along with Hilborn Roosevelt, Candy and Cheever had organized the first telephone company in New York in 1877, installing 5 lines throughout the metropolitan area. A captain in the army and a crack marksman, Candy was also the vice president of the Electric Club of New York, and the first to install a telephone line across the Brooklyn Bridge when it was erected in 1884. While running a lighting company in New Jersey and serving as director of the Franklin Avenue Railroad, along with Cheever and Frank Jones, Candy started Auconite Cable and Wire, making his real fortune when Auconite secured a mammoth contract with the Westinghouse Corporation to provide wire and cable for the Niagara Falls operation. One can only imagine the mixed emotions the wire and cable bigwigs must have had as they watched firsthand Tesla inaugurate an entirely new technology that did away with their product. Caught up in Spanish-American war fever, Tesla did not just promote his telautomaton as a remote-controlled boat, or even, astonishingly, as a new race of thinking beings. No, Tesla's boat was also conceived as a mechanism to end all war. With plans to go down to Cuba to launch a telautomaton loaded with explosives to annihilate the Spanish Armada, Tesla proclaimed, "War will cease to be possible when all the world knows tomorrow that the most feeble of all nations can supply itself immediately with a weapon which will render its coast secure of the united armadas of the world. Battleships will cease to be built, and the mightiest ironclads and the most tremendous artillery afloat will be of no more use than so much scrap iron, and thus these irresistible instruments of destruction can be exerted at any distance by an agency of so delicate, so impalpable a quality that I feel that I am justified in predicting that a time will come, incredible as it may seem, when it can be called into action by the mere exercise of the human will." Lamenting that he would prefer to be remembered as the inventor who would abolish bellicose confrontations, the wizard of war nevertheless continued to expand on the possibilities. Applying this system of control to any type of vessel of any size, Tesla went on to describe the truly diabolical idea of loading a boat with hundreds of tons of explosives which could be detonated even a mile or so away, so that a monster wave would ensue that would overwhelm even the biggest ship ever built. Billed in the December 7, 1898 issue of Electrical Review as the genius of destruction, Tesla had claimed that his submarine boat, loaded with torpedoes, could set out without a crew, make its devious way along a surface through dangerous channels and mine beds, watching for its prey, discharge its deadly weapon, and return to the hand that sent it. Commenting on this article, Electrical Review stated that the genius of destruction would seem to have then two aims. It creates evil, but mostly good, because it could hasten the utopian dream of the abolition of war. As the forerunner to the now seemingly ubiquitous drone strikes occurring in this era in the Middle East, the promise of Tesla's devil automata spread all the way to Europe, where articles on the invention were read by Marc Twain, who was staying with friends in Vienna. November 17th, 1898. Dear Mr. Tesla, have you Austrian and English patents on that destructive terror which you have been inventing? And if so, won't you set a price upon them and commission me to sell them? I know cabinet ministers of both countries, and of Germany too, likewise William II. I shall be in Europe a year yet. Here in the hotel the other night, when some interested men were discussing means to persuade the nations to join the Tsar and disarm, I advised them to seek something more sure than disarmament, to contrive something against which fleets and armies would be helpless, and thus make war impossible. I did not suspect that you were already attending to that, and setting ready to introduce into the earth permanent peace and disarmament in a practical and mandatory way. I know you are a very busy man, but will you steal time and drop me a line? Sincerely yours, Mark Twain. Tesla's telautomaton was still in a very primitive state, and so the deal with Twain was never consummated. Nevertheless, Tesla's view for ending human conflict was played out with his conclusion that machines would fight instead of men, and further, that if all countries had such advanced weaponry systems, war would become a suicidal venture, and so no country would ever go to war. This was a controversial stance, embraced by some and completely rejected as a cynical rationalization by others. One way or another, this incredible paradigm-shifting invention contained within it not only the concepts of remote control, robotics, and artificial intelligence, but also selective tuning, the seeds of encryption and protected privacy, cell phone technology, that is, the ability to create an unlimited number of wireless channels, and such everyday devices as the garage door opener, Wi-Fi, and the TV remote. Think tank. On September 29, 1916, Tesla wrote a very revealing letter concerning the etiology of his invention of his remote-controlled robot to Benjamin Meissner, who, as we will see, had known Tesla about 4 years by this time. One of the most important revelations herein is the fact that Tesla documents this amazing invention to as many as several years before 1895. Dear Mr. Meissner, in an article in the Century magazine, a copy of which I am forwarding, I have related the circumstances which led me to develop the idea of a self-propelled automaton. My experiments were begun sometime in 1892, and from that period on until 1895 in my laboratory at 35 South Fifth Avenue, I exhibited a number of contrivances and perfected plans for several complete telautomata. After the destruction of my lab by fire in 95, there was an interruption in these labours, which, however, were resumed in 96 in my new lab at 46 East Houston Street, where I made more striking demonstrations. Beginning the following year, I constructed complete automata in the form of a boat, described in my original patent specification, number 613,809, circa 1897, often exhibited to visitors who never ceased to wonder at the performances. In that year, I also constructed a larger boat, which I exhibited in Chicago during a lecture before the Commercial Club in 1898, limiting myself to mechanisms controlled from distance, but to machines possessed of their own intelligence. Since that time, I have advanced greatly in the evolution of the invention, and think that the time is not distant, which I shall show an automaton which, left to itself, will act as though possessed of reason, and without any willful control from outside. Whatever be the practical possibilities of such an achievement, it will mark the beginning of a new epoch in mechanics. Tesla went on to describe the use of individualized control, that is, one based on the cooperation of several circuits of different periods of vibration, a principle that was developed in his patents number 723,188 and 723,189 of March 1903. This device, Tesla stated, was demonstrated before the Chief Examiner Seeley in Washington, D.C. in 1898. In my investigations in Colorado from 1899 to 1900, I developed, among other things, 2 important discoveries described in my patents number 685,953 and 119,732, taken out at a later date. These 2 advances make it possible to supply an automaton great amounts of energy, and also to control it with utmost accuracy when it is entirely out of sight at any distance. During the past few years, I have devoted much of my time to the perfection of a small, high-speed vessel embodied with certain new means of propulsion in an endeavor to produce a most effective weapon of defense, such as would seem to be at this time of paramount importance to the United States. I may be able to respond to your request to furnish you 1 or 2 illustrations for publication in your book, which I hope will prove a complete success. Yours very sincerely, N. Tesla. In 1911, Tesla formed a partnership with John Hayes Hammond Jr., son of industrialist John Hayes Hammond Sr. Jack, as he was called, had known Tesla since he was a boy, as his father had helped fund Tesla's remote-controlled boat. Having worked in the patent office, Jack became a student of invention and would eventually compile hundreds of patents on everything from a microwave oven to musical instruments to radio guidance systems. A graduate of Yale University and a protege of Alexander Graham Bell, Jack became enamored with Tesla's 1903 patent on selective tuning. In 1909, during his senior year, he asked his father to arrange a meeting with the Serbian high priest of telautomatics, and in that way Jack, just 21 years old, took a train down from Yale to meet the venerated inventor at his offices at the Metropolitan Towers, at the time the tallest building in the city. Jack praised Tesla for his prophetic genius patent because it provided the means for creating an unlimited number of private wireless channels, and it is quite possible that Tesla reciprocated by travelling up to Gloucester, Massachusetts, where the Hammonds resided, to see Jack's crudely built remote-controlled robotic dog on wheels. Jack began working at the patent office and also talked Tesla into forming a company together called the Tesla-Hammond Wireless Company. "In thinking of this name," Jack wrote, "I have followed Emersonian advice, and as you can see have hitched my chariot to a star." Coming from a wealthy family, literally living like a prince, Jack would go on to commission a naked statue of himself with a fig leaf strategically placed, and about a decade later, in the 1920s, erect a medieval castle as his home, complete with parapets, towers, and a drawbridge, a bulky entrance door dating from feudal times, narrow, windy staircases made of stone, a central atrium shining down onto a swimming pool, secret passageways, and a basement auditorium that housed a gigantic organ, all of which overlooked the bay in Gloucester, Massachusetts. And it was there at the castle during the Roaring Twenties that Jack invited the Hollywood glitterati for nights and weekends. Initially, Tesla told Hammond that the Tesla-Hammond combination looks good to me, but we should go at it with some circumspection. Thus, the partnership sadly ended up not in telautomatics, but rather in the design and perfection of turbines. Tesla's wireless patents were still controlled by Morgan, and that was a key problem. But Tesla was probably also reluctant to share all he knew in that capacity. In retrospect, this restricted arrangement by Tesla appears short-sighted, as it ultimately monkey-wrenched the partnership. Nevertheless, torpedo engines were a sizable market, and the duo had pending deals with the United States Armed Forces and foreign governments, particularly with the Germans and Japanese. Unfortunately, the impending war destroyed this foreign market, but also Tesla was having difficulty perfecting his specialized engine. Hammond, who over the course of a lifetime would amass over 500 patents, proceeded simultaneously to set up a military think tank in Gloucester in radiodynamics, and he hired Fritz Lowenstein, Tesla's closest engineering acolyte, and also Benjamin Franklin Meissner, 1890 to 1976, a fellow Yale graduate from the School of Engineering. Although Hammond continued to help Tesla develop the turbines, his real passion was in remote control. So it seems that his relationship with Tesla was hampered, to say the least. Operating in secret for the military, the think tank worked on perfecting its equipment. In Lowenstein's case, this meant further developing the radio tube known as the Audion. And while this was happening, Hammond installed a more complex remote system in a sizable boat that he named the Natalia, after his daughter. Certainly, the development of an efficient motor to be placed in torpedoes had lucrative potential. In fact, Tesla had a pending contract to sell thousands of them to the Germans. Also working to reconfigure the motor to fit into airplanes and, on a much larger scale, power ocean liners, Tesla kept attempting to expand the business. Since all of the correspondence between Tesla and Hammond concerns the motors, there is substantial reason to believe that their relationship unfortunately stayed clear of radiodynamics. Fearful of stepping on the toes of his partnership with Morgan, Tesla may have also understood that the perfection of radiodynamic control was many years away, so it made more sense to deal with the nuts and bolts of developing his turbines. One way or another, even that avenue was fraught with unforeseen difficulties. Tesla required enormous sums to perfect his turbines, and this caused a tremendous strain on their relationship. Jack, who had apparently kept his job at the patent office, was working on writing a thesis on the history of the radio and remote control. Yet at the same time, his associate, Meissner, was putting together his own dossier on the same subject. So this would result in two separate treatises on essentially the same topic. While still helping to fund Tesla's turbines, Hammond also began working with Elmer Sperry to develop a reliable way to connect a Sperry gyroscope to a steering gear, a mechanism that came to be known as the autopilot. Sperry, who had attended Tesla's famous 1891 lecture at Columbia College, whose famous invention was in fact based completely on Tesla's rotating magnetic field, provided the stabilizing compass, while Hammond provided the radiodynamic technology. Since Hammond was working in secret for the military, this allowed Fritz Lowenstein's contribution in making the De Forest grid Audion radio tube into an amplifier and oscillator to stay out of the press and out of the eye of competitors. Lowenstein's receiving device, or advanced Audion, also known as a controller, was a real improvement in Hammond's radio guidance system, which at the time was being developed for the torpedo for the Navy. Although the work was top secret because of its military implications, Lowenstein was able to get this aspect released, and he later sold the patent to AT&T for $150,000. Lowenstein was so thrilled with the deal that he made a copy of the check and often showed it to disbelieving colleagues. After leaving Tesla's employ, Lowenstein began in 1910 working for the Radio Telephone Company of Newark on developing a wireless telephone. When the Radio Telephone Company failed, Lowenstein started his own laboratory on Nassau Street in New York City. But that enterprise failed, and so he began working for Hammond. In 1911, Hammond travelled to Germany, while Lowenstein held the fort in Gloucester. 2 years later, Lowenstein returned to his home in the Czech Republic to confer with his family and probably check out the competition. Meanwhile, Hammond tried to tie up loose ends, so he invited Lee De Forest to Gloucester to discuss the invention. The meeting was short, and De Forest soon returned to the West Coast to perfect his version of the Audion while seeking legal help to protect it from such interlopers as Lowenstein and the new kid on the block, Columbia University graduate Edwin Armstrong. De Forest approached AT&T with the help of John Stone, another well-known wireless inventor and president of the Institute of Radio Engineers. Stone's mother's maiden name, by coincidence, was also Stone. Other big competitors included Reginald Fessenden, 1866 to 1932, who attempted to set up a transatlantic wireless company only to have it collapse in a storm, and the growing German wireless behemoth Telefunken, which was operating in the United States under the moniker of Atlantic Communications Company. With offices located in the small tower of the Trinity Building at 111 Broadway, down by Wall Street, Telefunken hired in 1909 Lloyd Espenschied, 1889 to 1986, who stayed there for a year. Espenschied, who would amass over 100 patents and go on to work for AT&T and Bell Telephone Laboratories, would, 40 years later, pen a comprehensive article on the history of wireless communication and radiodynamic control, discussion of history of modern radioelectronic technology. Competing against Telefunken, Hammond, now in a partnership with Tesla, provided wireless sets for the Navy in 1912 as he cultivated a way to create a plurality of carrier channels of intermediate frequencies. However, the Navy was still reluctant to get financially involved, particularly when war broke out, as long as it raged only in Europe. Meanwhile, Hammond continued to partner with Sperry to further develop the autopilot, and at the same time continue to perfect means for directing said torpedoes from stationary sites such as crow's nests or even blimps. Still collaborating with Lowenstein, Hammond continued to develop high-frequency tubes, which came to play a significant role in the perfection of the radio. In Hammond's words, "This early work for radiodynamics was conducted in secret in the same sense that the Manhattan Project in atomic energy was conducted in secret. Parts of the work were kept from Congress by the military, and certain patent applications were placed in the secret archives of the Patent Office. Military applications in the defense of the nation were the issue." Meissner, another key member of the Lowenstein-Hammond think tank, who would later go out on his own and invent electrical musical instruments and, for the military, directional microphones for aircraft and submarines, had apprenticed at the Naval Radio Station in 1911, before working at Gloucester. At this time, Meissner wrote to both Hammond and Dr. L.W. Austin of the U.S. Navy the following letter about the problem of Tesla's patent priority, penned at the very same moment that Hammond was partnered with Tesla. February 6, 1912. Dear Mr. Hammond, Mr. Lowenstein has kindly loaned me your letters to him concerning the new selective system. I believe the invention a good one. It at least is a very good way of dodging the Tesla and Fessenden patents. It is possible that neither Meissner nor Hammond knew that at the turn of the century, Tesla had successfully sued Fessenden for patent infringement in somewhat secret litigation. However, Lowenstein testified in the case on Tesla's behalf, admitting on the stand that he did not know anything about tuned circuits until Tesla showed me their great value, and then I understood what tuning was. A dozen years later, Fessenden was still considered a pioneer in the field. Either way, believing that he would be able to help improve the radio guidance system, Meissner followed up with a second letter which routinely made use of Tesla's lingo for his remote-controlled vessel. I am glad to learn what Dr. Austin thinks about your new selective system and the probability of its being applicable for commercial as well as telautomatic work. Hammond's invention, which was patented over a decade later, explains that if a circuit is tuned to a periodicity of 100,000 oscillations per second, and another current is turned to 105,000 oscillations per second, a third circuit can be made to respond to the difference, namely 5,000 cycles per second, CPS. This beat frequency can be changed, say to 4,000 CPS or 4,500 CPS and so on. This invention, or one very much like it, greatly resembles Tesla's invention, whose selective tuning system involved the use of an extra coil. As explained in patents numbers 723,188 and number 725,605, Tesla states that separate channels and protected privacy can indeed be created by altering the combination of frequencies in a variety of ways, such as by manipulating their order of succession. Interestingly enough, this fundamental idea was expanded a generation later by Hedy Lamarr, the Austrian-born and enchanting Hollywood actress, who in 1940 sought a solution to the problem of an enemy such as the Nazis jamming signals of a remote-activated device such as a drone or torpedo. Working with the avant-garde composer George Antheil, Lamarr patented the idea of spread-spectrum frequency hopping, which protected wireless signals through multiple channels that constantly changed or hopped from one to the next. Based on the work of Tesla and Hammond, the idea simply was that if one channel was jammed, a variety of other channels would continue communication. This invention, although not used during the time of its inception, which was during World War II, was adapted later on, now used in many wireless devices such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS and cell phone technology. Hammond's telautomatic setup was installed onto his remote-operated boat, the Natalia, in 1914, a year after Hammond's breakup with Tesla. It was at that time that Jack invited General Erasmus M. Weaver, Jr., of the U.S. Coast Artillery, and other key Navy personnel to witness a test run. Lieutenant Decker remembers that the boat was allowed to steer itself. After entering the harbour at Gloucester after a run-up from Boston, the operator on shore made us perform various fancy curves and steer around a few spar buoys. During the whole of the test, while I was on the boat, I did not see a single thing go wrong. However, problems in the creation of secret channels were made apparent in 1915 and 1916 when the USS Dolphin successfully interfered with a torpedo launched by Hammond over distances of several hundred feet. But the Hammond system was successful when the torpedo was launched farther away. The War Department wanted to therefore maintain visual contact with the weapon, so Hammond began working on radiodynamic control systems that could be directed from airplanes and drones. Clearly, Hammond did everything he could to work with Tesla, crediting him in the literature and surrounding himself with Tesla acolytes. Unfortunately, in 1913, Tesla had a falling out with the budding wunderkind. The problem was money. Tesla kept requiring more funds to perfect his turbine, and most likely through the recommendation of Hammond's father, who was funding this research, Jack turned off the spigot. A few years later, after Morgan's passing, Tesla would obtain additional development funds on the turbine from J.P. Morgan Jr., and then later from Pyle National and also Alice Chalmers. and it seems that over time cordial relations were resumed between Hammond and Tesla. In 1915, at a New York meeting of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, although Hammond wasn't present, Tesla stood next to Lowenstein and de Forest in the well-known group photo that included John Stone, Jonathan Zenneck, Carl Ferdinand Braun, David Sarnoff, and others. And the following year, Tesla wrote a rather detailed letter to Meissner to help him with his book on radiodynamics. Tesla also continued a business association with Lowenstein, receiving a small percentage of the proceeds of certain Lowenstein patents. Continuing to develop his radio guidance system, Hammond would go on to install the Sperry gyroscope in torpedoes, ships, airplanes, and aerial drones, as the duo continued to perfect the autopilot. However, as Espen Sheed points out in his detailed 1959 article, even though a tremendous amount of work went into perfecting remote-controlled weaponry, astoundingly, radio-guided torpedoes and missiles were never used in either World War. Although Tesla and Hammond played such key roles in the development of remote control and radio guidance systems, when it came to the topic of ESP, or wireless communication between brains, they differed greatly. Initially, Tesla was somewhat open to the topic after conferring with Sir William Crookes during his trip to London in 1892, whereby Crookes told Tesla of his telepathy experiments that he had conducted with Sir Oliver Lodge and Lord Rayleigh, all of them members of the British Society of Psychical Research. However, shortly thereafter, the Serbian wizard came to completely reject the idea. Hammond, on the other hand, fully embraced the topic and spent a considerable amount of time, particularly in the late 1940s and early 1950s, studying the work of Eileen Garrett, who was one of the greatest psychics of the 20th century and the founder of the Parapsychology Foundation in New York. A medium as well as a telepath, Garrett travelled up to the Hammond Castle in 1948 with psychic researcher Andrea Puharic, and there they conducted telepathy experiments while she was housed in a Faraday cage, which screened out electromagnetic waves. Since she successfully picked up various targets, the implication was clear. ESP operated in a realm separate from the normal electromagnetic spectrum. Obviously, Hammond was serious about his study of psychic phenomena, while Tesla, the true father of wireless communication, completely eschewed the idea. A key similarity, however, aside from their shared passion for invention, was the wish and, perhaps, the need to invite the glitterati of the day to their respective enclaves. While Tesla invited so many stars of the gay 90s to his lab, Hammond invited comparable VIPs from his era, the guest list to his castle including such notables as Ethel and John Barrymore, Mary Astor, Burgess Meredith, Helen Hayes, George Gershwin, the Ringling Brothers, Guglielmo Marconi, Tom Edison Jr., Monty Woolley, Leopold Stokowski, John D. Rockefeller, Clarence Birdseye, Cole Porter, and Noel Coward. Whether Tesla ever visited Hammond's castle is not known. Having toured the palace on several occasions, I can only imagine and hope that Tesla did indeed make the delightful journey. In 1933, Tesla referred specifically to John Hayes Hammond Jr. on several occasions, particularly in regards to suggesting that the government hire Hammond to use his remote-controlled drones to be armed with explosive devices so as to fly into the center of tornadoes to disarm them and break up the whirl. Under Hammond's guidance, Tesla wrote, "The fear of danger from tornadoes and the great losses of life and property can be effectively combated by these means." Chapter 9. Marconi and the Germans. It is my intention to describe fully the efforts I have made in order to tune or syntonize the wireless system and correct a large amount of inaccurate and misleading information being published. I first constructed an arrangement which consists of a Leyden jar or condenser circuit, in which included the primary of what may be called a Tesla coil, and a secondary which is connected to earth or aerial conductor. The idea of using a Tesla coil to produce oscillations is not new. It was tried by the British Post Office with Sir William Preece, and also suggested in a patent specification by Dr. Lodge, dated May 10, 1897, and by Professor Ferdinand Braun in 1899. Guglielmo Marconi, June 15, 1901. Guglielmo Marconi's greatest rival in the legal arena may have been Nikola Tesla, but in the battleground of the marketplace it was Telefunken, the German wireless concern. Although Marconi had patents in Germany, the Telefunken syndicate had too many important connections on its home front and easily maintained a monopoly there. Formed in 1903 through a forced merger, to quell a vicious patent priority battle under orders of the Kaiser, the Braun-Siemens-Halske Company, headed by Carl Ferdinand Braun, combined with Arco Slaby, headed by longtime Tesla associate Adolf Slaby, to create Telefunken. This new, larger German concern was without doubt the number 2 competitor in the world. However, it didn't start out that way. A decade earlier, in January of 1892, Tesla had sailed for Europe to present his lecture on high-frequency phenomena to the Royal Society in London and the Société Française des Électriciens in Paris. Arriving in London on January 26th, Tesla was met at the harbour by Sir William Preece and stayed at Preece's home during his time in England. Educated at King's College in London, Preece was chief engineer of the British Post Office, which meant that he was in charge of the telegraph system. Already by this time, Preece had been aware of the possibility of what would become wireless telegraphy. As far back as 1879, Preece, along with William Crookes and James Dewar, was witness to the experiments in Morse code transmission of aerial telegraphy by David Edward Hughes. This insightful Welsh scientist had noticed that electrical sparks could be picked up by a telephone receiver at distances of 500 yards. Predating Heinrich Hertz by a decade, but not publishing his results, Hughes also invented a spark gap transmitter and developed a coherer before Edward Barnley, and a crystal radio detector before Braun. Elihu Thomson recognized that Hughes claimed to be the first to transmit radio. However, Hughes himself said, with characteristic modesty, that Hertz's experiments were far more conclusive than mine, and that Marconi's efforts at demonstration merit the success he has received. The world will be right in placing his name on the highest pinnacle in relation to aerial electric telegraphy. In honour of these achievements, the Royal Society created the Hughes Medal, first given to J.J. Thomson in 1902 for his advancements in the electrical sciences. Recognizing the role that the ground played in transmitting signals between different telegraph lines, in 1889, Preece successfully sent wireless Morse-coded messages to a parallel line receiving station a mile away, and these kinds of experiments were also conducted by Sir William Crookes before Tesla's arrival in 1892. During Tesla's watershed lecture, whereby he demonstrated selective tuning through the ability to illuminate different fluorescent bulbs when different resonant frequencies were transmitted, Tesla took the time to praise a name associated with the most beautiful invention made. It is Crookes. I believe that the origin of my advance was that fascinating little book on radiant energy, which I read many years ago. Basing his work on the Crookes tubes, Tesla displayed before the Royal Society what could be considered the first radio tube. In an evacuated bulb, Tesla had placed an inner vacuum tube, and within this chamber the inventor generated a beam of light that was so sensitive that it could respond even to the twitch of a muscle, let alone to the geomagnetic torque of the Earth. Tesla speculated that this beam would rotate counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere because it rotated clockwise in the room in England. This cathode ray tube would not only become the basis for a variety of radio tubes and wireless lighting, but also when transmitted onto a screen, such as an oscilloscope, the basis for X-ray equipment, radar, and the TV tube, and also an invention that reacted to geomagnetic forces. Tesla's lecture was so outstanding that James Dewar cornered and then cajoled the reluctant inventor into giving a second demonstration so that Lord Rayleigh could witness it as well, and the following day Tesla complied. When Marconi, at the age of 22, came to town 4 years later, Preece tried to interest Marconi into adapting, with Tesla's permission, some of his equipment. But Marconi declined. Some time after the experiments with the classical Hertz devices conducted under the auspices of the English Imperial Post Office, Sir William Preece, then head of the department, wrote me a letter conveying the information that the tests had been abandoned as of no value, but that he believed good results possible by my system, Tesla wrote. In reply, I offered to prepare 2 sets for trial and asked him to give me the technical particulars. Just then Marconi came out with the emphatic assertion that he had tried out my apparatus and that it did not work. Evidently he succeeded in his purpose, for nothing was done in regard to my proposal. He furthermore declared that wireless communication across the Atlantic was impossible because there was a wall of water several miles high between the 2 continents which the rays could not traverse. But subsequent developments showed that he had used my system in secret all the time, received the plaudits of the world, and accepted stolidly even my own congratulations, and it was only a long time after that he admitted it. After a few setbacks, one way or another, Marconi's system began to become more efficient. Along the way, he hired Preece, and also Preece's close associate, Ambrose Fleming, who had also attended Tesla's lectures, to help him develop his wireless apparatus. Since Lodge's work predated Marconi's by about a year, after a long legal dispute, the best course of action was to purchase Lodge's patents, which Marconi did in 1911. In 1897, Preece invited Adolf Slaby and Alexander von Arco to London to partake in Marconi's experiments to send wireless messages across the English Channel, and shortly after that, in the same year, Slaby and von Arco transmitted a wireless message from Schöneberg, a suburb of Berlin, to Rangsdorf, which was a distance of 13.7 miles. Over the next several years, Marconi continued to hone his equipment and increase the distance between sender and receiver. Certainly one of Marconi's greatest coups, while Tesla was holed up in Colorado Springs, was to report the America's Cup race of 1899 from ship to shore for the New York Yacht Club, not far from New York City off of Sandy Hook, New Jersey. On October 16th, Marconi was able to transmit details of the race from 15 miles offshore at a rate of about 15 words a minute. By day's end, he had transmitted over 4,000 words to the offices of the New York Herald, who were thus able to report the race almost in real time. Shortly after, the Marconi Company began installing wireless equipment aboard ships, not only those from the United Kingdom, but also on Belgian, Italian, and even German carriers. At the same time, Marconi also set his sights on attempting to transmit an impulse across the Atlantic. Yet in the very days that Tesla was writing to tell his benefactor, J. Pierpont Morgan, that he was capable of creating an unlimited number of wireless channels, Marconi doesn't know that multiple channels were even possible. Referring specifically to 1901 and Marconi's transatlantic experiment, his head engineer, Richard N. Vivian, said it this way: "Some combinations gave good results, some poor, but an arrangement that gave good results one night, the next gave very different results, and thus it became difficult to say for certain whether any improvement or progress was being made. We knew nothing then about the effect of the length of the waves transmitted governing the distance over which communication could be effected. We did not even have the means or instruments for measuring wavelengths. In fact, we did not know accurately what wavelength we were using." Compare this astounding admission with a typical passage from Tesla's Wardenclyffe notebook for the same time period, for instance, on April 28, 1901. "The very slow frequency charge passes chiefly on the surface as far as I have found, and therefore, taking the diameter of Earth, the half wavelength should, under above assumption, not exceed 12,700,000 times pi meters. Taking speed of electricity, 322 million meters per second, we would have about only 32 times 10 to the power of 7 to 254 times pi times 10 to the power of 5, which equals 4 cycles per second, approximately. I shall first consider the case as assumed, although it has many practical disadvantages. Higher frequencies will be subsequently treated." Tesla had created a prototype planet, which he referred to as a sphere, to perform experiments and calculations with various wavelengths, to find nodal points and pinpoint them, which he then applied to the Earth itself. In this instance, Tesla had decided that the half wavelength should not exceed the diameter of the Earth, which he calculated at 12,700,000 meters, or 7,891 miles. His notebooks are simply filled with advanced calculations, many much more complicated than this. He also was using undamped or continuous wave frequencies to enable complex forms of electrical energy to be transmitted along multiple channels through surface waves, for example, text, voice, pictures, and even power. Whereas Marconi was sending Morse code using a primitive Hertzian spark gap transmission system predominantly through the air. Because these were pulsed frequencies, Marconi was incapable of creating multiple channels, and his system could never form the basis for the transmission of voice or pictures. Unfortunately for Tesla, he could not convince Morgan of the viability of his plan. The reasons are many. First off, Tesla constructed a larger tower than they had agreed on, changing the deal from a 90-foot tower to one twice that height. Second, there was the issue of the need to construct a receiving tower somewhere in Europe, most likely in England or Portugal, so costs right there could be doubled. It is also possible that either Morgan did not believe that Tesla was capable of doing what he said he could do, or the reverse, that he feared Tesla could have been able to transmit electric power without wires, as this was his ultimate goal. Had Tesla succeeded on that front in the short run, this would have created a huge financial burden for Morgan, as he had rubber plantations in Africa and copper mines out west. He controlled the shipping and railroad lines to transport rubber and copper to industrial sites, and he also owned great forests used to make telephone poles. Simply put, he wanted wires. Then again, Marconi was succeeding with much less expensive equipment, symbolized in monumental fashion not only in December of 1901, when Marconi rocked the world by sending the first transatlantic message, but again on January 18, 1903, when President Teddy Roosevelt transmitted a wireless greeting from Marconi's Wellfleet station out on Cape Cod to the King of England. This event so irked Tesla that he was moved to write directly to His Excellency at the White House to complain to Roosevelt that he was lending his name to a patent pirate. Since Tesla's system was overtly being studied by electricians at Telefunken, they were in a better position to advance the art than Marconi, even though Marconi had the name and a wider distribution. Problems began early in 1903 between Telefunken and the Marconi concern when Marconi refused to accept a wireless message sent from the Kaiser's brother because it did not come from a Marconi station. On the face of it, this might seem petty of Marconi. However, his refusal may have been in retaliation to the German policy inaugurated by the Kaiser to refuse to recognize wireless advances submitted by individuals from other countries. This was also the case with Tesla, and it created a moral conflict for Telefunken's Adolf Slaby, who considered Tesla the father of wireless telegraphy. By not recognizing patents from foreigners, this allowed Telefunken to adapt all of Tesla's wireless technology without compensating the inventor. And because it was condoned by the fatherland, it did not have to be done in secret. Like every other non-German inventor, Tesla was painfully aware of the Kaiser's policy of condoning and even promoting patent piracy. And so he continually sought legal redress in Germany and Austria because the upside would have been enormous. It was no surprise that he continued to hit a brick wall, and the onset of the Great War certainly did not help the matter. In the case of Marconi, he simply pirated what he needed and pretended it was his. Since Preece tried to talk Marconi into purchasing Tesla's equipment legally, no doubt Marconi's tactics must have been of great concern to someone of Preece's stature, particularly because Preece had tried to get Marconi to do the right thing. Ambrose Fleming, who had been friends with Tesla and also corresponded with him through the mail, was now also working for Marconi. Later, Fleming said it this way: Marconi had genius of a certain kind, but he overreached himself in thinking that he could appropriate the whole credit for wireless. While Tesla worked in the early 1900s, To complete a single wireless station at Wardenclyffe, both Marconi Wireless and Telefunken expanded their enterprises, establishing hundreds of wireless stations on as many civilian and military ships as possible, and also on every continent in as many countries as they could. It would seem that the Swedish Academy of Sciences, aware of this great competition, decided to honor both entities by awarding the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1909 to both Guglielmo Marconi, a half-Italian, half-British subject, for sending the first transatlantic wireless message in 1901, and to his German counterpart, inventor in wireless Carl Ferdinand Braun, for his marked advances in the development of the cathode ray tube, which led to advances in radar and television, and his work on the crystal detector or crystal diode rectifier, which picked up the ambient wireless transmissions and converted them for use in radio. When one studies the history of these inventions, in the case of the crystal detector, it is clear that Braun was anticipated by David Edward Hughes, the Welsh scientist discussed earlier, who first experimented with crystal radio detectors. Hughes had discovered that a tungsten needle set very close to a carbon block would vibrate in the presence of electromagnetic waves. Braun found similar properties in the mineral galena, which was a natural rectifier. In the case of AM radio, which was invented a few years later by Edwin Armstrong, carrier waves have frequencies of about 1 million cycles a second, but the modulations that carry the information, the voices and the music, are of relatively low frequency, ranging from about 20 to 20,000 cycles. The high-frequency oscillations can be rectified, read out of the carrier wave, but many rectifiers are inefficient for the low-frequency oscillations. The rectifier acts to separate information. Hence, building a radio receiver boils down, in a certain sense, to making a rectifier. With regards to the crystal radio set I constructed with my dad, circa 1960, like all crystal radio sets of this design, there were no batteries and no plug to an electrical outlet. All energy to drive the radio stemmed from the energy collected from the broadcast stations themselves. Since my radio only began to work when my father set up the ground connection through the radiator, the implication was clear to me as a 12-year-old, namely that the real power did not come from the broadcasting tower alone, but rather the transmission through the ground was an essential component. There is little doubt that Tesla was emotionally affected by the decision by the Nobel Committee to award secondary inventors for work he saw clearly as his. Yet, from Marconi's point of view, he had no understanding as to why he should share the award at all. As wireless apparatuses became more efficient, competition between Marconi Wireless and Telefunken reached a new height, and lawsuits began to fly. Although Marconi Wireless had achieved a recent coup in Spain, in America, Telefunken gained an edge when it constructed 2 enormous transatlantic systems in Tuckerton, New Jersey, and Sayville, New York. The situation at Tuckerton, however, was complex. Located along the New Jersey coast, 100 miles south of New York City, the Tuckerton plant was designed by Rudolf Goldschmidt, a German electrical engineer who first built a sister 100-kilowatt station at Elivese, Germany, and then sent the prefabricated parts to his German workers at Tuckerton, where the wireless tower rose to a staggering height of 820 feet, and thus was the second tallest construction in the world, next to the Eiffel Tower. Like the structure at Sayville, the Tuckerton facility used the patents and designs of Tesla. In July of 1915, the Serbian wizard iced a deal with Telefunken, paying him royalties that amounted to $15,000 for the year for the use of his equipment and expertise. Ironically, although completely a German construction, the plant was actually built for the Lafayette radiotelegraphic station located at Croix-Dine near Bordeaux, in France. In other words, the Tuckerton site was slated to be a transatlantic French operation. Once World War I began, the Germans were unwilling to cede the station to the French, and once America entered the war, they also stopped paying royalties to Tesla. He tried to sue, but naturally, he was unable to continue to receive compensation. Added to that was the simple fact that the designer Goldschmidt, a former London employee for the Westinghouse Company, had sold his patents in 1912 to Marconi. Thus, Marconi thought that he had a right to the Tuckerton facility, and one New York Times article even suggested as much. Tesla was in a competitive field. Although fairly recognized by the German companies operating in the United States, he faced a very different situation from Marconi and various American concerns. Once his lectures and patents had been published, numerous electrical engineers emerged with their own wireless schemes. Some inventors simply pirated Tesla's work, while others copied the pirates or developed their own schemes. But Tesla did his best to combat them all. One of the more successful early wireless pioneers was Reginald Fessenden, who as early as 1900 had set up a series of radio towers to report the weather, and he also was one of the first to transmit the sound of voice. It soon became apparent that Fessenden's use of tuned circuits was based entirely on Tesla's work, so he sued Fessenden in a lengthy but somewhat secret litigation and won. Dealing with Goldschmidt was a lot more difficult because of the unfair patent laws set up in Germany. For nationalistic reasons, Tesla had been prohibited from obtaining his rightful royalties there, but Slaby never hid the fact that he considered Tesla the patriarch of the field. Thus, when Telefunken came to America, Slaby sought out his mentor, not only on moral grounds but also for gaining a legal foothold against Marconi and to obtain the inventor's technical expertise. A meeting was held between Tesla and the principals of Telefunken's American holding company, the innocuous-sounding Atlantic Communications Company, located at 111 Broadway. Present was the director, Dr. Carl George Frank, one of the best-known German-American electrical experts, and his two managers, Richard Pfund, a frequent visitor to Tesla's lab, who was head of the Seifer plant, and the Monocle, Lieutenant Emil Meyer, head of operations at Tuckerton. Although Slaby died in 1913, his admiration for Tesla carried a lot of weight. The powerful German wireless station at Seifer opened on January 17, 1914, when the first wireless message between Germany and the United States brought heartiest greetings from the Kaiser to President Wilson, and it was at this time that Tesla was hired by Frank to help in the further development of their wireless plant. A graduate of the University of Munich, with a doctorate in philosophy and chemistry, Frank claimed U.S. citizenship, but most likely had dual citizenship with Germany. With offices in the Hudson Terminal building as well as on Broadway, Frank not only ran the Seifer wireless station, he also was in charge of commercial sales for Siemens and Halske. Frank's head of operations, Richard Pfund, was also of German heritage. An electrical engineer who spent a good amount of time with Tesla, Pfund, who had apparently attended Tesla's watershed talk on high-frequency phenomena and wireless communication at Columbia College in 1891, had begun his apprenticeship in the field of wireless working for the Marconi Company. In 1903, he helped install a Marconi wireless plant in Alaska. Forming a liaison with Tesla was a coup for the Germans, not only because it solved part of the dilemma of having used Tesla's technology without compensating him, it also gave them the edge in upcoming litigation in priority battles against Marconi, and, most importantly, more than anyone, the Germans appreciated Tesla's expertise. Realizing the situation, Tesla sought assurances from Frank that he could obtain German patents, and Frank replied that he did not see any reason why this could not be achieved. Tesla thereupon asked for an advance of $25,000 and royalties of $2,500 per month, but settled for $1,500 per month with a 1-month advance. The inventor met with Pfund to discuss the turbine deal with the Kaiser and also to fix a wireless transmitter that Atlantic was using at the Manhattan office. And then he had plans to go out to the Seifer station, where he could institute his latest refinements in order to boost its capabilities. Shortly thereafter, Tesla traveled out to the other German wireless station located in Tuckerton, New Jersey. There he negotiated an even more lucrative deal. Even though the Tuckerton site was constructed by the German company Hochfrequenzmaschinen Aktiengesellschaft zur Drahtlose-Telegraphie, known more frequently as HOMAG, this wireless station was slated to be sold to the French concern Compagnie Universelle de Télégraphie et de Téléphonie Sans Fil. Since the French Supreme Court had upheld Mr. Tesla's claim against the French Marconi Company, the Tesla Company filed suit against the Marconi interests in America. Tesla's argument was that Marconi had infringed on 2 of his patents, and he was demanding a settlement on the royalty basis. Fearful of a costly legal suit, Homag agreed to pay Tesla 5% of the gross income from revenues of Tuckerton, but they would not stipulate which specific Tesla patents they were using. Legally, this was not the best outcome for Tesla, but financially the deal was highly lucrative, as one way or another Homag was recognizing Tesla for his wireless invention, and through the French courts the inventor was also receiving concrete vindication over Marconi as well. With regards to Seifer, once it was up and running, it became a beacon for amateur wireless enthusiasts who could tune their homemade sets to the station's nightly press dispatches, said Hugo Gernsback, editor-in-chief of Electrical Experimenter. Gernsback would follow this up with an interview with Tesla, and he would also have the inventor write a series of articles on this and related topics. Tesla was finally back in the news and back in the money. Now he could see a route towards resurrecting Wardenclyffe through proof that his theories were correct. With increased capital, he could begin paying off his back rent to the Waldorf Astoria, which was now approaching $20,000. To give himself some time, Tesla transferred the mortgage of Wardenclyffe to George C. Bolt, the hotel's manager, with the oblique understanding that he would get the property back as soon as he covered his debt. Possibly, when John Jacob Astor was alive, Tesla was allowed to live rent-free. Astor may not have been overjoyed with this possible development, as he was miffed a decade earlier when the wizard took his investment, which Astor thought was to be used for the development of fluorescent lighting, but was used instead to fund the Colorado Springs laboratory. When Tesla formed his partnership with Morgan in 1901, he further ruptured this relationship when he assigned to Morgan the lighting patents that Astor thought he had a claim on, and Astor refused to help bail Tesla out when Tesla had exhausted Morgan's funds. However, by 1909, apparently back in Astor's good graces, Tesla wrote him a detailed letter in March of 1909 telling the hotel magnate confidential information about his work on new turbines that he hoped would be used in locomotives, ocean liners, automobiles, and a variety of flying machines, including a jet-propelled dirigible and a combination helicopter-aeroplane. This single, double, or triple passenger aerocar of Professor Tesla could replace the normal automobile and be used for business or pleasure. As a related prototype to the dirigible, there is tangential evidence that Tesla showed Astor a hydrofoil or hovercraft that he may have demonstrated on the Hudson River. In April of 1912, Astor made the unfortunate decision to sail to Europe on the Titanic, and he went down with the ship. Tesla sent Astor's son Vincent a condolence letter and received the following reply. May 15, 1912. My dear Mr. Tesla, I wish to thank you for your letter of sympathy, for your kind expressions regarding my father, and your thought of me at this time. I have often heard my father speak of you, and I know what high regard he held you in. Again, thanking you, yours very sincerely, Vincent Astor. Now, with Astor's tragic death, Tesla had no leverage to offset his sizable hotel bill. Further, Tesla's fortunes were also affected by the onset of the Great War, which began 2 years later, on June 28, 1914, with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, while this heir to Austro-Hungary's throne was visiting Sarajevo. Since the Archduke was assassinated by a Serb, this gave Austria a reason to invade the assassin's home country, but they were surprised when Russia came to Serbia's defense. Because France had an alliance with Russia, Germany feared an attack from the west, since they were now aligned with Austro-Hungary. Thus, they jumped first by sweeping through Belgium to attack France, and this brought Great Britain into the malaise because they had a treaty with France. Still in its early stages, the war was not expected to last more than a few months. This meant that America remained an ally to both sides. 8 months later, in February of 1915, Professors Carl Ferdinand Braun, a physics professor from Strasbourg, and Jonathan Zenneck, a physics professor from Munich Technical University, arrived from Germany to help out at the Sayville station. and also to testify in the upcoming trial between the Atlantic Communications Company, which was installing wireless setups on U.S. Navy ships, and the Marconi Wireless Company, which was suing both. February 16, 1915. My dear Dr. Frank, I am glad to learn that Braun and Zenneck are in this country and look to the pleasure of meeting these remarkable men soon. Yours sincerely, N. Tesla. To the Brooklyn Eagle, Zenneck was described as a code expert, which he denied, but he also was circumspect about his role at Seifer. I came to America solely to testify in the Marconi suit, said Zenneck. I am not a code expert. I stayed at Seifer merely to continue my studies. The public, as well as the government, was not convinced. Assuming that the quote from the Eagle was accurate, it suggests that Zenneck was cagey because he was indeed brought to the States, not only to testify but also to help in the reconstruction of the Seifer plant. Zenneck, to the Americans, was an enigma. On the one hand, as professor of experimental physics from Munich Technical University, he was respected for writing electromagnetic oscillations and wireless telegraphy, which had become the standard textbook in the field. Yet, on the other hand, as a captain in the German army, Zenneck had been part of the brigade that stormed into Belgium on a killing spree en route to invading France at the outset of the war. A student of wireless telegraphy under Braun as far back as the late 1890s, Zenneck had experimented with directional antennae, and he also had studied the work of Tesla, and thus was able to corroborate Tesla's proclamations on the importance of ground waves in efficient radio transmissions. While working to explain Marconi's transoceanic results and applying Maxwell's equations, Zenneck showed that a unique type of surface wave could travel along the interface between the ground and the air. According to Tesla expert Dr. James Coram, the distinguishing feature of the Zenneck wave was that the propagating energy didn't spread like radiation, but was concentrated near the guiding surface. Coram points out that Zenneck's associate, Arnold Sommerfeld, had shown that an electromagnetic wave could be guided along a wire of finite conductivity, and Zenneck conceived that the Earth's surface would perform in a manner similar to a single conducting wire. Working along similar lines today at their own trailblazing wireless power transmission plant, Visiv Technologies in Milford, Texas, James Coram and Ken Coram point out that Zenneck and Sommerfeld shared adjacent alpine ski lodges. Further, Sommerfeld, who invited so many of the giants of quantum physics to his lodge, for example Bethe, Pauli, Heisenberg, etc., thanked Zenneck in his Watershed 1909 article, which distinguished between a Hertzian electromagnetic wave that propagated through radiation through the air and a Tesla or Zenneck ground wave. Zenneck himself pointed out that it was actually André Blondel who witnessed Tesla's lectures in Paris in 1892, and Ernst Lacher at Vienna, who first intuitively speculated that radio waves were probably surface-guided waves like ocean waves and not Hertzian waves, radiation. Just a year after his meeting with Zenneck, Tesla reiterated his finding that the radiation of radio waves was almost completely lost when transmitted through the air, but was conserved through conductive action when transmitted through the ground. Tesla had calculated at Seifer that they were wasting energy in electromagnetic radiations. Those waves will dissipate only a few miles offshore, he told Zenneck, whereas the energy that will reach Germany will be from your ground connection. The effect at a distance is due to the current energy that flows through the surface layers of the Earth, Tesla concluded, elated to add that this has already been mathematically shown by the respected physics professor Arnold Sommerfeld. He agrees on this theory, but as far as I am concerned, that is positively demonstrated. When Professor Zenneck took me out to the Seifer antenna and gave me the particulars, I went over the calculations and found that at 36 kilowatts, they were radiating 9 kilowatts in electromagnetic wave energy. They had therefore only 25% of the whole energy in these waves, and I told Professor Zenneck that this energy is of no effect, that they produce by the current differences of potential in the Earth, and it is these differences of potential that are felt in Germany and affect the receiver. But the Hertzian electromagnetic waves get a little beyond Long Island and are lost. What Tesla had done was explain to Zenneck that he had to decrease aerial transmission and increase the ground connections, because that was the real reason why the impulses were traversing the planet. Most likely, according to Tesla expert Ken Corum, Tesla also told Zenneck to create a double-tuned circuit to boost the primary capacitance and vary the mutual coupling from the primary to the secondary to match the brake speed. These results, Corum noted, would easily increase the output by a factor of 10. Shortly after this visit, the New York Times reported that before the end of next week, the new and more powerful apparatus will be working at the Seifer plant. J.P. Morgan, Jr. Tesla now had the physical proof he needed to establish that his tower at Wardenclyffe was indeed on the right path. To augment this new triumph and reassert his dominance as the preeminent inventor in wireless, Tesla forwarded the entire French litigation proceedings, whereby Marconi's work was overturned in favor of his, to Jack Morgan, who was now in charge. At the same time, he negotiated with Frank in an attempt to help him obtain wireless patents in Germany and Austria. Simultaneously, he also charged Atlantic Communications a service fee for testifying for them and for using his existing patents that usurped Marconi's patents in the upcoming litigation that was about to take place in the U.S. courts. If Jack could help in the fight, the wireless enterprise, which they contractually shared, could be revived. Jack, however, was not smitten by the same vision of destiny, and he graciously declined to become involved in the litigation or in Wardenclyffe in any way. However, he did continue to invest in Tesla's turbines, and he wrote Tesla several checks for $5,000 each and told the inventor to keep him informed of any progress. Tesla returned to his turbines at Edison's Waterside Station with a new transfusion of 23 Wall Street blood. To reflect the reactivation of the resurrected alliance, the inventor set out to search for more fashionable chambers for his office. Within a few months, he took up residence on the 53rd floor of the brand-new Woolworth building, offering Woolworth to place a wireless transmitter atop the skyscraper at his own expense to signal ships and railroad trains throughout the known world. Decorated with a gold-leafed, emerald-colored mosaic ceiling in the lobby, and located by City Hall near Wall Street on Park Row, the Gothic-styled Woolworth building soared above the city to the dizzying height of 800 feet, knocking the Metropolitan Towers out as the loftiest skyscraper in the world. Although Woolworth apparently did not accept Tesla's offer, the inventor was invited to the gala opening and took the Johnsons along. The banquet began with the illumination of the building's 80,000 light bulbs by President Woodrow Wilson, who pressed a button in Washington, D.C. to set the building aglow. Tesla met with the mayor, Mr. Dime Store Woolworth, and other dignitaries, and then Catherine lured her two escorts into one of the 24 high-speed elevators to the roof, where they could gaze out over the sprawling megalopolis. "Do not worry about finances, Luca," Tesla said confidently, referring to his friend Robert. "Remember, while you sleep, I am at work solving your problems." Johnson brought up the old AC polyphase debacle, and Tesla replied that there were billions invested in it now. I won every suit, without exception, and had it not been for a scrap of paper, I would have received in royalties Rockefeller's fortune. But just the same, I feel I am safe to invite you to dinner. Tesla's wit and latest maneuver once again brought a needed smile to the oft-brooding Mrs. Philippoff. As usual, when the wizard returned to her orbit, she seemed to step back from the veil. Robert, however, reiterated his concern that because he did not have a job, his and Catherine's home at 327 Lexington Avenue could go onto the market. "Please take my words seriously," Tesla insisted. "Do not worry, and write your splendid poetry in perfect serenity. I will do away with all difficulties which confront you. Your talent cannot be turned into money, but mine is one which can be transformed into carloads of gold. This is what I am doing now." During this period, Tesla continued to pay back moneys owed the Johnsons, as he labored with his new engines, his best leads coming from the Ford Motor Company in the United States, the Bergman Works in Germany, a licensing agreement with the King of Belgium, and the development of a water fountain for Tiffany. In a letter sent to Morgan, Tesla outlined his numerous strategies for achieving financial success and then made a plea for additional backing. Morgan agreed to defer interest payments on the loans for developing the turbine, which were now up to $15,000, but decided against further investment. Tesla, however, simply required the funds and followed up the letter with a testimonial from Excellenz Alfred von Tirpitz, Secretary of State of the German Imperial Navy, who has been requested to the German Emperor relative to the Tesla turbine, who is greatly interested in this invention. Von Tirpitz had promised His Excellency that the machine will certainly be here on exhibition about the middle of January, so you know what that means. Tesla also informed Morgan that if the deal was consummated, Bergman would come through with royalties on the turbine of $100,000 per year. Considering Morgan's keen antipathy for the Germans, their connection to the Jewish banking houses — he was notoriously anti-Semitic — and the long-standing policy of the House of Morgan to shun financial arrangements with Germany after they had double-crossed J. Pierpont many years earlier, it would seem unlikely that Morgan would reverse his decision. However, unlike his father, the son was able to compromise. He graciously changed his mind and forwarded another check for $5,000. As Tesla awaited news from the Bergman works, he labored to perfect a new speedometer and new tachometer he had invented. With a market in the hundreds of thousands and a selling price around $25 each, the potential for large profits was great, and Tesla offered the deal to Morgan. He declined and asked again for the interest payment due on the loan. However, Tesla had suffered a setback with the turbines, which now leaked due to pitted bearings, so he requested that Morgan either be patient or help with the bills to complete the turbine project or protect their other common interest at Wardenclyffe. A History of Navy Involvement. May 6, 1902. Dear Tesla, I have brought the matter of your inventions in wireless transmission of electrical energy in connection with a naval exhibit at Buffalo to the attention of the Navy Department, and you will get an official letter on the subject. Why could you not send the model telautomaton I saw in your laboratory in '98 and your patent drawings and descriptions, even if you could send nothing else? I think this is a good opportunity for bringing your patents to the attention of the Navy without the usual formalities, and therefore, my dear Tesla, do not fail in this matter of the first step towards their introduction. R. P. Hobson. As the Spanish-American War was winding down, Tesla made overtures to the U.S. Navy with the hope of installing wireless apparatus on their ships. One of the reasons America won was because of the quick thinking of the naval officer Richmond Pearson Hobson, who had purposely sunk his ship in the harbor at Santiago Bay, blocking in the Spanish Armada, thereby crippling their offense. Arrested for the bold move, Hobson became an international star during his incarceration by the Spanish, and afterwards, when he returned to America, he was hailed a bona fide war hero. Century editor Richard Watson Gilder and his associate Robert Johnson secured the rights to relate this amazing story and thereby sold an additional 100,000 copies of the magazine. Hobson became part of the Tesla/Johnson inner circle, and a friendship was born that lasted their entire lives. From the aforementioned letter, it is clear that Hobson, who at the time was even considered a potential presidential candidate, was doing his best to resurrect the rocky relationship Tesla had with the Navy. The story actually began several years earlier. In 1896, A. R. Selfridge, lieutenant commander of the U.S. Navy, discussed with Tesla the idea of having submarines communicate with each other using seawater as the medium. The solution of this problem, Selfridge went on, would be of unspeakable benefit to our Navy, not only in war, but also in peace. Tesla had not yet developed his wireless system to the point where it was ready. However, 3 years later, the Navy persisted via Rear Admiral Francis J. Higginson, who requested that Tesla place a system of wireless telegraphy upon light vessel number 66 on Nantucket Shoals, Massachusetts, which lies 60 miles south of Nantucket Island. Tesla was on his way to Colorado and was unable to comply. Further, the Navy did not want to pay for the equipment, but rather wanted Tesla to outlay the funds himself. Higginson, who had visited Tesla in his lab in the late 1890s, wanted to help, but was placed in the embarrassing position of withdrawing his offer of financial remuneration because of various levels of bureaucratic inanity. Instead, R.B. Bradford, chief of the Bureau of Engineering and Development, said that the Navy would be willing to test any finished device, but that such tests must always be made without any expense to the department. Insulted, Tesla nevertheless suggested that he would come to Washington to possibly demonstrate his remote-controlled boat and display his wireless system of sending absolutely private messages. The Navy reconsidered and suggested that Tesla do just that, suggesting Tesla send a wireless message from the Navy Yard at Tompkinsville to the torpedo station in Newport, Rhode Island, a distance of 130 nautical miles, or to the Navy Yard in Norfolk, Virginia, a distance of 370 nautical miles, and also demonstrate his wireless system on board a naval vessel. Tesla took the train to Washington to demonstrate the principles of his remote-controlled boat to the Patent Office, and he conferred face-to-face with the High Command of the Navy, and then the two sides dickered for the next few months. Tesla promised to install 6 wireless transmitters at various Navy yards in New York, Newport, and Virginia, and also on board several ships. But then he received a communique from Bradford that discussed various newspaper articles that called into question Tesla's abilities, suggesting that his focus was too scattered and that he planned to signal the planet Mars. Miscommunication continued, and by this time Tesla had formed his contract with J. Pierpont Morgan, and so in October of 1901 he wrote, "I am putting up at Wardenclyffe facilities for the manufacture of my apparatus and expect its introduction very soon. Besides, I am erecting a plant for the transmission of messages across the Atlantic. I am anxious to complete it in time to prevent the laying of a Pacific cable, which, with my present knowledge and experience in electrical vibrations, I consider an unrational enterprise." Ending the letter, "Yours very respectfully," Tesla abandoned the plan to put in smaller wireless stations at the various Navy yards and concentrated all his efforts on Wardenclyffe. Arguably, this decision, circa 1900 to 1901, was one of the biggest blunders of Tesla's career. Tesla thought that the plant at Wardenclyffe would usurp the need for smaller demonstrations. He simply did not have the capability to build his great wireless tower on Long Island and also comply with the construction of smaller transmitters for naval use. But ultimately, it was a serious error in judgment not to demonstrate his abilities on this smaller scale before the U.S. military when he had the chance, even if they were unwilling at this point to pay for it. In June of 1900, before any deal was signed with Morgan, Tesla received a check for $5,000 from William Crawford, owner of the highly prized department store Simpson Crawford. It is uncertain what Tesla did with these funds, but he certainly had the means to finance a demonstration to satisfy the Navy, and it remains somewhat of a puzzlement as to why he never completed the challenge. In 1902, the Office of Naval Intelligence called Commodore F.M. Barber out of retirement to be put in charge of the acquisition of wireless apparatus for testing. Although still taking a frugal position, the Navy came up with approximately $12,000 for the purchase of wireless sets from different European and American companies. Based on their results, it was determined that the Slaby Arco system outperformed the others, and the Navy ordered 20 sets, which, as we now know, were based on the pirating of Tesla's design. Simultaneously, they purchased an 11-year lease on the Marconi patents. Chapter 10. The Great War. We sat in the inventor's offices near Fifth Avenue, looking at a picture of his new wireless telephone plant, designed to develop unlimited, undreamed-of electrical energy for wireless transmission, a Merlin's tower overshadowing the imagination. From his desk, Lord Kelvin watched us from his portrait. "The next war will be fought with electricity," Tesla exclaimed. "Cannons will be impotent compared with what is to come. But this change will not decide this war because it takes time to develop great revolutionary things." Edward H. Smith, The World, January 30th, 1916. With the onset of World War I, the use of wireless became a necessity for organizing troop movements, surveillance, and intercontinental communication. While the country was still neutral, the Navy was able to continue their use of the German equipment up until sentiments began to shift irreversibly to the British side. Via the British Navy, Marconi had his transmitters positioned in Canada, Bermuda, Jamaica, Colombia, the Falkland Islands, North and South Africa, Ceylon, Australia, Singapore, and Hong Kong. His was a mighty operation. In the United States, the American Marconi Division, under the directorship of the politically powerful John Griggs, former governor of New Jersey and Attorney General under President McKinley, had transmitters located in New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois. One key problem, however, was that the Marconi equipment was still using the outmoded Hertzian spark gap method. Within 2 weeks after World War I began, Germany's transatlantic cable was severed by the British. The only reasonable alternative for communicating with the outside world and surmounting the dominance of the British Navy was through Telefunken's wireless system. Suddenly, the Tuckerton and Seifer plants became of paramount concern. The Germans obviously wanted to maintain their stations to keep the Kaiser abreast of President Woodrow Wilson's intentions, but the British wanted them shut down. In March of 1914, Marconi was made a senatore in Italy, a distinguished man of science, and he spoke before the royal couple. In Great Britain, the land of his mother, in July, he was decorated by the king at Buckingham Palace. Now the fight against Telefunken would be fought on military as well as commercial grounds, as it became clear that the Germans were using their plants to help coordinate submarine and battleship movements. The wireless lines also marked the burgeoning alliance forming between Italy and the British Empire. As a pacifist, Wilson maintained a strict policy of neutrality, a position bolstered by Bull Moose Party war hero and former President Teddy Roosevelt, himself a contender for the upcoming 1916 election. Although the country was officially neutral, the sentiments of the majority of the American population were with England, particularly after Germany stormed through the peaceful Kingdom of Belgium. Nevertheless, fully 1/10 of the population was of German stock, and their sentiments were mostly with the other side. Even before the war broke out, there were numerous cries from Congress for the military to take over the wireless field. Coupled with an increase in acts of skullduggery by German agents, and Dr. Carl George Frank's unconvincing declaration that Atlantic Communications Company was not funded by Telefunken or the German government, there was a strong argument to commandeer the Tuckerton and Seifer plants. With a budget which would mushroom to over $500,000, Frank had begun construction of the Seifer wireless station in 1913, with its first communiques back and forth to Cuba. As the secretary and director of Atlantic, Frank, surreptitiously, was also a representative of Telefunken, which was technically illegal because the Seifer plant, like all wireless plants in the country, was supposed to be an American-owned operation. In late summer of 1914, in Berlin, Frank discussed with the representatives of Telefunken the business relations between that company and Atlantic. At that time, Telefunken either owned all or nearly all of the stock of Atlantic. When asked what proportion of the stock of Atlantic was owned or held on behalf of Telefunken in 1914, Frank was unable to answer the question accurately. In a letter to Tesla dated September 17, 1915, Frank writes that his company is unable to manufacture Tesla's tachometers as long as the war lasts. Frank goes on to inform the inventor that there was apparently a misunderstanding, as of course all understandings are subject to the approval of my home office. Having just returned from Berlin in the midst of the war, Tesla's friend, the poet George Sylvester Viereck, courted Teddy Roosevelt and emissaries of President Wilson as a liaison to Germany. Simultaneously, Viereck, rumored to be Kaiser Wilhelm's illegitimate son, began a new publication with other leading German Americans. Initially welcomed by the press, The Fatherland, secretly funded by the German High Command, soon achieved a subscription base of 100,000. Ignoring Viereck's plea for neutrality, Wilson prepared a presidential decree. declaring that all radio stations within the jurisdiction of the United States of America were to be prohibited from transmitting or receiving messages of an unneutral nature. By virtue of authority vested in me by the Radio Act, one or more of the high-powered radio stations within the jurisdiction of the United States shall be taken over by the government. Tuckerton was the first major takeover. Throughout the beginning of the war, Tesla stepped up his legal campaign against Marconi, as he continued to advise and receive compensation from Telefunken via their subsidiary, Atlantic Communications. As the country was officially neutral, America would not enter the war for another 3 years, the arrangement was entirely above board. Nevertheless, few people knew about the German Tesla link, although the inventor made no secret of it to Jack Morgan. February 19th, 1915. Dear Mr. Morgan, I'm expecting to embody in their plant at Seifer some features of my own, which will make it practicable to communicate with Berlin by wireless telephone, and then royalties will be very considerable. We have already drawn papers. Camouflaged by the smoke screen of the American-sounding Atlantic Communications Company, Telefunken moved swiftly to increase the power of its station at Seifer. Located near the town of Patchogue out on the flats of Long Island, just a few miles from Wardenclyffe, the Seifer complex encompassed 100 acres and employed many German workers. With its main offices in Manhattan and its German director, Dr. Karl George Frank, an American citizen, Telefunken was legally covered, as no foreigner could own a license to operate a wireless station in the country. Thus, Marconi also had an American affiliate. It was an easy matter for Tesla to confer with Atlantic in the city and also go out to Long Island, to the site of the plant. The headline in the New York Times on August 4, 1915 read, "Tesla sues Marconi on wireless patent, alleges that important apparatus infringes prior rights." As noted in the previous chapter, in the early spring of 1915, Tesla met with Jonathan Zenneck out at Seifer, walked the property, studied the situation, and explained in detail precisely what was wrong with the plant. They were wasting nearly 3/4 of their energy by transmitting their messages through the air. Within 2 months of Tesla's letter to Morgan, the plant at Seifer tripled its power. Using Tesla's theories on the importance of ground transmission and a double-tuned circuit, resonating accoutrements were spread out over the land for thousands of more feet. Thus, by shifting emphasis away from aerial transmission, as Tesla explained, Telefunken's output was boosted from 35 kilowatts to over 100, catapulting Germany into the #1 spot in the wireless race. Now, complex messages could easily be transmitted at the speed of light across 4,000 miles of ocean and terrain to Berlin and back again. The New York Times reported on their front page, Seifer was becoming one of the most powerful transatlantic communicating stations in this part of the world. This event remains the single most important factor for supporting the premise that Tesla's overall scheme in wireless was viable. Calling wireless the greatest of all inventions, Tesla made an additional appeal for legal assistance to Morgan. "Can you put yourself for a moment in my place?" he wrote the financier. "Surely you are too big a man to permit such an outrage and historical crime to be perpetuated as is now being done by cunning promoters." Expecting to receive satisfaction from the government, as they had installed $10 million of his apparatus, the inventor also revealed that the Marconi people approached me to join forces, but only in stock, and this is not acceptable. Again, Morgan declined assistance in protecting their commonly held patents. The Wall Street mogul, however, had not at all abandoned the field, as he was funding a college radio station near Boston at Tufts University. The years preceding America's entrance into World War I contained an overwhelming quagmire of litigation involving most countries and virtually every major inventor in the wireless field. Aside from Tesla's priority battle, Telefunken was also suing Marconi, who in turn was suing Lee de Forest, the U.S. Navy, and also Fritz Lowenstein for patent infringement. It was at this time that Franklin D. Roosevelt, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, began to do his own digging to find out what kind of case Marconi had against the U.S. Navy. "In the files of the Bureau of Steam Engineering," Roosevelt wrote, "there is found a copy of a letter by Nikola Tesla to the Lighthouse Board, under date of September 27, 1899, from the experimental station Colorado Springs. This letter is evidently an answer to a communication from the Lighthouse Board, requesting information as to Tesla's ability to supply wireless telegraph apparatus. It may be made use of in forthcoming litigation in which the government is involved, as the discovery of suitable proof of priority of certain wireless usages by other than Marconi, which might prove of great aid to the government. Franklin D. Roosevelt, Acting Secretary of the Navy." Marconi. In the spring of 1915, Marconi was subpoenaed by Telefunken. Due to the importance of the case, the Italian sailed off for America on the fastest ship on the high seas, the Lusitania, arriving in April to testify. "We sighted a German submarine periscope," Marconi told astonished reporters. As 3 merchant ships had already been torpedoed without warning by German U-boats the month before, Marconi's inflammatory assertion was not taken lightly. The Brooklyn Eagle reported that this suit brought "some of the world's greatest inventors on hand to testify." Declared a victor in the Lowenstein proceedings by a Brooklyn District Court judge, Marconi clearly had the aura of the press behind him. Nevertheless, he was beaten by the Navy in the first go-round, so this case against Telefunken, with all the heavyweights in town, promised to be portentous. Once and for all, it appeared, the true legal rights on the invention of the wireless would be established in America. Aside from Marconi, there was, for his defense, Columbia professor Michael Pupin, whose testimony was even quoted in papers in California. With braggadocio, Pupin declared, "I invented wireless before Marconi or Tesla, and it was I who gave it unreservedly to those who followed," he continued. Nevertheless, it was Marconi's genius who gave the idea to the world, and he taught the world how to build a telegraphic practice upon the basis of this idea. As I did not take out patents on my experiments, in my opinion, the first claim for wireless telegraphy belongs to Mr. Marconi absolutely, and to nobody else. One can only imagine Tesla's keen disappointment at seeing a fellow Serb so wantonly dismiss his true achievement. Marconi's lawyers had a lot of arrows in their quiver. They had prevailed in a key lawsuit against Lee de Forest. In lieu of continuing to battle Oliver Lodge, they had purchased his patents, and they also owned those of Rudolf Goldschmidt, both giving Marconi a foothold in equipment concerning continuous wave transmission, which was precisely Tesla's invention. The cornerstone of Marconi's defense was his original 1896 patent. First registered in England, this early date gave Marconi a true legal hold on priority. However, since it was based on a Hertzian spark gap transmitter, it was useless for creating separate channels or for sending complex wireless messages such as those containing voice or pictures over long distances. All it could do was send Morse code along a single channel. So Marconi may have had a key early patent, but its details, when studied, revealed a primitive design completely unrelated to the more sophisticated present-day models of 1916, which were actually based on Tesla's patents, such as his patent number 649,621 from 1897. This evidence would eventually cause the U.S. Supreme Court to rule, shortly after Tesla's death in 1943, Tesla's priority in what became the invention of the radio over Marconi. Marconi's lawyers argued that even if aspects of Tesla's invention predated Marconi, Tesla never used his system for transmitting messages, and thus he should not stand in the way of development of this art. Further, where Tesla was stressing the idea of transmitting electrical power by means of conduction, either through the high strata, for example the ionosphere, or through the Earth, Marconi was transmitting information over the airwaves through the mechanism of radiation. Also, although not necessarily stated overtly, there was the simple fact that Tesla's single transmitting tower was never used and had lain dormant for 15 years, whereas Marconi had literally hundreds, if not thousands, of working wireless transmission systems at every corner of the globe. If Tesla's system was so good, how come it never worked? Although Marconi was in court and slated to testify, he was called back to Europe before taking the stand because of the war. However, he did leave an extensive deposition, and it was reasonable to assume that this testimony could have been entered into the record. In this deposition, Marconi's attorney, Mr. Betts, stated, "The courts all over the world have held that Marconi was the first to devise a complete telegraph transmitting system utilizing effectively these Hertzian or electric waves." Betts noted that Judge Vida in America and Judge Parker in England had recognized Marconi's 1896 priority. And when Betts asked Marconi when he first got interested in the field, the Italian replied, "I began my studies in the field in 1894, aware of the works of Lord Kelvin, Clerk Maxwell, and Heinrich Hertz. Early in 1895 I set up my wireless apparatus, whereby I could transmit signals at distances of 2 miles. During the course of these various arrangements, I also tried what would be the effect of connecting one end of the transmitter to the ground and the other to an insulated conductor, or a conductor connected to a pole raised in space." Betts pointed out that Marconi had travelled to Great Britain to display his wireless system to Sir William Preece and other dignitaries on a roof in London, and later at Salisbury in Wiltshire in July, August and September of 1896. Articles in the Daily Chronicle and Electrical Engineer at that time confirmed these accomplishments, and it was at this time, in 1896, that Marconi registered his first patent. Marconi testified that in 1901 he sent the first transatlantic wireless message, and in 1902 he was transmitting dispatches between Podu, England, and Kronstadt in Russia, a distance of 1,500 miles. Shortly thereafter, Marconi began setting up companies in France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Australia, South America, Russia, and Canada, all of which carry on a successful system of wireless telegraphy using my invention. He added that his system now routinely sends messages 6,500 miles. When asked about his background, qualifications, and accolades, Marconi said, "In recognition of my work in connection with wireless telegraphy, I have received 9 orders of knighthood from various governments and European sovereigns. Besides other decorations, I am a member of the Institution of Electrical Engineers of London and a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts of London. In Italy, I am an honorary member of the Italian Society of Engineers and Architects and a Fellow of the Royal Society of Rome, and also a member of the Royal Academy of Science at Bologna University. And in America, I am a member of the American Philosophical Society of Philadelphia and of the New York Electrical Society. I am also a Fellow of the Royal Society of Sweden." Concerning other awards, Marconi responded, "I have received the Albert Gold Medal and a silver medal from the Royal Society of Arts, a gold medal from the Italian Scientific Society of Rome, and a gold medal from institutions and societies from the towns of Bologna, Florence, Venice, New York, Madrid, Lisbon, and others. I was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1909, consisting of a gold medal, a diploma, and a sum of about £4,000. Marconi rattled off his honorary doctorates, which included degrees from the Engineering College of Bologna University, the honorary degree of Doctor of Science from Oxford University, and other degrees from the universities of Glasgow, Aberdeen, and Liverpool, and also the University of Pennsylvania. Tesla's work, Betts argued, refers to the utilization of an electromotive force of hundreds of thousands or millions of volts for power distribution. Marconi's system is set up to transmit messages. Since Tesla had never demonstrated the sending or receiving of wireless messages, and Marconi had been conducting business in this arena for 20 years, what better proof was there as to who was the true developer of the wireless system? For the other side, ready to testify, were Nobel Prize winner Carl Ferdinand Braun, who shared the prize with Marconi for his work in wireless, Jonathan Zenneck, author of the standard textbook on wireless communication, John Stone, another well-known wireless inventor and president of the Institute of Radio Engineers, and Nikola Tesla. When Zenneck testified, he pointed out that Marconi's original spark gap design prevented the possibility of there being any large number of oscillations because of the consumption of energy as heat in the spark. Zenneck was stating that the only way to efficiently transmit wireless messages was to use Tesla oscillators, which were set up precisely for that purpose. And Marconi actually had admitted using Tesla's equipment in his 1901 article in Electric Review titled Syntonic Wireless Telegraphy, quoted in the opening epigraph to Chapter 9. Zenneck concluded, "The language of the Marconi patent therefore gives no warrant for the interpretation which the court below puts upon the term persistent oscillator." In other words, where Marconi's original 1896 design used damped waves produced by spark gap apparatus, Tesla's 1892 lecture portrayed undamped or continuous frequencies produced by his own high-frequency oscillators, the kind of oscillators that became standard fare in all wireless systems of the day, and these were used by such operators as Fessenden, De Forest, Goldschmidt, and Marconi. Tesla's testimony. In the system devised by me, a connection to the Earth, either directly or through a condenser, is essential. The receiver in the Marconi system is affected only by rays transmitted through the air, conduction being excluded. In my system, there is no appreciable radiation, and the receiver is energized through the Earth, while an equivalent electrical displacement occurs in the atmosphere. Nikola Tesla. When Tesla took the stand for Atlantic, he came with his attorney, Drury W. Cooper, of Carr, Page & Cooper. Much like Marconi, Tesla also had an impressive resume. Schooled at universities in Graz and Prague and elected vice president of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers from 1892 to 1894, Tesla had an honorary master's degree from Yale University and honorary doctorates from Columbia and the universities of Belgrade, Bucharest, Grenoble, and Sofia, and he was a winner of Franklin Institute's Elliott-Cresson Medal. Unlike Pupin, who could only state abstractly that he was the original inventor, Tesla proceeded to explain in clear fashion all of his work from the years 1891 to 1899. He documented his assertions with transcripts from published articles, from the Martin text, from public lectures such as his well-known wireless demonstration, which he had presented to the public at Columbia College in 1891 and before Royal Societies in London and Paris in 1892, and from well-attended lectures in Philadelphia and St. Louis and at the Chicago World's Fair, all in 1893. The inventor also brought along copies of his various requisite patents that he had created while working at his South Fifth Avenue lab during the years 1896 to 1899, and photos of his groundbreaking demonstrations in wireless transmission from Colorado Springs, which were conducted in 1899. In preparation for his lawsuit, Tesla had set the stage by renewing on December 1st, 1914, his wireless patent, number 1,119,732, which dealt with the transmission of energy, electrical power, by means of wireless. From Tesla's point of view, that patent usurped the mere transmission of information, which was nevertheless spelled out and referred to therein by listing his original classic radio patents, number 645,576 and number 649,621, which were first originally filed on September 2nd, 1897. Tesla further announced his intention to sue Marconi in the press, announcing to the New York Sun on August 22nd, 1914, that the patents recently granted to Marconi are covered in detail in my own patents, as listed earlier. The following dialogue is taken from Tesla's 1916 deposition. Counsel: What were the greatest distances between the transmitting and receiving stations? Tesla: From the Houston laboratory to West Point. That is, I think, a distance of about 30 miles. Counsel: Was that prior to 1901? Tesla: Yes, in or about the year 1897. Counsel: Was there anything hidden about the uses of your equipment, or were they open so that anyone could use them? Tesla: There were thousands of people, distinguished men of all kinds, from kings and greatest artists and scientists in the world down to old chums of mine, mechanics, to whom my laboratory was always open. I showed it to everybody. I talked freely about it. As virtually no one knew about Tesla's West Point experiments, this statement was somewhat deceptive. although it was literally true that thousands of people had witnessed Tesla's other wireless experiments through his published lectures throughout the early 1890s in Europe and the States. Keeping in mind that June of 1896 was the key date from Marconi's point of view, there was the simple fact that on March 30th, 1895, Scientific American reported that Tesla was conducting long-distance wireless experiments. Walter T. Stephenson, author of the article, wrote that "The wizard confided in me that he was engaged on several secret experiments. I have Mr. Tesla's permission to say that someday he proposes to transmit electric vibrations through the earth. In other words, through this means, it will be possible to send a message from an ocean steamer to a city, however distant, without the use of any wire." The following year, on March 8, 1896, which was several months before Marconi's key 1896 patent was issued, the widely read World Sunday magazine featured a prominent illustrated article entitled "A Way to Harness Free Electricity, discovered by Nikola Tesla." This story covered Tesla's trip to Colorado Springs at that time to conduct long-distance wireless experiments using tuning forks connected to auto-harps to transmit sound over distances of 4 miles. True, that was not an electrical experiment. However, it was an analog because Tesla's wireless transmitters worked on the very same principle. Referring explicitly to Marconi's system, having brought the Italian's patent along with his own, the inventor concluded, "Tesla, if you examine these 2 diagrams, you will find that absolutely not a vestige of that apparatus of Marconi remains, and that in all the present systems there is nothing but my 4 tuned circuits." Another jolt to Marconi came from John Stone. Having travelled with his father, a general in the Union Army, throughout Egypt and the Mediterranean as a boy, Stone was educated as a physicist at Columbia University and Johns Hopkins University, where he graduated in 1890. A research scientist for Bell Labs in Boston for many years, Stone had set up his own wireless concern in 1899. The following year, he filed for a fundamental patent on tuning, which was allowed by the U.S. Patent Office over a year before Marconi's. Stone, who never considered himself the original inventor of the radio, as president of the Institute of Radio Engineers and owner of a wireless enterprise, had put together a dossier of inventor priorities in continuous wave radio frequency apparatus. Stone wanted to determine for himself the etiology of the invention. Adorned in a formal suit, silk ascot, high starched collar and pince-nez attached by a ribbon to his neck, the worldly aristocrat took the stand. Marconi's British patent preserves in every efficient form a commercial apparatus in all systems used today. It is equally true that many of the elements in it were not of his invention. Marconi, receiving his inspiration from Hertz and Righi, impressed with the electric radiation aspect of the subject, and it was a long time before he seemed to appreciate the real role of the Earth, though he early recognized that the connection of his oscillator to the Earth was very material value. Tesla's electric earth waves explanation was the more serviceable in that it explained how the waves were enabled to travel over and around hills, and were not obstructed by the sphericity of the Earth's surface, while Marconi's view led many to place an altogether too limited scope to the possible range of transmission. With the removal of the spark gap from the antenna, the development of earthed antenna and the gradual enlargement of the size of stations, greater range could be obtained with larger power used at lower frequencies, and the art returned to the state to which Tesla developed it. Attributing the opposition, and alas, even himself, to having been afflicted with intellectual myopia, Stone concluded that although he had been designing wireless equipment and running wireless companies since the turn of the century, it wasn't until he commenced with this study that he really understood Tesla's trailblazing contribution to the development of the field. "I think we all misunderstood Tesla," Stone concluded. "He was so far ahead of his time that the best of us mistook him for a dreamer." Here was a portentous and definitive legal case. All the giants in the field were there to testify, including 2 Nobel Prize winners, the author of the most widely accepted textbook on the topic of wireless, the head of the Electrical Society, and a professor of electrical engineering from Columbia University. Also partaking were Dr. Carl George Frank, head of Telefunken's company in America, Atlantic Communications, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and Roosevelt's star witness against Marconi, Nikola Tesla. But the world was at war, and so the cards were stacked. Because of Marconi's departure and the request by attorney Betts to postpone a decision because of the war, the case was put on hold. Backroom deals were made, and this momentous decision was left unresolved. In 1900, John Seymour, the Commissioner of Patents who had protected Tesla against the demands of Michael Pupin for an AC claim at this same time, disqualified Marconi's first attempts at achieving a patent because of prior claims of Lodge and Braun, and particularly Tesla. Marconi's pretended ignorance of the nature of a Tesla oscillator is little short of absurd, wrote the Commissioner. Ever since Tesla's famous 1891 to 1893 lectures, widely published in all languages, the term Tesla oscillator has become a household word on both continents. The Patent Office also cited quotations from Marconi himself, admitting use of a Tesla oscillator. 2 years later, in 1902, Stone was granted his patent on tuning that the government cited as anticipating Marconi, and 2 years after that, after Seymour retired, Marconi was granted his infamous 1904 patent. Edwin Armstrong. Another ardent supporter of Tesla was Edwin Armstrong, who hailed the Serb's 1894 compendium, The Inventions, Researches, and Writings of Nikola Tesla, as a veritable Bible. Having just graduated from Columbia University, Armstrong had invented a feedback amplifier which further developed Lee de Forest's Audion tube. The device was so sensitive that it could pick up signals from Hawaii, 5,000 miles away. Armstrong struck a deal with Telefunken, which placed his Ultra Audion at their plant at Seifer and paid the young entrepreneur a royalty of $100 per month. Destined to invent AM and FM radio, and a nonconformist by nature, this new wizard had come upon his 1912 discovery because he had rejected the inferior Marconi spark gap apparatus that most of his wireless buddies were still playing with, and, like Stone, had plunged himself into the continuous wave technology developed by Tesla. With Marconi's highly visible early success, large-scale wireless enterprise and Nobel Prize on his side of the balance scale, it became much easier to credit him with the discovery. The ongoing Great War served to further cloud the issue, and the important legal battle between Atlantic Communications Company, Telefunken, and Marconi Wireless was abandoned before it was resolved. Due to the dangers that existed on the high seas and the rumours that the Germans were out for Marconi's head, the Senatore did not sail back on the Lusitania, but rather returned on the St. Paul in a disguised identity under an assumed name. As Marconi set sail, the new head of the Institute of Radio Engineers, John Stone, was honoured at a dinner at Luchau's German restaurant, attended by a potpourri of leaders in the industry. Guests included Lee de Forest, who was about to receive $250,000 for sale of his patents to AT&T, J.A. White, editor of Wireless Magazine, David Sarnoff, on the verge of launching his radio and TV empire, Rudolf Goldschmidt, the force behind the Tuckerton wireless plant, Carl Ferdinand Braun, who shared the 1909 Nobel Prize in Physics for his work in wireless with Marconi, A.E. Kennelly, a former Edison man often credited with Oliver Heaviside as the discoverer of the ionosphere, Fritz Lowenstein, who was about to earn $150,000 from AT&T for one of his inventions, Jonathan Zenneck, head engineer at the Sayville wireless plant, Ernest Alexanderson, inventor of a long-wave radio transmitter, Nikola Tesla, who stood between de Forest and Lowenstein for an official group photograph, and Tesla's boss at Atlantic Communications, Dr. Carl George Frank. A happy occasion, the event would be soon overshadowed by America's entrance into the Great War. Chapter 11. The Fifth Column. May 21st, 1916. My dear Dr. Frank, I have no doubt that Fritz Lowenstein will be able to help you out of the little difficulty. However, should he be unsuccessful, I shall be glad to assist you in every way possible. I will be delighted to make the personal acquaintance of Councillor Heinrich Friedrich Albert, and also to see Professor Zenneck again. Would you do me the favour of being my guests some evening at the Waldorf at mutual convenience? Yours very sincerely, N. Tesla. In May 1916, 2 days before meeting the paymaster of the German Secret Service, Privy Councillor Heinrich Friedrich Albert, 1874 to 1960, Dr. Carl George Frank wrote Tesla, "To discuss with you today a very important matter. Please call me immediately after receiving this letter." Almost a year to the day earlier, on May 7, 1915, a German submarine had torpedoed the Lusitania, killing 1,134 individuals. The sinking, in lieu of the alternative procedure of boarding unarmed passenger ships by military vessels, was unheard of. Quite possibly, Marconi could have been a target. However, the Germans used as their reason the alleged cargo of armaments on board headed for Great Britain. With only 750 survivors, this turkey shoot took almost as many lives as the tragedy of the Titanic. According to Lloyd Scott of the Navy Consulting Board, press reports stated that the Germans seemed to revel in this crime. Medals were being struck to commemorate the sinking, and holidays were given to schoolchildren. No longer neutral, former President Teddy Roosevelt hailed the event as murder on the open seas. This huge loss of life, however, did not stop George Sylvester Viereck from supporting the German position. Having travelled by Zeppelin above Berlin during the war, Viereck stated in the New York Times that had the weapons made it to England, more Germans would have been killed than died in the boat attack. This callous argument inflamed the populace against Viereck, and the formerly renowned poet was now hailed as a venom-bloated toad of treason. Due to Viereck's callous and potentially treasonous attitude, the Secret Service placed a double tail on the poet. As it turned out, Viereck's newspaper, The Fatherland, was being secretly funded by the propaganda mill of the German government through payments made by Albert, the very man Tesla was to meet at a dinner with Frank. One day, around the time of the sinking of the Lusitania, Viereck stopped by the Privy Councillor's office at 111 Broadway, probably to receive more funding, and then the two stepped onto the street to go to their respective destinations. Eschewing the use of taxis, both took different L trains, so one agent followed Viereck and the other tailed Albert. Although Albert, as a commercial attaché to German Ambassador Johann Heinrich von Bernstorff, was also Chief Fiscal Officer for German espionage and sabotage operations in the United States, the American government was not unaware of this. Like his boss, von Bernstorff, and his cohorts in the spy game, Army Captain Franz von Papen and Captain Karl Boyed of the Navy, Albert was blasé when it came to security. The Americans, he assumed, as babes in the woods, were asleep. Quite comfortable on the train, Albert nodded off, and when he reached his stop, he nonchalantly left the rail car without his attaché case. Recognizing the advantage, Frank Burke, the Secret Service agent, made off with it. Albert ran after his tail, who had jumped onto a street tram but was unsuccessful in catching him. In that way, many of Germany's secret op plans for funding union strikes, poisoning horses being sent to the front, sabotaging factories, and spreading propaganda made their way to the White House. Yet, astonishingly, President Wilson did nothing about it, and Albert was apparently not reprimanded by the German government. Since Wilson continued to hedge, his advisor, Colonel Edward M. House, who in fact had no military service, took matters into his own hands and released the dossier to Frank Cobb, editor-in-chief of The World, who published the material on August 15, 1915, on the front page in an article titled "How Germany Has Worked in U.S. to Shape Opinion, Block the Allies and Get Munitions for Herself, Told in Secret Agents' Letters." This news was picked up by many other news outlets, but for reasons difficult to comprehend, the Privy Councillor astonishingly was able to ride out the embarrassing situation without being expelled from the country. Now it was a year later. Telefunken had Tesla install a wireless transmitter atop their Broadway offices, and it was on the blink. When Frank called because of an important matter, it is plausible to consider that he had received a directive from the High Command in Germany via Albert to get the equipment fixed as soon as possible, because the transmitter was being used to help coordinate clandestine operations. Tesla enjoyed a pleasant dinner at the Waldorf, conversing in German with Zenneck, Frank and Albert, and shortly thereafter met up with Lowenstein to fix Telefunken's New York City wireless transmitter. Since he was working for them via Atlantic Communications, and since Atlantic had a contract with the U.S. Navy to install additional German-made transmitters on Navy ships, Tesla's connection to the German company, now at war with France and Great Britain, was completely above board, even with the blatant skullduggery of the sinking of the Lusitania, still a fresh and horrific occurrence. However, given that Albert had been outed as a spy a year earlier, it remains a puzzlement to this author how Tesla would be so naive as to look forward to meeting with him. Yet, simultaneously, Franklin Roosevelt, then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, was conferring with Telefunken and coordinating efforts with them and Tesla to fight Marconi's lawsuit, which was against all three. Keep in mind that American ships were also being sunk by German U-boats. Various acts of sabotage were occurring throughout the country on a routine basis, and within 2 months of Tesla's meeting with Albert, a gigantic munitions dump off the coast of New Jersey, known as Black Tom, would be detonated by the Germans. The site, just a few hundred yards from the Statue of Liberty, caused an explosion that was so terrific that it registered 5.5 on the Richter scale. Killing 5 individuals, including a baby who was jolted out of her crib, the blast also knocked out hundreds of windows in lower Manhattan and was so loud that it was heard as far away as Philadelphia. The fifth column had emerged. German spies were everywhere. Reports started filtering in that a secret submarine base on an island off the coast of Maine was being constructed, and that the broadcasting station out at Seifer was not merely sending neutral dispatches to Berlin, but also coded messages to battleships and submarines. The sighting of a periscope off the coast of Rhode Island further fueled the paranoia. It was even alleged by New York Sun reporter John Price Jones that somehow Sayville had jammed the normal wireless broadcast to the Lusitania from a British military ship in waters near Liverpool and had substituted a counterfeit message that drove the ship off course and past the very German U-boat that sunk it. And that watershed event was only part of Germany's ongoing sneak attacks against the United States and also Canada. In 1913, Germany passed the Delbruck Law, which allowed émigrés to retain their German citizenship in other lands as long as they registered with their respective local German consulates. Unlike the policy of other countries, what Germany had instituted long before Adolf Hitler's move to Aryanize Europe was a plan to seed the planet with their own breed, as the émigrés maintained their true allegiance to the fatherland. By the time the Great War had broken out, Germany, through its wireless company Telefunken, had not only set up broadcasting stations in America, but it also had stations in Australia, Shanghai, Bangkok, Africa, China, the Dutch East Indies, the Pacific Islands, Havana, Central America, Peru, Greece, Vienna, Petrograd, Copenhagen, Tokyo, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, Mexico, and Johannesburg. Perhaps the most illustrious head of secret ops was the charismatic Franz von Papen, the military attaché based in Washington, D.C. Known as a master of many disguises, and later to become the very Chancellor of Germany and Vice-Chancellor under Hitler, von Papen had travelled extensively and worked for the German Secret Service. Gradually and quietly, year by year, Germany spread her system of wireless communication over Central and South America, preparing her machinery for war. amateur stations were constructed by German reservists who had been peaceful farmers, shopkeepers, or waiters all over the United States, who made their secret reports regularly to the embassy. There the messages were sorted by head of operations Count von Bernstorff. As a former ambassador to St. Petersburg, London, and Cairo, after marrying a wealthy daughter of a New York silk merchant, von Bernstorff was transferred to America, where he became the flamboyant German ambassador in Washington. Shortly after the Great War began, von Bernstorff was called back to Germany, where he met with the stalwart Walter Nicolai, head of Abteilung 3B, Department 3B, which was the code name for German military intelligence, essentially the German counterpart to Great Britain's MI6 and later America's OSS. Previously stationed in Russia, Nicolai rose to become Chief of Military Intelligence. Now master of clandestine ops and soon to enlist Mata Hari as Germany's spy in France, Nicolai instructed von Bernstorff to oversee Army and Navy captains Franz von Papen and Karl Boyed in a complex three-pronged scheme against an unsuspecting and naive United States. Funded by a staggering sum in the tens of millions of dollars, the first prong involved pro-German propaganda, setting up plausible deniability disseminated in social settings via high officials and in the press. The second and third prongs were more diabolic. They included the creation of a vast spy network covering much of the country and corresponding acts of sabotage. According to New York Sun reporter John Price Jones, von Bernstorff was in possession of both the French and British secret admiralty codes, resulting in the sinking of a number of ships such as the Monmouth and the Good Hope. Using a cipher involving innocuous extra spaces, substituted words, and diacritics embedded into dispatches from Berlin, coded messages could be sent to Captains von Papen or Boyed to coordinate continuing subterfuge. At the same time, a massive propaganda campaign was waged in the press using such journalists as George Sylvester Viereck, writing in The Fatherland, and wealthy German entrepreneurs and German-leaning government officials who could disavow any knowledge of fifth column activities in social settings, talks on Capitol Hill, and interviews and letters to the editor in the major papers. In this connection, dear Mr. Editor, it is known to me from reliable sources that I am to be accused of having caused the last strike in Chicago, that I am preparing to instigate labor troubles with the working classes here, that I have planned the well-known fire on La Touraine because of the presence of an invention destined for England or France, that I am erecting a submarine base off the islands of the coast of Maine, and that I am busy buying newspapers to poison the public opinion in the United States. I am only waiting to hear that it has been reported that I am putting the giants in bed by pulling off a crooked baseball deal. Captain Karl Boyed. This flagrant use of reverse psychology by the German Navy's attaché was all part of an all-encompassing subversive campaign funded through payments distributed by Privy Councillor Albert. With hundreds of agents scattered around the country, an Aryan think tank came to fashion a series of subversive acts precisely along the lines denied so brazenly by Boyed. The list of operations included blocking military exports, the poisoning of thousands of horses set to be exported for the French and British cavalry, acts of destruction of factories and workshops, inciting of labour troubles, monkey-wrenching critical equipment such as engine parts, setting to flames stockpiles of raw materials, planting bombs on any ship that would be used to support Germany's enemies, creating power outages at industrial centres, bribing congressmen to gain legislation friendly to Germany, coercing and intimidating employees at military establishments and munitions factories, and amassing stockpiles of armaments, including the construction of explosive devices. One major goal, left uncompleted, was the dynamiting of the Welland Canal, a major waterway parallel to Niagara Falls that connected Canada to the United States. Successful operations included the destruction of the DuPont California Powder Works in Pinole in August of 1915, the derailing of the Canadian Pacific Railroad in 1916, the demolition of hundreds of cannons at a Bethlehem steel plant, the immolation of a warehouse in Providence, Rhode Island, arson on the battleship Alabama as it was docked at the Navy Yard in Philadelphia, an attack at a chemical plant in Leonard, New York, the poisoning of the stockyards in Chicago, and the destruction of airplanes at a Curtiss factory in Depew, New York, all coordinated by Captains von Papen and Boyed. This duo also planned other sorties that were never carried out onto key bridges and tunnels, such as into New York City with the idea of loading automobiles or trains with dynamite and detonating them at the proper time. With munitions demolitions and the continuing success of other acts of sabotage, the German Fifth Column turned their attention to targeted assassination. On July 2, 1915, Washington, D.C. was rocked by a huge explosion in a Senate anteroom of the Capitol building, and the following day the man who planted the bomb, German émigré Frank Holt, walked into J.P. Morgan Jr.'s Long Island mansion, threaded his way to the back office, and held Morgan and his wife at gunpoint, with demands for the Wall Street magnate to stop shipping arms to Germany's enemies. Enraged, Morgan charged forward, but not before Holt got off several rounds, hitting the financier twice in the groin, before he was wrestled to the ground by Morgan and his wife. Holt was arrested at Morgan's home and apparently committed suicide a few days later in his Mineola jail cell when it was revealed that his real name was Erich Munter, a former Harvard University professor of German, wanted several years earlier for poisoning his wife to death with arsenic. With Tesla, just a few months earlier, boasting to Morgan that he was working for the Germans and the Times reporting on their front page, Grand Admiral von Tirpitz contemplating a more vigorous campaign against freight ships and planning a secret base on this side of the Atlantic, it is quite possible that the inventor himself became tainted with a smattering of venom-bloated toad's blood. Ever the gentleman, Tesla sent Morgan a get-well card delivered to his hospital bed. Even though he was shot twice, the wounds were not serious. Morgan healed rapidly, and there is no indication that his relationship with Tesla suffered in any way due to Tesla's partnership with German concerns. As with Anne Morgan, JP's sister, Tesla continued his relationship with the Wall Street magnate for the next 20 years in uninterrupted fashion. On Tesla's 59th birthday, the Times reported not only that the Germans were dropping bombs over London from Zeppelins, but also that they were controlling air torpedoes by means of radiodynamics. Fired from airships, the supposed German aerial torpedoes can theoretically remain in the air 3 hours and can be controlled from a distance of 2 miles. Undoubtedly, this is the secret invention of which we have heard so many whispers that the Germans have held in reserve for the British fleet. Although it seemed as if Tesla's devil automata had finally come into being, as the wizard had predicted nearly 2 decades before, Tesla himself announced in the press that the news of these magic bombs cannot be accepted as true, though they reveal just so many startling possibilities. Aghast at the pernicious existing regime of the Germans, Tesla accused Germany of being an unfeeling automaton, a diabolic contrivance for scientific, pitiless, wholesale destruction, the like of which was not dreamed of before. Such is the formidable engine Germany has perfected for the protection of her Kultur and conquest of the globe. Predicting the ultimate defeat of the fatherland, the Serb, whose former countrymen were fighting for their own survival against the Kaiser, no doubt, stopped doing business with von Tirpitz, although he continued his relationship with Senek, whom Tesla perceived as being trapped by the insanity of war. Tesla's solution to war was twofold: a better defense through an electronic Star Wars-type shield he was working on that the mad scientist bragged could take down airplanes and wipe out whole populations by pressure of a key, yet on the opposite hand, the eradication from our hearts of nationalism. If blind patriotism could be replaced with love of nature and scientific ideal, permanent peace could be established. The period from late 1914 to the date of the United States entry into the war in 1917 was marked by continuing acts of subterfuge. The The wireless transmitter on the roof of 111 Broadway, the building that housed Telefunken's offices, which Tesla himself had helped install, was accused of sending coded messages to the enemy. In July of 1915, the Germans sunk the Armenian, a ship the Germans wrongly thought was British. Owned by the Mercantile Marine Company, this event caused the death of 20 or more Americans. 2 years later, when the United States entered the war, Tesla informed his secretary that the monocle, Lieutenant Mayer, who ran the Tuckerton operation, had been placed in a detention camp in Georgia, suspected of spying. Thus the monthly stipend from Telefunken came to an abrupt end. The Secretary of the Navy, whose job became to take over all wireless stations, was Josephus Daniels, with Roosevelt as his assistant. In the summer of 1915, at the verge of America entering the war, Daniels called upon Tom Edison with the idea of creating an advisory board of inventors. Working with Roosevelt, Edison appointed numerous inventors to this Naval Consultant Board, including Gano Dunn, Reginald Fessenden, Benjamin Lamb, Irving Langmuir, R.A. Millikan, Michael Pupin, Charles S. Scott, Elmer Sperry, Frank Sprague, and Elihu Thompson. Waldemar Kempfert was also put on board for his writing prowess. It is possible that Tesla's link to Telefunken was the reason his name was not on the list, although many other inventors were also excluded, such as Hammond, Stone, and De Forest. Tesla also was not one to work again for Edison. Tesla's inventions, however, were vital to the government. President Wilson allowed his advisor, Colonel Edward M. House, to set up a secret fund to advance Tesla's developments in radio guidance systems through the inventor's former partner, John Hayes Hammond, Jr. Tesla, of course, never saw a dime of the payments. However, it would also take a great deal of arm-bending by Hammond's powerful father and nearly 10 more years of annual pleas to be reimbursed. In 1924 or thereabouts, Hammond Jr. received a check from the U.S. government for $500,000, an amount that probably barely covered his development costs. Nobel Prize Affair. Dear Tesla, when that Nobel Prize comes, remember that I'm holding on to my house by the skin of my teeth and desperately in need of cash. No apology for mentioning the matter. Yours faithfully, R.U.J. On November 6, 1915, the New York Times reported on their front page in a headline that Tesla and Edison were to share the Nobel Prize in Physics. The source for the report was the Copenhagen correspondent of the London Daily Telegraph. November 29, 1915. Dear Mr. Tesla, from the newspapers I have been informed of the Nobel Prize with Edison, and I have expressed to you my congratulations. You have earned it by your innovative investigations and experiments. With best regards, K.G. Frank. 1st of December 1915. My dear Dr. Frank, accept my profound thanks for your friendly expression by this hypothetical opportunity. I am also convinced that I deserve the prize that I have gotten. With best greetings, your loyal N. Tesla. Although Tesla himself forwarded original copies of the announcement, also carried in a number of other journals, to J.P. Morgan Jr., and he accepted congratulations from such notables as Dr. Carl George Frank, Jonathan Zenneck, and Carl Ferdinand Braun, who himself shared an earlier Nobel Prize with Marconi, neither Tesla nor Edison ever received the Nobel Prize. In Braun's case, he wrote a letter to, "My dear and honored Mr. Tesla, you cannot imagine how much joy filled my heart on hearing the news, and so I would like to congratulate you heartily." Tesla replied in kind to, "My dear and greatly honored Professor Braun, expressing a deep appreciation of my humble contribution to the engineering art and science from such an extraordinary and celebrated man like you." Tesla noted, "In itself, your congratulations are of greater value than the Nobel Prize. That is but a conceited aspiration. But your friendly missive is especially reassuring and desirable now that I'm experiencing great suffering, caused by the fact that due to some inexplicable natural degeneration, our brothers are killing each other in this dreadful war." As soon became apparent, the Nobel Prize was not awarded to Tesla or Edison that year. or any other year for that matter, but rather it was awarded to W.H. Bragg and his son for using X-rays to uncover the molecular structure of crystals. As with a number of other Nobel Prize winners, Bragg happened to be a fan of Tesla, writing to him on the wizard's 75th birthday in 1931. I remember vividly the eagerness and fascination with which I read your account of the high-tension experiments more than 40 years ago. They were most original and daring. They opened up new vision for exploration by thought and experiment. Since that time, the electron, X-rays, radioactivity, the quantum theory, and other startling additions to our knowledge of nature have in turn impressed their wonder upon us. But I shall never forget the effect of your experiments, which used first to dazzle and amaze us with their beauty and interest. Curiously, this same Times article listed 4 other people for Nobel Prizes in literature and chemistry who also did not receive the award that year, although 3 of them eventually obtained it. The 4th, Troels Lund, like Tesla and Edison, never obtained the honor. Although the announcement came in November 1915, the nomination process actually was concluded 9 months earlier. There were 19 scientists on the physics committee, each allowed 2 bids. Out of the 38 possible bids, 2 were made for inventors in wireless, E. Branly and A. Righi. 2 were for the quantum physicist Max Planck. Edison received 1 bid, and the Braggs took 4. According to the Academy's records, Nikola Tesla was not nominated that year. However, 2 bids, numbers 33 and 34, were missing from their files. A week after the Times announcement on November 14th, Stockholm announced that Professor William H. Bragg and his son would share the award in physics. The man who nominated Edison, Henry Fairfield Osborn, president of Columbia University, who 20 years earlier had awarded Tesla with an honorary doctorate, apologized to the committee for offering up Edison's name. Although somewhat out of the line of previous nominations, Osborn wrote, qualifying his decision, I would like to suggest the name of Mr. Thomas A. Edison, who, through his inventions, is one of the great benefactors of mankind. One wonders why anyone would have to apologize for offering up Thomas Edison's name. Tesla eventually would be nominated in 1937 by Felix Ehrenhaft, a theoretical physicist from Vienna, the same individual who had previously nominated Albert Einstein. Certainly both Tesla and Edison deserved such an award, and it is nothing short of astounding that 1. Neither of them ever received it, and 2. No one at the time discovered the reason behind this curious quirk of history. O'Neill, having interviewed Tesla on the subject, stated that Tesla made a definite distinction between the inventor who refined pre-existing technology and the discoverer who created new principles. Tesla declared himself a discoverer and Edison an inventor, and he held the view that placing the 2 in the same category would completely destroy all sense of the relative value of the 2 accomplishments. Support for this interpretation can be found in a letter Tesla wrote to the U.S. Lighthouse Board in Washington from his Colorado Springs experimental station in 1899. The Navy had written Tesla to state that they would prefer to give their impending wireless contract to an American rather than to Marconi. Gentlemen, Tesla responded curtly, much as I value your advances, I am compelled to say, in justice to myself, that I would never accept a preference on any ground, as I would be competing against some of those who are following in my path. Any pecuniary advantage which I might derive by availing myself of the privilege is a matter of the most absolute indifference to me. If no one else would recognize his genius, Tesla certainly did. He would not think twice about giving up mere cash when faced with the prospect of being compared, in this case, to Marconi. Note also that in his letter to Frank, Tesla refers to the Nobel Prize as a hypothetical opportunity and mentions that he deserves the prize that I have gotten, which may refer to the patents that establish his priority in the fields of both AC power transmission and wireless communication. The following letter to Johnson, which the inventor took the time to rewrite in a careful hand, was penned just 4 days after the announcement and 4 days before Sweden's decision to give the award to the Braggs. My dear Luca, thank you for your congratulations. To a man of your consuming ambition, such a distinction means much. In 1,000 years there will be many thousand recipients of the Nobel Prize, but I have not less than 4 dozen of my creations identified with my name in technical literature. These are honours real and permanent, which are bestowed not by a few who are apt to err, but by the whole world, which seldom makes a mistake, and for any of these I would give all the Nobel Prizes which will be distributed during the next 1,000 years. In the New York Times interview on the day following the Nobel Committee's announcement, Tesla stated that Edison was worthy of 12 Nobel Prizes. The various Tesla biographers assumed that this was a public statement congratulating Edison when in fact it was a piquant snub to the committee, as Tesla was stating between the lines that they recognized only small accomplishments rather than truly original conceptualizations. A man puts in here, in my Tesla coil, a kind of gap. He gets a Nobel Prize for doing it. I cannot stop it. The inventive effort involved is about the same as that of which a 30-year-old mule is capable. Thus, Edison's many better mousetraps could all be honored, but none of them, in Tesla's opinion, concerned the creation of new principles. They were simply refinements of existing apparatus. Edison would probably have agreed with Tesla on this point, for most of his inventions were actually further developments of other people's work. However, Edison did have a number of original discoveries and creations. In his own opinion, his most important contribution was the phonograph, patented in 1877, which certainly was the work of genius, even if it was based to some extent on Edouard Léon Scott de Martinville's phonautograph, which recorded sound on lampblack. Scott de Martinville presented his phonautograph before the French Academy of Science in 1857, and even got a patent on the device. Nevertheless, Edison's work in that realm was certainly worthy of a Nobel Prize, as was Tesla's invention of the telautomaton, or remote-controlled robot. Further, Edison's unparalleled success in bringing promising creations to fruition was exactly Tesla's failure, and that too was a gift, placing Edison in a category all by himself. Quite possibly a letter much like the one sent to Johnson or the U.S. Lighthouse Board could also have been wired to the Nobel Committee. If this hypothesis is correct, a prejudice would have persisted against Tesla and Edison, and this would explain the indefensible position of the Swedish Academy to never honor either of these two great scientists. Wizard swamped by debts. Inventor testifies he owes the Waldorf, hasn't a cent in bank. As 1915 was drawing to a close, Tesla began to find himself in deeper financial troubles. Although an efficient water fountain that he designed that year for Louis Tiffany was received favorably, his overhead was still too high. Expenses included outlays for the turbine work at Edison's waterside station, his office space at the Woolworth Building, salaries to his assistants and Mrs. Skerritt, his new secretary, past debts to such people as the Johnsons and George Scherf, maintenance costs for Wardenclyffe, legal expenses on wireless litigation, and his accommodations at the Waldorf Astoria. Some of the costs were deferred, particularly to the hotel, but the patience of the hotel's manager, George C. Bolt, had reached its limit. Tesla's uncanny elusiveness and noble air had worn thin. Rumors began circulating of peculiar odors and cackling sounds emanating from the inventor's suite. The maids were complaining that there was an inordinate amount of pigeon excrement on the windowsills. Bolt sent Tesla a bill for the total rent due, nearly $19,000. Simultaneously, he was hit by the city with a suit for $935 for taxes still owed on Wardenclyffe. Tesla signed over the Wardenclyffe property to Bolt, just as he was called into the state Supreme Court. Before Justice Finch, the inventor revealed that he possessed no real estate or stocks and that his belongings, all told, were negligible. Under oath, Tesla revealed that he lived at the prestigious Waldorf mostly on credit, that his company had no assets, but is receiving enough royalties on patents to pay expenses, and that most of his patents were sold or assigned to other companies. When asked if he owned an automobile or horses, the inventor responded no. Well, haven't you got any jewelry? No jewelry. I abhor it. This embarrassing article was published in The World for all to see. Yet, as was his custom with any article about himself, the inventor had his secretary paste the mea culpa in the latest volume of press clippings. Looking much like a multi-volume encyclopedia, this text, along with his other records and correspondence, would provide for posterity, through over 50 volumes, an accurate account of the inventor's rich and complicated life. The inventor had chosen his words carefully when speaking under oath to the judge. As much as he loathed being in the debtor's position, he wanted the Morgans, Marconis, Roosevelts, and Wilsons to know of his plight, for in the final analysis this shame would be theirs as much as his. Even his editor, T.C. Martin, had turned against him, writing petty letters to Elihu Thomson at this time, complaining how Tesla chiseled money out of him for the opus he had created of the inventor's collected works a generation earlier. Attempting to raise funds in a variety of ways, Tesla continued to seek a market for his tachometer, pushed to get monies from American firms for the bladeless turbines, and tried to collect royalty payments from Lowenstein and Telefunken for the Tuckerton and Sayville plants. With the sinking of the Lusitania in May of 1915, the strain between the United States and Germany had reached new heights. In December, Tesla wrote Frank that, "I'm in the position to perfectly overcome static disturbances and materially increase the efficiency of wireless plants. I greatly regret the circumstances which have prevented me from installing these improvements at your plant, but hope that this dreadful state of things will not continue much longer." Ending the letter by asking Frank to kindly remember me to Professors Braun and Seneck, Tesla hoped that the war would end. With the publication of his wretched state in the public forum and the transfer of Wardenclyffe to another party came also a deep sense of anger and corresponding shame, for now the world had officially branded him a dud. If success is measured in a material way, it was clear that Tesla was the ultimate failure. On the exterior, the inventor kept up appearances, but this transfer of the property to the Waldorf would mark the turning point in his life. Now he began the slow but steady turning away from society. Simultaneously, he travelled to live in other states, in part to conduct business in a fresh atmosphere, and in part to remove himself from a hostile environment. He wrote a letter to Henry Ford in Detroit, hoping finally that the auto magnate would recognize the great advantages of his steam engine. "I can tell any day that Ford is going to contact me and take me out of all my worries," Tesla confidently predicted to his assistant, Julius Zito, who was the son of an earlier trusted assistant, Coleman Zito, who was now working for him. Sure enough, one fine morning a body of engineers from the Ford Motor Company presented themselves with the request of discussing with me an important project, Tesla revealed a few years later. "Didn't I tell you?" the prophet remarked triumphantly. "You are amazing, Mr. Tesla," Julius responded. "Everything is coming out just as you predicted." As soon as these hard-headed men were seated, Tesla continued, I, of course, immediately began to extol the wonderful features of my turbine, when the spokesman interrupted me and said, "We know all about this, but we are on a special errand. We have formed a psychological society for the investigation of psychic phenomena, and we want you to join us in this undertaking." Flabbergasted, Tesla contained his indignation long enough to escort the wayward explorers to the street. The Edison Medal. Were we to seize and to eliminate from our industrial world the results of Mr. Tesla's work, the wheels of industry would cease to turn, our towns would be dark, our mills would be dead and idle. Yes, so far-reaching is this work that it has become the warp and woof of industry. B.A. Barrand, 1917. That Tesla would be nominated by an organization dwelling under the banner of the Edison name was shocking enough to the brooding Serb. Edison himself must have allowed the presentation to take place. Having just turned 70, it does not appear that Edison was plagued by the reciprocal feeling of competitiveness that Tesla exhibited. It is more likely that Edison got a real kick out of the thought of giving Tesla the medal. If Edison had a needle to find in a haystack, Tesla wrote in a rather famous quote a number of years later, he would not stop to reason where it was most likely to be, but would proceed at once with the feverish diligence of a bee to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. Just a little theory and calculation would have saved him 90% of his labor. Tesla certainly respected Edison, but underneath it all, he remained irked that this somewhat primitive trial-and-error fellow continued to ride a huge wave of adoration, while his star had long ago dipped. According to the inventor's autobiography, written just 2 years after this event, Tesla suggests that when he had been working for Edison, when he first immigrated to the United States in 1884, the Wizard of Menlo Park had, according to Tesla, reneged on paying him $50,000 for redesigning Edison's prevailing DC equipment. Not only had Edison completely dismissed Tesla's revolutionary and highly efficient way to harness AC, which resulted in the invention of the induction motor, the workhorse of the world, he had also embarrassed Tesla by dismissing his pecuniary promise by stating that the naive Serb simply did not understand American humor. Accepting an Edison medal did not sit well with the Serbian aristocrat, and thus his first reaction was abhorrence, and he flatly rejected the offer. But Bernard Berendt, the electrical engineer who nominated him, persisted. Here was an opportunity to recognize a worthy recipient alone for his singular contributions. "Who do you want remembered as the author of your power system?" Berendt inquired. "Ferraris, Schallenberger, Stilwell, or Steinmetz?" Tesla reluctantly capitulated. To certain friends and for public consumption, Tesla was often dismissive of Edison, but the truth of the matter was that Edison had come to Tesla's rescue on more than one occasion. As far back as 1895, when Tesla's laboratory burned to the ground, Edison offered Tesla the use of one of his metropolitan factories until the Serb could find another space. In 1901, while Edison had formed a partnership with Marconi in the wireless race against Tesla and Morgan, the two wizards ran into each other at an electrical conference held at the Garden and at the wedding of Pierpont Morgan's daughter Louisa to Morgan's biographer Herbert Satterley. And during this same year, Edison wrote in his private notebook, "Make a Tesla or buy a Tesla coil. I made one. Find it." That same year, Tesla and Edison met at an electrical conference held at Madison Square Garden. A decade later, Tesla set up shop in Edison's Waterside Station in New York City to work on his turbines, and he sent Edison hearty congratulations and good wishes with respectful regards on Edison's 65th birthday, and Edison reciprocated by sending back a thank you note. 2 years later, in 1914, Edison sent Tesla a formal announcement of the marriage of Edison's daughter Madeline to the airplane manufacturer John Eyre Sloan, and Tesla sent hearty and respectful congratulations. "I hope sincerely that the marriage of your charming daughter will prove the beginning of a new life of undisturbed happiness. Trusting that you are carrying on your valuable work in the full enjoyment of mental and bodily vigor, I remain as ever yours faithfully, Nikola Tesla." Just several months later, like Tesla's before him, Edison's laboratory was lost in a fire, and Tesla sent his regrets, but also congratulated Edison that his valuable reports had been saved through the foresight of Mrs. Edison. With new and much improved facilities, he will do far better, and the temporary setback will prove a gain in the end. Tesla ending the letter with best wishes for your health and success. December 16th, 1914. Mr. Nikola Tesla, Metropolitan Building, New York City. My dear Tesla, allow me to express my appreciation of your kind message of sympathy in regard to the recent fire at my plant, and to thank you for your good wishes. We are doing some tail hustling around here, and I will be back in the game again within 60 days. Yours very truly, Thomas A. Edison. The presentation of the Edison Medal was given on May 18, 1917, just 2 months before Tesla found out by telephone that vandals had broken into his Wardenclyffe laboratory and wrecked equipment valued at $68,000, and that the tower was to be destroyed by dynamite. Perhaps the greatest loss was the demise of Tesla's telautomaton, or remote-controlled robotic boat, which was indeed the work of sheer genius, comprising within its construction such inventions and future possibilities as remote control, wireless communication, cell phone technology, including the ability to create an unlimited number of wireless channels, garage door openers, TV remotes, drones, artificial intelligence, the use of a binary code to create complex commands, and robotics. Many familiar faces dotted the crowd. The Johnsons and Marguerite Merrington attended, as did Westinghouse man Charles Scott, now a professor at Yale, and Edward Dean Adams, the man most responsible for recognizing Tesla for the Niagara Falls enterprise. The opening speech was delivered by Professor A. E. Kennelly, the former Edison crony who is now teaching at Harvard. Long an adversary of Tesla, having been active in executing animals with AC current during the heated Battle of the Currents in the early 1890s, Kennelly spoke for 15 minutes. During this time, the good professor managed to not mention Tesla's name even once. We may look forward to a time, say 1,000 years hence, when, like this evening, the 1,007th recipient will receive the Edison Medal, and once again Edison's achievements will be honored, Kennelly droned on. As legend has it, Tesla disappeared from the room. Panic-stricken, Behrend ran out of the building to look for him, while Charles Terry, a prominent executive from the Westinghouse Corporation, reviewed Tesla's numerous accomplishments. Finding the lonely inventor across the street in Bryant Park by the library feeding his precious pigeons, Behrend coaxed the reluctant wizard back to center stage. During Behrend's introduction, he stated, perhaps in counter to Kennelly, "The name of Tesla runs no more risk of oblivion than does that of Faraday or Edison. What can a man desire more than this? It occurs to me to paraphrase Pope, describing Newton. Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, 'Let Tesla be,' and all was light." Behrend brought the reluctant iconoclast back to the stage, and in a rare moment the Serbian wizard reflected on the possibility that a higher intelligence was guiding humanity. "I am deeply religious at heart, and give myself to the constant enjoyment of believing that the greatest mysteries of our being are still to be fathomed. Evidence to the contrary notwithstanding, death itself may not be the termination of the wonderful metamorphosis we witness. In this way," Tesla revealed, "I manage to maintain an undisturbed peace of mind, to make myself proof against adversity, and to achieve contentment and happiness to a point of extracting some satisfaction even from the darker side of the life, the trials and tribulations of existence. Ladies and gentlemen," Tesla continued, "I wish to thank you heartily for your kind appreciation. I am not deceiving myself in the fact of which you must be aware that the speakers have greatly magnified my modest achievements. Inspired with the hope and conviction that this is just a beginning, a forerunner of still greater accomplishments, I am determined to continue developing my plans and undertake new endeavors." The electrical savant would go on to review much of his life, an anecdote from his childhood about a gander who almost pulled out his umbilical cord, his early meetings with Edison and work with Westinghouse, lectures in Europe, success at Niagara, and future plans in wireless. "I have fame and untold wealth, more than this," the inventor concluded, "and yet how many articles have been written in which I was declared to be an impractical, unsuccessful man, and how many poor, struggling writers have called me a visionary. Such is the folly and short-sightedness of the world." Invisible audience. Tesla was aghast that Bolt had not protected Wardenclyffe adequately, as it was valued at a minimum of at least $150,000. Even though he had signed it over to the hotel, he had done so, according to his understanding, so as to honor his debt until his plans matured. As the property, when completed, would yield $20,000 or $30,000 a day, Tesla was simply flabbergasted that Bolt would allow the property to be vandalized and then move to destroy it. Photos of Tesla's office at this time show numerous papers scattered all over the floor. One can only guess about the valuable documents that were stolen or destroyed. Bolt and/or the hotel management saw Wardenclyffe now as theirs, free and clear, even though Tesla offered as proof a chattel mortgage on the machinery that the inventor had placed at his own expense. The hotel's insurance was only $5,000, whereas Tesla's covered the machinery valued at $68,000. Why would Tesla independently seek to protect the property if he didn't still have an interest in it? Tesla saw the contract as a security pledge, but the paper he signed did not specify any such contingency. According to the hotel's lawyer, Frank Hutchins of Baldwin and Hutchins, who stated callously, "It was bill of sale with the deed duly recorded 2 years ago. We fail to see what interest you have." Storming into the lawyer's offices on Pine Street, Tesla demanded to find out firsthand what was to happen. Tesla's equipment, specialized radio and lighting tubes, and valuable papers and probably blueprints were now missing, and he wanted answers. "You'll have to ask Smiley's Steel Company. They are the ones in charge of salvage operations." J.B. Smiley informed Tesla that indeed the tower was to be taken down, its parts sold to cover outstanding debts. "A great wrong has been done," the inventor wrote in reply, "but I am confident that justice will prevail." "Pay no attention to Tesla whatsoever, but proceed immediately with wrecking as contracted," Smiley told his demolition crew after conferring with Hutchins. Waldorf Astoria Hotel Company, July 12, 1917. Gentlemen, I have received reports which have completely dumbfounded me all the more, so as I am now doing important work for the government with a view of putting the plant to a special use of great moment. I trust that you will appreciate the seriousness of the situation and will see that the property is taken good care of, and that all apparatus is carefully preserved. Very truly yours, N. Tesla. With the country still at war, and Germany still on a track towards world domination, the wizard decided that the only way to save Wardenclyffe was to extol its virtues as a potential defensive weapon for the protection of the country. Capitalizing on the excellent Nobel Prize publicity, the inventor once again strained the reader's credulity with another startling vision. Tesla's new device, like bolts of Thor. He seeks to patent wireless engine for destroying navies by pulling a lever, to shatter armies also. Nikola Tesla, the inventor, winner of the 1915 Nobel Physics Prize, has filed patent applications on the essential parts of a machine the possibilities of which test a layman's imagination and promise a parallel to Thor's shooting thunderbolts from the sky to punish those who had angered the gods. Dr. Tesla insists there is nothing sensational about it. It is perfectly practicable to transmit electrical energy without wires and produce destructive effects at a distance. I have already constructed a wireless transmitter which makes this possible. 10 miles or 1,000 miles, it will be all the same to the machine, the inventor says. Straight to the point on land or on sea, it will be able to go with precision, delivering a blow that will paralyze or kill as it is desired. A man in a tower on Long Island could shield New York against ships or army by working a lever if the inventor's anticipations become realizations. New York Times. Tesla would not draw up an official paper on the particle beam weapon or death ray for another 20 years, yet it is clear that he had conceived the machine by this time, probably creating prototypes as far back as 1896, when he was bombarding targets with Röntgen rays. Tesla recalled an incident that occurred often enough when he was experimenting with a cathode tube. Then, sometimes a particle larger than an electron, but still very tiny, would break off from the cathode, pass out of the tube and hit him. He said he could feel a sharp, stinging pain where it entered his body, and again at the place where it passed out. The particles in the beam of force, ammunition which the operators of the generating machine will have to supply, will travel far faster than such particles as broke off from the cathode, and they will travel in concentrations, he said. Tesla's hope was that by revealing to the world what would come to be called the death ray, the military might come to his aid and help save his precious tower. As he waited hopefully for positive news, he wrote to former investors such as William Crawford of the Simpson-Crawford department store to make his case. But like the others, Crawford decided to pass. In A serious plight, with nowhere else to turn, the inventor contacted Morgan once again to ask for assistance. This was his last chance to protect his wireless patents and save the tower. "Words cannot express how much I have deplored the cruel necessity which compelled me to appeal to you again," the inventor explained, but it was to no avail. He still owed Jack $25,000 plus interest on the turbine work. The financier ignored the entreaty and quietly placed Tesla's account in a bad debt file. In February of 1917, at the height of the war, the United States broke off all relations with Germany. With the U.S. Navy having surreptitiously placed sensors on Seifer's wireless equipment, U.S. Attorney General Mitchell Palmer was able to confirm that Seifer was a highly successful commercial enterprise doing, in his words, enormous business. However, at the same time, as he learned, it was illegally owned by the enemy and through clandestine means had indeed become an instrument of warfare on the Allies, disseminating through wireless means propaganda and sabotage instructions to German agents and spies. And thus Palmer seized it. 30 German employees of the German-owned station were suddenly forced to leave, and enlisted men of the American Navy have filled their places. Guards were placed around the plant as the High Command decided what to do with the remaining broadcasting stations lying along the coast. With Palmer confirming that the enemy had also stealthily and improperly obtained large tracts of U.S. lands, he moved to seize these properties and placed Thomas J. Tunney, head of the bomb squad for the New York Police Department, as the lead investigator following the trail of the Fifth Column throughout the metropolitan area. Creating a task force to uncover spy rings and track down terrorists, Tunney scored an unprecedented coup when he tied would-be assassin Frank Holt, Erich Munter, to Abteilung 3B and arrested Paul Koenig, a detective superintendent of the Atlas Line, a shipping subsidiary for the Kaiser. Running the docks, much like a Prussian warlord, Koenig had been recruited by Captains von Papen and Boyed with the official start of the Great War in August of 1914. Early on, Koenig was placed in charge of a New York State network of spies and saboteurs. Main objectives included the planting of bombs aboard ships bound for England, the destruction of tunnels and bridges, particularly those into New York City, the demolition of the Welland Canal, and the use of germ warfare, which in this instance involved inoculating cavalry horses bound for the war with anthrax. Thinking he was invincible, Koenig was caught off guard with his arrest, and that is how Tunney obtained the German agent's secret codebook. A treasure trove of how and where to send coded messages, Koenig's black book also contained a list of aliases for von Papen, Boyed, and numerous other agents, evidence of a connection between Holt and the detonation of a bomb aboard a ship bound for Great Britain, and a list of operations, many of which fortunately never came to fruition. The key here is that if Holt was being funded by Abteilung 3B, it meant that the German High Command had moved its operations from dirty tricks to targeted assassinations, in this instance the American mega-financier J.P. Morgan Jr. Headlines such as the following shocked the nation. 19 more taken as German spies. Dr. Karl George Frank, former head of Sayville Wireless, among those detained. In February 1917, the American cargo ship the Housatonic was sunk off the coast of England, although the crew was allowed to get into lifeboats. And then in April, President Wilson issued a proclamation, seizing all radio stations. Enforcement of the order was delegated to Secretary of the Navy Josephus Daniels. Clearly, an overt decision had to be made about the fate of Wardenclyffe. Tesla's expertise was well known to Daniels and Assistant Secretary Franklin Roosevelt, as they were actively using the inventor's scientific legacy as ammunition against Marconi in his patent suit against them. Coupled with the inventor's astonishing proclamation that his tower could provide an electronic aegis against potential invasions, Wardenclyffe might have been placed in a special category. However, there were two glaring strikes against it. The first was that Tesla had turned the property over to Bolt to cover his debt at the Waldorf, and the second was the transmitter's record of accomplishment, non-existent. What better indication of the folly of Tesla's dream could there be than the tower's own perpetual state of repose? To many, Wardenclyffe was merely a torpid monument to the bombastic prognostications of a not very original mind gone astray. From the point of view of the Navy, Tesla may have been the original inventor of the radio, but he was clearly not the one who made the apparatus work. On July 6, 1917, Zenneck was arrested by Deputy Marshal Linford Denny of the Department of Justice. It was just 3 months since America's entrance into the war. With his advanced knowledge of wireless apparatus and the fact that he had been part of the campaign that stormed through Belgium, Zenneck was portrayed as one of the most dangerous German subjects in this country. Along with other dignitaries, such as Nobel Prize winner Karl Ferdinand Braun, who would die on American soil at the war's end in 1918, and suspected spies such as Karl Hahnen, a German munitions expert, and Dr. Carl George Frank, the head of Atlantic Communications, who had hired Tesla to work at Seifer, Zenneck was handcuffed and taken to Ellis Island and placed behind bars. It had taken a number of years, but finally the US government had woken up. They uncovered a vast ring of spies and saboteurs, and now had the incontrovertible evidence to deport all the German so-called dignitaries who were indeed the brains behind all the chicanery. In this manner, Count von Bernstorff and his 2 henchmen, Captains von Papen and Boyed, were finally kicked out of the country. In actuality, they deserved to be arrested, but they had diplomatic immunity and were thus untouchable. There is no doubt that many of the people of German descent who were also arrested were indeed part of the spy and sabotage network, and there is no way to know if Zenneck was included in that clique. However, it seems that Nikola Tesla didn't think so, as he made it his business to visit Zenneck while he was interned at Ellis Island, before the suspected spy was shipped to the prisoner of war camp at Fort Oglethorpe in Georgia, where many of the others ended up. Years later, Zenneck would refer obliquely to this time by stating that Nikola Tesla was one of the nicest gentlemen he'd ever known, writing this endorsement 2 years before being appointed to the head of Deutsches Museum, a comprehensive technology museum in Munich. The year was 1933. Now a member of the Nazi Party, Zenneck carried out the new civil service statute by firing 2 Jewish employees at the museum. While interned at Oglethorpe and under oath, the paymaster of the German spy organization, F.A. Bürgermeister, revealed that the Kaiser had budgeted literally tens of millions of dollars for covert operations in America. Through Bürgermeister, these funds were transferred to von Bernstorff, who dispersed them through Privy Councillor Albert to von Papen and Boyed, as well as to other spies and German propagandists such as George Sylvester Viereck. After the Great War, Tesla resumed his friendship with Frank, who after his release became a consulting engineer with offices on Liberty Street, not far from Tesla's very first laboratory. Frank tested Tesla's tachometer, but remained doubtful that he could help the inventor sell the invention to the German manufacturers whom he was still in touch with. Decades later, on Tesla's 79th birthday, Frank wished Tesla heartiest congratulations, confident you will see your 100th birthday as predicted. And Tesla reciprocated, his confidence of passing the century-mile post still unshaken. In April of 1917, when the US Navy took over all wireless stations, the key ruling concerning the true identity of the inventor of the radio became neatly sidestepped by the War Powers Act proclaimed by President Wilson, because it called for the suspension of all patent litigation during the time of war. France had already recognized Tesla's priority by their High Court, and Germany recognized him by Slaby's affirmations and Telefunken's decision to pay him a consulting fee. But in America, the land of Tesla's home, the government backed off and literally prevented the courts from sustaining a decision. The Marconi Syndicate, in touch with kings from 2 countries and with equipment instituted on 6 continents, was simply too powerful. If we had to identify an American culprit, Secretary of the Navy Joseph Daniels stands out. A lifelong newspaper editor from North Carolina, Daniels was appointed to the position of Navy Secretary by President Wilson in 1913. A military leader with pacifist tendencies, as war with Germany became inevitable, Daniels dragged his heels so much so that important naval warships were not ready for battle until 1919, which was a year after the war ended. A white supremacist who saw African Americans as intellectually inferior and therefore not worthy of the right to vote, Daniels, who apparently lacked objective abilities, purposely denied compensating Tesla for his contract with the Tuckerton Wireless Enterprise when the Navy took over the site, even though the Navy continued to reimburse HOMAG for Rudolf Goldschmidt's alternator. Perhaps one could say there was too much confusion as to who really was the inventor of the wireless, but that argument falls apart for several reasons. When HOMAG, the company that ran the Tuckerton plant, asked for reimbursements for monies paid out to Goldschmidt for his alternator, they also asked for reimbursement for Armstrong for his ultra-audion and Tesla for his contract, which stipulated 5% of the gross revenues of the company for use of his entire wireless scheme. This worked out to about $15,000 for Tesla on gross revenues of about $300,000 for HOMAG in 1916. Daniels refused to honor payments, not only to Tesla but to Armstrong as well. Since Armstrong had specific patents involved in the deal, patents number 1,113,149 and number 807,338, Daniels' decision on that score simply doesn't make sense. HOMAG argued that the Armstrong patents increased reception, particularly in the summer months, and allowed them to earn an additional $2,800 per month. Therefore, paying Armstrong $250 per month for that right made perfect business sense. In Tesla's case, it is more complicated. HOMAG, as a German company, had constructed Tuckerton to be sold to the French, and the French Supreme Court had ruled Tesla's priority over Marconi. Rather than agree to the validity of specific Tesla patents, HOMAG had decided to instead avoid litigation with the Serbian inventor and simply give him what he wanted, namely 5% royalties on gross revenues. HOMAG had decided that to battle Tesla in the courts would be too costly. They surmised it was simply a more prudent business decision to pay him the royalty. However, clearly, they understood that the odds of winning in court against Tesla were unlikely because of the French ruling, and that further, Tesla was also actively suing Marconi at the time of the deal. Since they were a German company, they also knew that Adolf Slaby, one of the founders of the German wireless conglomerate, fully backed Tesla, as did Jonathan Zenneck and Nobel Prize winner Karl Ferdinand Braun, who were both testifying to that specific concern in litigation between Telefunken and Marconi at the very time of this arrangement. Daniels, of course, knew all this, particularly when it was specifically pointed out to him by HOMAG's attorney, Cramond Kennedy. And to add to the muddle, Marconi was at that very time also suing the U.S. Navy for patent infringement for using Telefunken's equipment, and one of the key reasons that the Navy thought they would prevail was Tesla's priority over Marconi. This was established by Daniels' Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Roosevelt, who stated overtly in a watershed document dated September 14, 1916, that Tesla's work predated Marconi's, and further, that these findings should be used in forthcoming litigation in which the government is involved. So Daniels literally wanted it both ways. He would use Tesla's priority to bolster the Navy's claim that the use of Telefunken's wireless equipment on their ships did not infringe on Marconi's patents, yet at the same time he chastised HOMAG for paying Tesla a 5% royalty when their contract did not specify which particular Tesla patents they were using. One could argue that Tesla's decision to yield to HOMAG on that point gave Daniels an out. But that argument simply falls apart because Daniels refused to reimburse HOMAG for their payments to Edwin Armstrong as well, when his patents were specified. With the suspension of all patent litigation and the country in the midst of a world war, Roosevelt, as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, penned the famous Farragut letter. This document allowed such major companies as AT&T, General Electric, Westinghouse, and American Marconi the right to pool together to produce each other's equipment without concern for compensating rightful inventors. Further, it assured contractors that the government would assume liability in infringement suits. On July 1, 1918, Congress passed a law making the United States financially responsible for any use of an invention described in and covered by a patent of the United States. By 1921, the United States government had spent $40 million on wireless equipment, a far cry from Secretary of the Navy John Davis Long's policy of refusing to pay a few $1,000s for Tesla's equipment 18 years earlier. Thus, the Interdepartmental Radio Board met to decide various claims against it, and nearly $3 million in claims were paid out. The big winners were Marconi Wireless, which received $1.2 million for equipment and installations taken over, but not for their patents. International Radio Telegraph received $700,000, AT&T $600,000, and Edwin Armstrong $89,000. Tesla received nothing for his own patent number 1,119,732 for the transmission of electrical energy without wires, which had been renewed in 1914. However, he did receive a minuscule portion through Lowenstein, who was awarded $23,000. Under Roosevelt's direction, the government also transferred the Tuckerton wireless property to the French, as they were the ones for which the plant was originally intended. Since the U.S. Navy didn't pay Tesla for use of his patents, most likely the French didn't either. Disgusted with this wholesale backing of Marconi by the U.S. government, having transferred Wardenclyffe to the Waldorf Astoria, and now essentially out of funds, Tesla was forced to let the whole thing go. The United States government, through Roosevelt, knew that Marconi had infringed on Tesla's fundamental patents. In fact, it was Tesla's proven declaration that was the basis and central argument that the government had against Marconi when Marconi sued in the first place. However, rather than deal in the midst of war with the truth and with a difficult genius whose present work appeared to be in a realm above and beyond the operation of simple radio telephones and wireless transmitters, Roosevelt, Daniels, President Wilson, and the U.S. Navy took no interest in protecting Tesla's tower. In July of 1917, Tesla packed his bags and said goodbye to the Waldorf Astoria. Having lived there for 2 decades, he talked George Bolt Jr. into allowing him to keep a large percentage of his personal effects in the basement until he found a suitable place for transferring them. "I was sorry to hear about your father," Tesla told the new manager, whose father, George Bolt Sr., had died just a few months before. Preparing to move to Chicago to work on his bladeless turbines, Tesla was invited to the Johnsons for a farewell dinner. Soon to become the ambassador to Italy, Robert was now directing the affairs of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, an organization that counted among its ranks Daniel Chester French, Charles Dana Gibson, Winslow Homer, Henry James and his brother William, Charles McKim, Henry Cabot Lodge, Teddy Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson. Taking a weekend train, Tesla moved into the Blackstone Hotel alongside the University of Chicago as Wardenclyffe waited silently for its ignoble end. It was an unusual winter, with both rainstorms and snowstorms and a long cold snap that froze the ponds and also created a sheet of ice atop the cupola at Wardenclyffe. Local kids had been sneaking onto the property for years, challenging each other to climb to the top, which rose 18 stories above the flat land that was Long Island. On a day for the ages, Dave Madison called on his girlfriend and told her to bring her ice skates. "Where are we going?" Dory wanted to know. "It's a surprise," Dave said. Sneaking onto the property, he took her to the base of the tower. She looked way up and then agreed to accompany him in the climb. When they hit the 10th floor, Dory had had enough. She wanted down. It was scary up there, but Dave egged her on. "Trust me," was all he said, an amazing gleam in his eye. 8 floors later, they reached the top. And there it was, a perfect ice skating rink, nearly 20 stories up, high above the landscape, a full 58 feet across. The young couple put their skates on and undertook this breathtaking experience, one unparalleled in the annals of ice skating lore. From atop this soaring edifice they could look down to Tesla's mysterious laboratory, still filled with electrical paraphernalia, including lathes and broken parts of motors. They could look east or west to the occasional church or hamlet and the hundreds of acres of potato fields, or they could look north, out over the Sound, all the way to the Connecticut shores. It was a magical moment, skating up there, one they would remember for the rest of their days. Dave wanted to take her again the following weekend, but Dory's legs were still wobbly. And then it was too late to return. On Monday morning, the inventor hired a limousine to drop him at the headquarters of Pyle National Corporation. Having already shipped prototypes to Chicago to give workers a head start, now Tesla could work at an intense pace in an entirely new setting, his goal being the perfection of his revolutionary bladeless turbines. At night, the elder wizard liked to walk across the street from his hotel to the Museum of Arts and Sciences, the only building remaining from the World's Fair of 1893. There he could stand by the great columns and think back to a time when, daily, hundreds of thousands would stream into this enchanted city powered by his vision. One Saturday in the heat of summer, he took the mile walk along Lake Michigan, past the Midway to a series of small lakes and a park where once stood the Court of Honor. There, at the entranceway to a spot near Lake Michigan, Tesla learned that the Statue of the Republic, which had been destroyed in a fire, was to be replaced. Although the replica would be nowhere near as high, it was still gratifying to know that the great Chicago Fair would get more of the recognition it deserved. With him was a letter from George Schaff. August 20th, 1917. Dear Mr. Tesla, I was deeply grieved and shocked when I read the enclosed, but I have the supreme confidence that more glorious work will arise from the ruins. I trust that your work in Chicago is progressing to your satisfaction. Yours respectfully, George Schaff. It was during the height of the world conflagration when the Smiley Steel Company's explosives expert circled the gargantuan transmitter to place a charge around each major strut and nail the coffin shut on Tesla's dream. With the Associated Press recording the event, military personnel apparently present, the magnifying transmitter was leveled, the explosion alarming many of the Shoreham residents. And with the death of the World Telegraphy Center came the birth of the Radio Broadcasting Corporation, a unique conglomerate of private concerns under the auspices of the U.S. government. Meetings were held behind closed doors in Washington between President Wilson, who wanted America to gain radio supremacy, Navy Secretary Daniels, his assistant Franklin Roosevelt, and representatives from General Electric, American Marconi, AT&T, and the Westinghouse Corporation. With J.P. Morgan and Company on the board of directors and the Marconi patents as the backbone of the organization, the Radio Corporation of America, RCA, was formed. It would combine resources from these mega corporations, all who had cross-licensing agreements with each other and all who co-owned the company. Here was another entente cordiale, reminiscent of the AC polyphase days, which was not so for the originator of the invention. It was a second major time that Tesla would be carved from his creation, with a secret deal probably concocted that absolved the government for paying any licensing fee to Marconi in lieu of them burying their Tesla archives. David Sarnoff, as managing director, would soon take over the reins of the entire operation and morph it over the next 20 years into NBC, the National Broadcasting Radio and TV Company. The New York Sun inaccurately reported, U.S. blows up Tesla radio tower. Suspecting that German spies were using the big wireless tower erected at Shoreham, L.I. about 20 years ago by Nikola Tesla, the federal government ordered the tower destroyed, and it was recently demolished with dynamite. During the past month, several strangers had been seen lurking about the place. The destruction of Nikola Tesla's famous tower shows forcibly the great precautions being taken at this time to prevent any news of military importance of getting to the enemy. This mistake that the government was responsible for dynamiting the Wardenclyffe Tower was echoed by Hugo Gernsback when, like the New York Sun, he reported the event wrongly in spectacular fashion with large photos of the tower before and after demolition. Considering that Gernsback was a close associate of Tesla's, this error on Gernsback's part did not at all help their relationship. Tesla, however, was still in Chicago, and that distance between them certainly played a role in such a mistake by one of Tesla's greatest admirers. At the end of the war, President Wilson returned all remaining confiscated radio stations to their rightful owners. American Marconi, now RCA, of course, was the big beneficiary. Seeing an opportunity, France decided to give up their wireless plant at Tuckerton and sold it to RCA for a quick profit. After the true demise of the Wardenclyffe dream, Tesla made several efforts over the next few years to manufacture equipment that he hoped to sell to generate the capital he needed to resurrect the operation. He had a dozen or more other projects and a revenue stream from foreign patents, but in terms of generating the kinds of money he needed to rejuvenate his precious tower, ultimately he failed. At the same time, because the place had been ransacked, the aging wizard lost a large percentage of his records and equipment that had been on site. In 1920, the Westinghouse Corporation was granted the right to manufacture, use, and sell apparatus covered by the Marconi patents. Westinghouse also formed an independent radio station that became as prominent as RCA. At the end of the year, Tesla wrote a letter to E.M. Hare, president of the company, a man he had known for a quarter century, about the new developments in the radio industry. It will probably be news to you that, with the exception of non-essentials, nothing is employed in the art except devices of my invention. But the plants are ridiculously inefficient owing to the fact that the experts are completely misled by the Hertz wave theory. If you are desirous to inaugurate a wireless system a century ahead of that in use at present, I can put you in a position to do so, provided that your company is willing to come to an understanding with me on terms decidedly more generous than those under which they acquired my system of power transmission 30 years ago. Unfortunately, Hare wrote back with, "Regret that under the present circumstances we cannot proceed further with any developments of your activities. I thought it best to let you know this frankly so that you would not be under a misapprehension of our position. Signing the letter, yours very truly, E.M. Hare, President." However, this did not stop the Westinghouse Company, a few months later, from requesting the lone inventor to speak to our invisible audience some Thursday night in the near future over our radio-telephone broadcasting station. November 30th, 1921. Gentlemen, 21 years ago I promised a friend, the late J. Pierpont Morgan, that my world system, then under construction, would enable the voice of a telephone subscriber to be transmitted to any point of the globe. I prefer to wait until my project is completed before addressing an invisible audience, and beg you to excuse me. Very truly yours, N. Tesla.